All right, before we get too deep into this, where... This is the Factorio guy, right? 7 days. Wait, is stock broken right now, or... Oh no, wait, it's this guy. The other K name. Okay. Kalkinian, I got a big question for you, okay? I need your full Factorio brain right now, or I'm about to permaban you from chat, okay? Your full brain. Okay, I redesigned my whole green shit output. Why the fuck? Why won't these accumulators charge? What the fuck? I have never been perplexed by a problem such as this before. Have you ever heard of this bug? I can delete them and remake them, and there's like a line of shit here that will not charge. Got the right ratios? The right ratios? Wait, does that matter? No, hold on. I'm just gonna try adding more. We'll see. Look, they're not charging. Let me add more. No, see, look, these do charge. This line of shit just does not charge. Why? And then it stops right here. But look, I can rebuild it. Doesn't charge. Does things up here? These things don't charge. There's overlap on the electrical grids and everything. I just don't understand what it could possibly be. Are the power poles correct? I mean, like, yeah, look. What's your consumption? Could be your solar is flickering because it's... No, shut up. No. Experts only, okay? It's not something stupid. I've got more than enough power. My production's not even close to satiated. Wait, F4 show chunk. This isn't... Is this gonna fuck my game up if I do this? Is it gonna, like, delete my... Wait, where is show chunk? True. Show chunk components? Search button, top right of the menu. Show active chunks. I don't know what this is even doing. Do you still play with biters? Yeah, of course. I've just annihilated most of them because I'm a fucking god. Key DSP.
Destiny. Stop playing stupid video games and start debating chuds on whether Andrew Tate is guilty of human trafficking. He just got arrested.
How am I supposed to know if he's guilty or not? I think it's in the debug tab. That's when you press F5. Wait, Calican, where is it? Is my shit just fucked? Oh wait, these are charging. Where does it actually stop? It's just right here, just these ones. Okay, it is, okay, you don't know why they don't work. It is a bug. There's some type of bug here. It's just gonna annoy the fuck out of me because now I'm just gonna have like some perpetually uncharged. accumulator things. And it's gonna drive me fucking crazy.
Glory to the factory.
We had a bug on the server too. We fixed by replacing the power pylons. No, shut up. Your issue isn't power pylons. Your issue is that you probably deleted the fucking power wires, like dipshits, like dumb fucks. This chunk doesn't have a solar tag? Oh yeah, see, none of these are getting any electricity either. None of these are. None of these are. None of these are. Oh wait, hold on. Wait, 4.2 out of 5. Wait, why aren't these getting energy? Those aren't in range of power? Oh no, wait, that's the beacon that it was in range of. Whoops. No, wait, no, it is in range of power, you dumb fuck. Oh my god. Oh, hold on. Oh my god, your stupid fuck comment. Oh, I just had a house moment. It's this pylon substation that's fucking everything up somehow. Interesting. Interesting. There must be a separate grid that this pylon created. That's what's happening. Oh, okay. And I bet this one did something similar. Yep, it did. Oh, thank God. Dude, I spent like 45 minutes on this fucking morning. Holy shit. Jesus, wait, really? Is that quote real? That's because Hassan is the perfect mix of intelligence, sexiness, and broness, through which he effortlessly courts legions of lovers and haters. Jeez, it must be nice to have so many friends in some of these dog shit fucking media outlets. Oh my god. Okay, DSP. Oh, so I just need to hook up. Okay. Big power pole, connect that, and then boom! Everything should be A-okay now. I think. Wait. There we go.
Phil Burnell here, also known as Darkside Phil on the internet, and I'm going to try to make this as concise as possible, although I have a story to tell today. I'm really not making this video really for me, but I'm doing it more for my viewer. Allow me to explain.
Explain.
I'm a full-time streamer on the internet, and the other day I had an equipment malfunction. The device that captures footage for me when I play games died. So my business is kind of dead in the water until I get a replacement.
Thoughts on Unk getting signed to a big label? Wait, what? Did that happen? Is Unk signed? Is Unk going big time? Dude, I played 3 Unk songs on stream before. Now my YouTube Red, like constantly fucking recommends me Uncle Adam shit. Wait, hello? Are you okay? Oh, fucking methane. Oh wait, one other quick question. Do you do anything with your methane at all? I realized that I could make like these little fucking processed fuels with it, so I started doing that.
Problem being that my PC is older. Sadly, modern or newer capture devices won't work with it, so I had to find a replacement that was kind of an exception to the rule.
Modern capture devices won't work with his PC. Wait, what? What does that mean?
Right away. Well, a viewer of mine, a longtime fan, stepped up and out of the kindness of their heart not only offered to offer up a capture device that they have that they know would be compatible with my PC, but they also offered to overnight it to me. So I would have it this morning, today, December 28th, 2022. I'd be able to hook it up, get it working during my day off, troubleshoot, so that tomorrow when I return to work on December 29th, I would have a stream for my hundreds to thousands of viewers to watch. I've been dead in the water for 2 days with no gameplay, and people want my business to continue. So I was incredibly grateful to this person. The reason I'm making this video today is not a good one. Okay? The item didn't show up today. Not only didn't it show up, I received some of the worst customer support I've ever seen on multiple fronts. I want to make it clear what happened, and I'm hoping for some restitution, not for me, but for my viewer, because my viewer paid FedEx for express overnight shipping to get this capture device to me. For those who don't know, that's incredibly expensive. FedEx is supposed to be the gold standard when it comes to shipping here in the United States. Like anyone who ships anything and wants it to get there fast, wants it to get there dependable, you get FedEx. You're going to pay more for it, but you're going to get that level of service above all the other shipping companies that are available. And that's why you don't go USPS, you don't go UPS, you always go FedEx. Everyone knows that. I thought that's the level of service that I was going to get and my viewer was going to get when they purchased that overnight delivery, and we did not. Let me tell you the story of what happened today, and I'm hoping that FedEx is going to make it right, if not for me, at least for my viewer, okay? So,
let's hear it, Phil Burnell.
Yesterday morning, the 27th of December, my viewer buys overnight express delivery for this capture device. Sends, gives it to FedEx in the morning, first half of the day. Shipping label, everything created, tracking number. It says it's supposed to be delivering today before noon my time, okay? Great. Sounds good to me. It comes in the morning. I'll have time to hook it up, mess around with it. All right. Now, for clarification purposes, I do live in a private community. There is a gate that you need a gate code to get into this community. However, FedEx has the gate code. Perfect example. Less than 2 weeks ago, my parents sent my wife and I a surprise Christmas gift. It was delivered with no problem.
Oh, no. Remember what I complained about before, guys? Dude, living in apartments and getting anything shipped to you ever is always a fucking nightmare. The last apartment that I lived at used something called Fetch, and it was the best fucking thing ever. I don't think I'm ever going to run into it. I see the nutrient gel thing, but why not just use coal? I don't think I care that much about it.
So we didn't give FedEx the gate code. They already had it. They came in. They delivered it right on our front doorstep. No problems. It's here. Merry Christmas. This happens all the time. Everyone in this facility gets FedEx packages. They already have the gate code. So there's no excuse for FedEx to say they can't deliver a package. They have the gate code to get into this facility. Okay? So
what was Fetch? Fetch was basically like, it's kind of like a P.O. box, but basically I would never give out my shipping address, which is nice in and of itself, especially being a streamer. And what happens is you would ship it to a Fetch address. And then what happens is Fetch just collects all your packages for you. And then you go onto their website, and whenever you want them delivered, you just like query it. You just say like, oh, hey, like, do I have a package there? Oh, yes. Oh, cool. Then can you like ship it to me? And so Fetch, and because they like shipped to apartments especially, it would always be right in front of your door, always in the same time window. Like, it would never fuck up. It was just like the nicest. It was the nicest fucking thing ever. Holy shit.
I'm not thinking this.
I lived in a high rise, and sometimes I get packages delivered to the front door. Yeah, what have I lived in? Like 4 or 5 apartments now over the past few years. Aside from that Fetch tool, bro, when I order packages to my apartment, it might end up outside my apartment door. It might end up in the main office or one of multiple main offices, depending on how big your complex is. They might throw it in the fucking mail room or try to put it in a mailbox. I think that's only USPS. It might go in the parcel pending room or Lux room, depending on what you have. Or it might just go like on top of the lockers because there's no space, so the guy just sets it on the floor somewhere. Or it's like, oh my god, it's so obnoxious. It's just pure terror. It's pure terror.
Going to be any problem. This should be easy. Should be delivered this morning. I'm sitting around waiting. Noon comes. Said it's out for delivery. Never shows up. Oh, delivery status changes. Now it's coming by end of day. So for whatever reason, already there's a delay unexplained by FedEx. Don't know what happened, but for some reason we're not getting the level of customer service that my viewer paid for. It's being delayed. Whatever. Maybe it's a busy day. It is right after Christmas. Maybe that's what the deal is. I'm not going to freak out too much about it. Except that I'm waiting all day, and the package still isn't showing up. So I'm waiting and waiting. It's still not here. Or whatever. Maybe it's going to come late. I don't know how late FedEx actually delivers here. And all of a sudden, I receive a frantic email around 5:30 p.m. Pacific time, my time, from my my fan, my
frantic
viewer.
email.
They say, Phil, what happened? I paid for overnight so you could have this today. It says you weren't home to accept the package, so now it's delayed. I said, what? I said, what? That is an outright blatant lie. I'm here waiting for the package. I'm literally sitting here waiting for it so that I can receive it and test it today. Okay? So I look at the tracking information, and it says at 4:44 p.m. my local time, someone attempted to deliver the package to my home, and I was unavailable. That is 100% a lie. There is no other way to describe it, or that is just a lie. If they had said, oh, went to the front gate and couldn't get in, that at least would have made some sense. Literally, they lied and said it's my fault that I didn't get the package. All right? I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate being lied about. And right away, I think that that employee has some answers.
It was an
some
anti-fan.
questions to answer to their management of why they lied about the reason why this package wasn't delivered. Okay? So I think one of two situations happened.
Here's what happened. The guy came up and he's like, I don't know how to get in. And then he just marked it as customer not home. Because you lazy fucks do that. You fucking package delivery guys. I know you fuckers do this. I know you fuckers do this. I got some in my chat right now, I bet. You pieces of shit.
Number one, employee shows up. Oops. I don't have the ability to reference gate codes, which I should have, but I didn't do my job right today. So lie about it. So I'm off the hook.
True.
Or number two, oops, I'm just running behind really badly today anyway. No way I'm going to get it, so just lie about it and just drive right by. It's got to be one of the two. I'm home. So there's no excuse why they say I wasn't available. It's a blatant lie, okay? So this is concerning because as I'm checking on the website, it says, what are the options? Well, there's no redelivery option. All you can do, you can drive to the local FedEx facility after 6 p.m. and you can pick it up yourself in person if you really want it today. If not, it'll be rescheduled to be delivered tomorrow. Now, I don't want it delivered tomorrow. Why? Because if they didn't come today with the gate code, then who says they're going to come tomorrow with the gate code? Sounds to me like this person, whoever they are, just doesn't do their job right, and there's no guarantee I'm going to get this package. They already lied once, they'll just lie again.
True.
So I don't want to take that risk. I want to go get that package myself.
True.
All right? But before I do that, I say, let me call FedEx myself.
Oh, no. They're going to say, like, oh, I'm sorry. It's at, like, a shipping facility. You can't come and pick it up. Bro, I hate shipping. Oh, my God. Oh, God. I just cancel orders on Amazon. I'm going to be honest. If I order my shit and, like, the date for delivery's passed, like, oh, we ran into I just cancel it. I cancel that shit and I order it again because that package is lost to the fucking abyss. I know I'll never find it, and I don't care. That's okay. I just know that wherever that package is, I hope whoever got the package, I hope they're enjoying it because I'm never going to see that fucking package. This is also the reason why I never, ever, life pro tip, because I ordered a lot of things online, okay? Life pro tip for Amazon, if you haven't figured this out, do not ever do, like, the next morning or that night shipping. The thing that's like, we'll ship in, like, 4 hours or whatever, don't ever do that. Always do next day, because that 2 to 4 hour shit that you do, I have always had problems with that ending up taking like 4 fucking days. I don't know why, or maybe my experience in Miami and California, because I had this issue in both, maybe my experience was unique to those two places. I just got unlucky, but I have had so many problems doing the like, oh, deliver in 4 hour option. I don't know if they use a different set of like special drivers or what, but they've never been able to get in. They've never been able to find my shit. It just always fucks up.
Explain the situation. Maybe they'll do something for me, okay? So I call the 1-800 number, got to go through all these automated menus, no way around it. Finally put in your tracking number. No, I don't want any of your menu options. Circle, get me to talk to a person. A person answers who has a heavy accent, probably because I'm calling around 5:30 p.m. It's probably the 24-hour international.
Oh, also, I'm about to go full boomer, okay? This is about to be the most boomer comment I've ever made in my entire life, okay? Despite all my fuckery with AT&T, I will say one thing that I appreciate is that, oh, this might even be vaguely racist. AT&T's customer support, when you call, it's always like English-speaking people. I don't know if it's because I'm getting old, but I'm past the point of my life where when I call for tech support or help, and I get this person on the phone that can barely speak fucking English, I can't do it, dude. It drives me fucking crazy. So despite all the bullshit I've had to deal with AT&T, at the very least, their customer service is like, they're not American. They can at least speak English really well. Oh my God. I just can't. As soon as I pick up the phone, oh, dude, I'm not going to make a fake accent, but Jesus.
Line is perfectly fine. I have no problem talking with someone who's not stationed in the U.S. I usually always get a good, response and get good help from them. So I explained the situation in the middle of me explaining, and I want to clarify. Was I probably talking fast? Yes. But was I agitated and or swearing? Absolutely not. I was being as courteous as I could be. I was explaining the situation, saying I really needed this package tonight for my business. I don't know why this person apparently has lied about me not being home because I was home the whole time. Is there anything we could do? And as I'm explaining on the phone goes from someone listening to the exit survey. You already got helped. Press now, rate my performance on the survey. I'm still talking. I didn't even finish telling you the story. The person apparently on the other line realized there's probably nothing they could do to help me and essentially hung up on me, but forgot that when they hang up, it kicks it to the survey. Right?
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Phil's about
What
to go
great customer support I'm getting today.
full survey.
Someone lies about me not being home.
I gave
and then
that bitch a
someone
1
hangs up on me
star.
when I call to get help for it. This is really making me feel great as a customer. And can you imagine the level of support and level of service my viewer got for paying for overnight service? They paid for the most expensive shipping option for FedEx. This is the level of support that we're getting. It's pretty amazing, isn't it? So then I call back again. I go through all the menus again. I get a second person on the phone, and this time I say, listen, I want you to understand something. I'm not upset with you. I'm going to be talking fast and to explain the situation, but I really need help. Please don't hang up on me. Someone just did. Of course, the second person is very apologetic. Oh, I'm so sorry. You know, we'll do whatever we can to help you. Of course. So finally I get through the whole situation. Puts me on hold, comes back. Okay, so I don't know why this person said what they said. If you're home, we believe you, okay? But your option is you can go pick it up at the facility tonight, or you can have it delivered again tomorrow in the morning. And I said, okay, well, I'm home. You know, when can I have it? When can I pick it up at the facility? Well, she gives me the address. The facility apparently is only about 15, 20 minutes away from me. I'm thinking, all right, maybe I can make it. Well, how long do I have? She says, well, it says here, you know, it's almost 6 p.m. now because I've been on the phone for a bit. It'll be open until 7. I said, okay, but can you confirm that? Because if I drive over there and they're closed, I'm going to be pretty upset. So she puts me on hold for 5 minutes. She comes back and says, sir, I'm so sorry. I guess they closed early today because no one answers the phone over there. So let me get this straight. There's an employee that lied blatantly about why they couldn't deliver a package. It is in their job requirement to then return the package to the local facility. So if it was missed, that person could drive there to get it. But also the facility decided to close early, which they're not supposed to do. It's very interesting. It's turning out to be a really interesting story, isn't it?
Interesting.
Okay, I was like, I'm glad you checked. Could you imagine if I took time out of my day to drive there and now they're closed, which you didn't even know till you called yourself, right? So the woman's apologizing profusely. I said, so what can we do? She says, well, we could just reschedule for delivery tomorrow before noon. I said, wait a minute. That's what today was. Today was supposed to be overnight delivery before noon. They bumped it, then they didn't deliver it, and they lied. What's to stop them from doing that again? She goes, oh, I'm sure now I'm going to put notes in the system and I'm going to have something to reach out that they need to escalate this and blah, blah, blah. I said, I still don't trust it. You know what I mean? You already had so many issues today. There's no guarantee these issues won't reiterate tomorrow. Plus, what's to stop someone who today forgot the gate code when they came to my place to forgetting it again tomorrow and just we go through the whole rigmarole day after day after day? Okay? And to make matters worse, apparently they can close the physical facility whenever they want. So even the backup situation of me being able to drive there and get it also isn't available because they just do what they want there apparently. So the woman's very, very obviously apologetic. It's not her fault. I'm not angry at her. I didn't swear once during the conversation, thankfully. And basically she says, well, what I recommend you do, we have this new thing on our website. You know, create an account on the FedEx website. You put in your address and your information. You can actually put there not only your address, but you can say specifically where to leave packages, and you can leave information like gate codes and things there too. And then it's listed there for all of our drivers to reference. I said, but they already have the code. They delivered.
That's we get to the Andrew Tate news. DSP story is very important. What? Okay, here's the Andrew Tate news. Andrew Tate got arrested for human trafficking and I think rape. I don't know what else to say. There's no public information about it. There's no trial about it. What do you want me to say about it? What? Like, if he did that, wow, that's pretty bad. If he didn't do that, then hopefully they release him. What else do you want me to say? RLH in YouTube chat. Give me some other sample commentary that I can give on the issue. Go ahead. I don't know what I'm supposed to say about it. Illuminati captured. I will say, everybody is everybody's tweeting out that it was that Greta, the Greta tweet that allowed the authorities to find where he was. I don't think that's true. I'm curious if there's like actually a I'm curious if there's actually like a news source confirming that, because I've seen a couple people retweet it. Now they've gotten really big, but I haven't seen like an official news source actually confirm that yet.
Something to me, listen.
Wait, what is this?
Thomas, if I get proof that he has my voice line for a sub, I'm literally sending that clip to my lawyer, and I'm just gonna be
lawyer.
Literally, I'm just gonna send it to my lawyer. I'm just gonna handle it my way, because I'm that I won't have. I'm sorry, Thomas. If I get
Okay.
Than 2 weeks ago. All right, but this is our process, sir. All right, I'll do it. So I did it. I spent about 15 minutes extra. I set up the account. It's now there. My name's on their website. The address is there. The code is in there for the gate and everything. All right? And then basically I'm like, so that's it? She's like, yeah, that's all I can do for you. I can't do anything else to help you. I said, wait a minute. What if I give you the gate code? Can you then provide...
Apparently it was the pizza box in his video. It sounds like what happened. This is from the little bit that I gathered. It sounds like what happened was the police have been following Andrew Tate for quite a while, and he's been making a lot of social media posts, and they used that to figure out that he's still in Romania, and then they did the raid. But it feels like people took that and they turned it into, they saw one pizza box on the Greta video, and that was the thing that allowed them to know that he was in Romania. That's what it feels like has happened. But I mean, I don't know. I could be wrong, but...
No. I can't do that. That's not allowed in my job description. We cannot relay information.
Hey man, how are you doing?
Like
Good, how are you, baby girl? Oh, I'm doing fine.
You know, I already tried to call. They're closed. I can't relay that. You got to do it. Oh, okay.
The real question, though, is how the fuck does Andrew Tate travel around? Oh, no, actually, never mind. It would be super easy because Romania's in the EU. They don't do passport checks. So he could just fly into any country in the European Union, and then he could Uber over, basically. Or not Uber, I'm sorry. He could just drive into the country, right? What the fuck? Oh.
So, by the way, I hung up, and I gave her, when she hung up, I gave her all 5.
Oh, Romania's not in the Schengen zone. Oh, so how did he get through passport control then?
On the customer support survey. Because she tried her best. But it sounds to me like FedEx just doesn't care. This is a company that used to be the gold standard when it came to getting things shipped. This is not, oh, someone paid slow boat to get it across the country or whatever, and it was a cheap method, and that way you don't get the support. This was express overnight. I imagine my viewer and fan probably paid a ton of
Thoughts
money
on Greta?
to ensure this
She's the
would
most
be here
important
today.
person of our generation. The IMO.
Is she? Is she now?
So that I could get it, test it, and make sure it worked for my business and my stream tomorrow. And now I can't do that because FedEx failed to live up to the contract that they gave my viewer. So here's what I would like, and here's what I hope will happen. Number 1, I just hope this thing gets delivered tomorrow morning. No problems, but who knows? That's the problem. I'm now in an air of uncertainty. Will it show up? Will it not? Will they actually read the gate code this time? Come with the gate code this time? Will someone just be in a bad mood and lie again and say I wasn't available? You know, who knows at this point? Because they lied once, they can easily lie again. Will this local FedEx just close early? Maybe they'll close at 8 in the morning and not do any work tomorrow. I don't know. Now, obviously, I'm being cynical, but the point is they were supposed...
I would never, ever trust anything the Esquire lady, or Esquire, whoever this one is. I wouldn't trust anything she says. But, yeah, like this, I've seen these types of tweets going viral a ton, but I haven't seen any evidence for them. Romanian authorities needed proof that Andrew Tate was in his country, so they reportedly used his social media posts. This part sounds true. His ridiculous video yesterday featured a pizza from a Romanian pizza chain, Jerry's Pizza, confirming he was in the country. I don't think this mattered. They probably knew he was there regardless. This just feels like revenge porn, like on Twitter. I don't think that's true. Even if he hadn't posted that, they probably still knew.
Supposed to be open till 7 tonight, and they just closed early. You know, nothing I can do about it. I'm the one who gets screwed over and gets you know, the short end of the stick here, not them. But what I really want to happen, and I really hope that FedEx will watch this video and will grant this request, please refund my viewer. They don't deserve to pay for overnight shipping and then get nothing for it. they should be refunded. Your company really did poorly.
Never before has so much been said about so
Not only did they fail to
little.
deliver the pack.
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder sometimes when I tell stories if I ramble like this. But yeah, damn, Phil definitely has a problem telling stories in a concise and clear manner. It seems like he takes a long time to say not that much sometimes. Jesus.
Package they were supposed to deliver today for bogus reasons, but then they provided absolutely no sufficient customer support to me to ensure that I will get my package tomorrow, and they didn't even give me the backup option I was supposed to get today because they decided to close early. So please refund my viewer. I really think you should do the right thing here and give them that person their money back.
I don't understand.
Right?
Was Tate, who's saying Tate was on the run? Well, apparently he's got an arrest warrant in Romania for him.
I most likely not be capturing gameplay tomorrow, unless some miracle happens and it does show up early enough that I could set it up. We could, maybe it'll show up midday and then we could test it together live and see if it works. We don't even know if this capture device works. I would know if I got it today, but now we don't know. Now, so much wasted time, so much wasted potential for, gameplay and work that I should be doing and I can't because FedEx dropped the ball on this. So yeah, that's one of the reasons I'm making this video, just to let everyone know what's going on, that I may not be doing gameplay again on Thursday, the 29th of December. But the other reason I'm making this video is I'm sending this to FedEx. I'm sending it to their Twitter account, and I hope they watch it, and I hope that they will refund my viewer his money. He deserves to get his full money back for not getting any kind of actual support or service out of what he paid for. It's a complete and utter bad situation here all around from the company that, again, should be the gold standard of shipping, and today basically proved they're just no better than anyone else. This is...
Okay, we're good.
What's the probability that the government wants to frame the Tate brothers? I don't know, probably 50%.
Jesus Christ! Asmongold, you think the Romanian government wants to frame 50% chance they'd frame the Tate brothers on human trafficking? Why? Because of red pill videos? Hold on. This is a very American take, okay? I could be, I'm not wrong. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not wrong, okay? I guarantee you, all right, that if you as an American went to fucking Eastern Europe, you would hear shit that you think is from the annals of like the fucking 2001 internet, okay? The whole world is not this progressive fucking utopia that Americans like have of the United States that they think they project on everyone else. Like, there's no fucking shot, okay? Jesus Christ. Fuck, who was I just talking to the other day? Was this on stream or off stream? Somebody mentioned something and it reminded me that like Americans think that like, oh yeah, like if I were to go to like if I were to go to like Poland or like Romania, like, oh yeah, they're gonna talk about how like we shouldn't call women bitches and like they're like very much like it's Europe. And it's like, bro, America is the most progressive country on earth, okay? Get the fuck out of here, all right? What about Sweden and blah, blah, blah? Listen, you can't call yourself progressive if you have 98% white people, okay? America is the most progressive country on the planet, bar none. Nobody else even comes close, okay? Nobody else even comes close, all right?
It's pretty high. Like, government frames people all the time. Like, if we've seen anything
what?
Like any of the leaks from... the way that they tried to, fuck with Martin Luther King and people like that.
Bro, how are we jumping? Well, because that was the FBI had informants or shady shit going with Martin Luther King. The country of Romania in 2022, just like in the 50s and 60s when the U.S. government, like...
Yeah, absolutely the government fucks with people. Yeah, it's Romania. Okay, so brothers, what's the probability that the government wants to frame?
Jesus. Yeah, this is something I didn't understand either. Like, when the Romanian authorities said they raided Tate, they raided his place of residence. Pizza's story doesn't really make sense. Tate has his permanent residence in Romania, a huge mansion, and the police have raided it before. That's true. I don't think they struggled to know when he is there. They probably watched some social media and said, oh, he's probably in Romania now, so they can go raid it and arrest him. But, like, I doubt that they have to be, like, fucking, CIA top operatives, the best and the brightest, trying to figure out, like, when he's in town, But have your memes. Hold on, let me watch this. 15 minutes. Your face is a bit overexposed. Oh, it always does this after I fuck your mom. I don't know how to make this stop doing this. So I have to go to camera, properties, configure video, and then there's a color range output, and this always resets every day. It should be set to this. I don't know why it changes so much.
Nah, bro lost to a tree hugger.
Look at some crazy.
Nah, bro has to deal with Eastern European legal system, nah.
Actually, there's no definitive proof.
Shut up, you fucking nerd. Illuminati. Illuminati. Illuminati.
Okay.
All right, Chad. Look, I just woke up to some crazy catastrophic news about Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate. They just got raided and arrested in Romania. Listen, it's over some sexual trafficking.
My girlfriend hates iPhone because of the auto dimming feature. Is that why you refuse, or is it dead? It's just about stupid thumbnail notifications. It's about notifications. If she doesn't like the auto dimmer, if you keep I don't think EA is missing. I think that's true, or I think that's a troll. If you automatically turn the light up over and over again, doesn't the phone over time adapt to your new light settings?
I don't know what to believe. I don't know what's going on. All I know is there was like some Twitter feud with someone named Greta, something like that, Greedy. And something happened where she basically said something like email me or something like that. All right, Chad, look, I just...
Okay.
This new Lamborghini here, but you know what I like more than Lamborghinis? Knowledge, dude. And Webinar Wednesday. Guys, welcome to a segment of the show where we get scammed so you don't have to. In the past, when talking about gurus, I've talked about their marketing. I've done that stuff. I've traditionally strayed away from going into their course, partly because I don't want to spend $2,000. Also partly because it's hard to show that because it's behind a paywall. But I decided I would do it anyways. And we're going to have to find a way to just summarize this for you and try to get the idea to you without actually showing the content. And our first guru is the grandpappy of all gurus, the guy who had the brilliant idea to pretend he knows something on YouTube, get a bunch of poor, broke, desperate people to pay him a lot of money, and then try to leverage that into an actual legitimate business. I think Ty Lopez is now trying to like buy real businesses. We'll see how that goes. But he got his real start with this whole internet marketer thing. I am like this genius guru who knows the secret of health, wealth, and happiness. You guys all know the ad.
Here in my garage, just bought this new Lamborghini here. But you know what I like a lot more than materialistic things?
Knowledge.
But today we're going to be dissecting what happens behind the course, behind the paywall. So, bring down the screen. Always feels like that's going to hit me. Okay, guys, 67 steps to success. This is what he kicked it off with, I believe. You guys are going to have to tell me if I'm wrong there. But we're going to be...
I feel like that Adam guy... Oh, did you guys all watch the show I was on this morning? I feel like the Adam guy is actually kind of based. I feel like he is. I've never met... Especially from that world. I remember when that Adam Sosnick guy, when he first invited me to go on a show, I looked and it was like... Finance guru online, and I'm like, oh joy, I get to listen to some fucking dipshit talk about fucking cryptocurrency and how that's the future for like 2 hours, and then we can scream at each other on it, and I'm gonna want to kill myself. I don't remember if I did this on stream or off stream, but I was looking through like some of his Instagram like financial advice, and everything was solid. It was like, oh, like all of the advice is like real. He didn't say anything crazy or dumb. Like all of it seemed like pretty solid. I was like, oh, cool. And then today with the home learning person on the right. I was like, oh, cool. Another panel where I'm going to be fighting 1v3 to try to convince people that a college degree isn't the most horrible fucking thing to get in the entire world, because college degrees are like fucking demonized by all these people. Yeah, but I was shocked that he was like the college simp on that panel. And I was like, oh, nice. It felt good. That's Kevin Sorbo's wife, Hercules. Who is Kevin Sorbo? I don't know who that is. Kevin Sorbo. Oh, that's where the Hercules joke came from. Oh. Makes sense.
Going through a few things, okay, when reviewing this. We're going to talk about the price. We're going to talk about what I like, what I don't like. Should you buy this course? The full review, all that stuff. Now, to start with the price, $67 is what I found it for, with a $67 renewal if you don't cancel. I think that's probably pretty mid-range to low range. I think that's like sort of more of a tripwire product, where it's trying to get you in the Ty Lopez funnel system. And indeed, a lot during the course, you're hearing him talk about the upsells. If you're part of this closing group, if you're part of this mastermind, you should buy, you know, this upsell. And he always says, oh, I don't actually want the money. No, I don't want the money, guys. I do it for you, so you pay attention. You're not going to pay attention unless you open up that wallet, baby.
True. That's the only reason I have subs, guys. The reason I don't offer value for my subs, but it's not because like I'm lazy and I don't want to have a commitment to people that give me money and allow me to do my job. Of course not. I do it because I know that if you guys subscribe to me, you're more likely to tune into the streams and pay attention to the knowledge that I'm here to drop on you guys, like about how borders never changed after World War II, okay? I know that's why you guys pay the big bucks, so that I can educate you all on everything I say that's 100% factually true, that's never incorrect, okay? So thank you for paying. Keep it up, guys.
So that's the price. Now, onto the course itself. The first thing you should know about this course by Mr. Pez is that it's very, very, very long. It's 50 hours long, which, if you're looking for value, might seem like a good thing.
Okay. If it's a, what did he say, $60, $70 course that was 50 hours long? That seems like the best value, well, in terms of time, like value to fucking time that exists in these worlds. So I feel like, what did Sneeko, not to rag on anyone in particular, but what was he selling his creativity kit for? Was it like $300 or something? Or maybe I'm making that up. I should go and check all this before I say this. Creativity kit, Sneeko. Oh, $50 a month. I guess that's not too bad. Why did I feel like they were big? Maybe I'm just thinking of the Andrew Tate shit, like joining the war room for like $5,000 or dumb shit like that.
But unfortunately, 50 hours does not mean 50 hours of good content. It means 50 hours of Ty Lopez basically bloviating about little anecdotes in his life. I mean, nothing of this felt prepared. It felt like he just had 3 points, and his goal was to hit like a 30-minute marker, or like an hour-long marker. The amount of just kind of like, well, where was I going with this? Is ridiculous. Luckily, I was gonna feel bad and watch the full 50 hours, but Ty Lopez made me feel better. And this might be the only takeaway that I got from his course, was during the speed reading portion. Now, we all know Ty Lopez, he's the king of reading, right? 1 book a day. Well, actually, turns out he doesn't read 1 book a day. He does something he likes to call speed skims a book a day, which might mean reading it for 5.
Sorry, that last sounded really fake. I didn't mean for that to sound as fake. That's kind of funny if you say I read a book a day, but you actually like speed read it, meaning you don't remember fucking any of it.
5 minutes might mean reading it for 10 minutes, 15 minutes. But basically, anything but read it all the way through. And this is his rationale behind it.
You want to get away from stories. Stories are how authors fill up the pages of a book. So, you know.
Yeah, that's exactly what Ty Lopez did in this course.
They're just trying to sell their book. They don't want to sell. Most authors could write a 10-page book with everything they know, the cliff notes, but they don't want to do that because they can't charge you $20 for it.
Yeah, the irony here is palpable, and that's when I realized I'm not going to sit through all of this Ty Lopez justifying a $67 course. Instead, I'll just get like the main high-level points, because really it boils down to, in each lesson, he's got 67 lessons, it comes down to like one thing, or like maybe 1 or 2 ideas. And this is where we come to, I guess, the good thing and the bad thing of the course. Now, what do I like about Ty Lopez?
Wait, real quick. What's this guy's name? Kalkinen. What the fuck does your Vitamilage or whatever, what does your production look like? I feel like I set a lot of this shit up, but it still feels like it's not even close to enough. What does your planet look like at the end of the day for this shit? Jesus Christ. Oh, Canalus. Wait, which one is it? I always mix up the two. No, it's Kalkinen. This guy. No, this was right. This guy.
Lopez, he encourages reading. I'm never going to hate on a guy that encourages reading, baby. It's the best mechanism to self-improvement. It's what I tell you guys to keep doing. I probably don't say it enough. If you have a library card, you don't need any of these idiots, right? What I'm trying to tell you, you can get way deeper ideas. You can improve the quality of your thinking.
What the fuck am I supposed to say? No, I'm just curious. At the end, what did your shit look like? Like, was your production for this stuff like 3 times larger? Because it feels like even with this much, it feels like I'm not... I don't know if I'm putting out enough of this shit. Because the bioscrubbers need so much. To make this fucking vitalic acid stuff, it feels like you need so much. Like, I way over-engineered this section here. Even with all of these producing at full steam, it's like insane. I could probably just build 2 of these fucking chem labs and that'd be enough. Of all the sciences, the bio is cancer. It needs so much of that one thing. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Do you think you can say you've beaten the mod pack if you don't build your own blueprints? I've built every single blueprint I have, except for I stole nuclear power and like the belt balancers. What are you talking about? I built all this shit by hand, motherfucker. What do you think I'm staying up till 6 a.m. doing? I did this whole thing yesterday off stream. I rebuilt my whole fucking... Look at it go. Look at how cute all of these little separators are. Oh my goodness. Anyway.
Clarity of your thinking, all for an incredibly low price. So I like that about him. Hopefully he encourages people to read. Even his book list, I have no problem
Destiny,
with.
can you please say freeway selling free young boy? Nah.
Do you math out the ratios by hand? Fuck no. I just make shit, and when it looks like it's filling it up, I think good job. So like technically, I don't think these... oh wait, are these working out pretty right? Oh no, I'm probably I'm over mining this stuff. Like, I might be able to duplicate this part of the factory and have it fed by these same lines. Should I just do that? I could just copy paste all of this, and then I could divide each of these by 2 and just like do a really easy double. No, actually, no, because sometimes when these finish, these need a lot of... No, actually, maybe I should. But you won't be mining enough to feed the duplicated part? No, I will be. I'm already over mining. Look, these belts are like barely moving. Check your production graph to find your bottleneck. I don't even know what that means. I mean, I can see what the bottleneck is, right? Like, I need to make more of this flower shit. Or no, there's not technically that much of a bottleneck here at all. I just need to, I just need more. Oof, I'm gonna drain on this.
Book list is pretty good. I've read a lot of the books on there, and I would wholeheartedly endorse a lot of them. Now, what do I not like? Well, this whole course... And this would be sort of, this is getting into like the really rating part of it.
Oh, P.
The whole course is reheated
Andrew
self-help.
Tate arrested for human trafficking 1 hour ago.
Really? Wait, no shot. Who donated that? Is that true? Wait, was Andrew Tate arrested for human trafficking? Oh my God. For real, for real?
Lopez speed read the Barnes & Noble self-help section and put it into 50 hours of content, okay? 50 hours of him just telling little stories about Grandpa Joel Salatin or whatever, which, by the way, is this man a farmer or isn't he? I recently saw a video where he's approaching a horse from behind.
How did I not know this?
But we're supposed to believe he's a farmer because he's got a hat on. Like, I'm not even a farmer, and even I know that. Look, can I be a farmer too now that I put a straw hat on? This is ridiculous. But anyways, that's the big...
Wait, do horses really kick that much? I learned how to, for some reason, I learned how to ride horses when I was like 10. I feel like I mean, if you clean their hooves, you're not supposed to stand right behind them. But I don't think horses are like automatically always kicking, such that like you can never be behind them or they'll kill you. But I don't know. Maybe it's like different breeds of horses do different things or whatever. Yeah, you can't spook them from behind. Obviously, that'd be fucking stupid.
Biggest problem is that if you've read self-help, if you've cracked open 3, 4, 5 books from the self-help section, you already know all this stuff and you have it from the source material, where people have spent years crafting together like the amalgamation of decades of experience, right, into 1 or 2 really crystallized ideas. Or you can have a guy who read it for 15 minutes at the breakfast table regurgitate it to you over an hour. I mean, I think the difference is clear, and this is like
Have I really used
where the value
all of these?
proposition becomes kind of weak, is that really he's just regurgitating ideas all the while saying that you should read. But if you read, then the value of Tai Lopez's course basically goes to 0. And if you just listen to summaries, then you're kind of doing what Tai Lopez is saying not to do, which is to be a dilettante. Another incredibly ironic part of this course is he talks a lot about how you need to drink deeply from the well of knowledge. But Tai Lopez seems very interested in not drinking deeply from the well of knowledge instead of drinking very widely from the well of knowledge. I don't know.
Don't become a dilettante. And now the next thing I want to talk about is listening to dilettantes. See, dilettantes are usually the loudest.
Oh, by the way, if you guys don't know, dilettante is a fancy way of saying amateur, someone who's just just skimmed the surface. And Tai Lopez's literal approach to reading is speed skimming. So his message is don't listen to dilettantes, don't be a dilettante, which I agree a lot with, but the problem is that Tai Lopez is a dilettante telling you not to listen to dilettantes.
Ooh.
Once again, I don't know how you get away from the irony here. I would also say here, as an aside on the reading proposition, is that this idea, he calls it strip mining, like you're mining for gold. You only want the gold, only look for the gold in the book. And as soon as you get it, you like put the book down. You don't care about that book anymore. I think it applies to like a certain class of business book, but honestly, most self-help isn't about getting as many ideas into your head as possible, which I think is what he does. He like conflates just reading a lot of ideas.
Wait, how the fuck did Tai Lopez even become wealthy? What is his claim to fame? What did he even do?
With being really smart. But in actuality, it's internalizing those ideas and applying them to your life that is the only thing that matters. Which is why a lot of people can watch hundreds of high-class performers share their biggest ideas, and they never become a high-class performer themselves.
Real estate?
It's because you can take in ideas without actually getting out of it what they're actually saying. You're not actually internalizing the ideas, and I think strip mining is the absolute way to
Viral
make this
YouTube ad
mistake,
8 years ago.
is by not really spending time in the idea, like literally just like, oh my gosh, what's this? This is what his idea of speed skimming is. It's like, oh, look through the book. Oh, got that book. It's gone. That's the idea. It's a little dumb. I think there's a time for reading broadly, but eventually, if I'm getting actually what he's saying, like you should actually read deeply, then that's not how you do it. So felt a little confused there. Now, if you find any of this ironic, you're not the only one. And I think the best way I can explain it is that you could actually learn a lot from Tai Lopez, I'm not joking, by watching what he does, not what he tells you to do. So I think if you watch his original ad, you know, here in my garage, you could learn an amazing amount about sales and marketing from that, right? From that. If you actually read like Tai Lopez reads, because even though he obviously skims a lot of books, he is well read, I think you'd be fine. I think you'd do well. I think the problem is that what Tai Lopez does and what he says to do are two different things, which leads to a very interesting thing when you're watching him tell you his life advice. Because you're kind of like, oh wait, didn't you do that to us? Oh wait, aren't you using these tricks on us? Like take for example his part where he's saying don't be the sucker in the room, while talking to a bunch of people who bought some reheated set of ideas that were from a bunch of people that they should have just read instead of watched Tai Lopez's course.
What, beyond you just consciously going, I'm not going to be the sucker in the room, right? You make that conscious decision. It doesn't mean you won't be the sucker.
Like, I can't explain to you how funny this is to me that he's saying this, but okay, let's keep going.
Conscious changes are, well, like Freud said, the mind is like a iceberg. 90% of it is below the water in your subconscious. So, the Lollapalooza effect. Now, I talked
He's really jumping around here. What he's quoting now is a Charlie Munger thing. Lollapalooza effect. Basically, it's the idea that cognitive biases stack on top of each other to produce a much greater result. Small biases can stack on top of each other. And he's going to basically say, don't do it. Don't avoid Lollapalooza effect moments, okay?
Talk about this a lot in the ultimate closing system sales, greenbelt stuff. And you might not be in that. If you're in an entrepreneur,
another
you
upsell.
definitely should check that out because it's the best thing. You always lose at an auction. Think of what happens to you. You walk into an auction, there's a person on stage. Stat is the authority bias. So automatically, even subconsciously, they are perceived by your subconscious as an authority because they're literally physically above you. Then they're doing things like going once, going twice. They're creating scarcity and urgency. Like, ooh, if I don't buy this right now, I'm gonna lose it. Even though it's something you've lived your whole life perfectly well with, perfectly well before you even heard of it. Still an influence on you. All these things added together create what Charlie Munger has coined the Lollapalooza effect. And the Lollapalooza effect is a force too powerful, a coalescing of multiple biases all at once. And that is why they say they don't even put themselves in that situation. It's not something you can build up willpower around.
Okay, so all of that to say, he's saying, look, don't get around things that prey on multiple of your cognitive biases because you don't have enough willpower to withstand it. It's just you're going to lose every time. This is what a webinar is, guys. This is what Tai Lopez's ads do.
Ooh.
Is their Lollapalooza Wonderland. It's scarcity. It's appeal to social proof. It's like, look at all the testimonials. It's all of these things. Oh, it's pre-recorded live webinar, guys. This is all for you. I did this just for you. They're professional marketers. That's what they do. And so Tai Lopez, in a class that you got sold to with the Lollapalooza effect, is saying, don't fall for this effect. So again, we're left thinking, okay, Tai, what is this? It's like a course for suckers, how not to get suckered. And the first lesson is, well, you've already been suckered, so you're a sucker. It's like bizarre to watch this and watch.
Dude, I started actually trolling that Adam dude this morning about the home learning shit. I should have just kept it up for like 30 minutes to see if I could have made him like scream at me. I couldn't tell if he was getting triggered or not.
Say like, oh yeah, you should try to avoid these situations if possible. Tai Lopez's webinars and all these marketers' webinars are the thing that he's talking about. And not only that, he's also simultaneously saying that you're the sucker in the room. So yeah, that's how I felt this whole entire course. Rich with like sort of irony. And though he had some good ideas that like I agree with and I've internalized myself, they're all from books, right? They're all from books that most people, if you just go through the basic reading.
What the fuck was with their definition of trolling? I mean, like everybody, trolling today basically just means like having a laugh at somebody. That's what trolling means, and it's become. It's kind of like it's totally divorced from the early internet. Like trolling in the early internet was usually, it was like, I'm doing something that I know is stupid and you know it's stupid, but these people don't, and that's why it's funny. That's like what trolling means. But now people just use trolling to stand for anything that's like satirical or humorous. It's like, oh, you're trolling. You said something to that guy, now you trolled him or whatever. It's like, but I mean, again, it's like changing language, right?
List of a self-help section you're going to learn, or the basics of a business book section you're going to learn. And this guy's basically projecting himself to be the authority on all these topics despite reading.
I wanted to call, that woman spoke so much, so I couldn't get many words in edgewise, but I really wanted to push that woman. I used the early Borat as an example of trolling. Borat was funny, not because we genuinely believed in anything he was saying, but just because we knew that he was being ridiculous, so it was funny to laugh at the ridiculousness of him, right? While other people were taking him seriously. That's a troll. And then the lady disagreed, she's like, no. People laughed at the early Borat because they agreed with him. And I'm like, the one that was walking on the street saying death to the Jews? Like, wait, what do you mean? Because they agreed with him? No, that's not why the first Borat was funny. It was funny because he was a ridiculous fucking troll. What are you talking about? What? Yeah, that was wild. I don't know why when she started going off on that, I was like, what? But I didn't even have a chance to push her on that.
Very broadly on all of them. And then he says, don't listen to dilettantes. So, I don't know. Take from that what you will. All in all, rating. Let's get to a rating. I think you guys get the picture. I would go ahead and give this, out of 5 stars, a 1.5. I would say, you know, the marketing was overhyped. If you thought this was going to lead to a good life really quick, obviously it does not. So it doesn't fulfill its side of the marketing. It's just a bunch of like common sense frameworks that most people would know. I think the person who should buy this, though, I'm going to give you someone who should buy this. If you like Tai Lopez and you realize the marketing's misleading and you've never read the self-help section before and you want a broad swath of it, regurgitated through some long-winded rants, right? Maybe you have a lot of listening you need to be doing and you can't stand the voice of anyone but Tai Lopez. This might be a good course for you, you know? If you want to avoid the source material and just listen to Tai Lopez, this may be a good course for you. But for the rest of you, yeah, I would say save your money, get a library card, and be well. I think that's going to about do it. Thanks for coming to this episode of Webinar Wednesday. Tell me if you liked it. Tell me if you hated it. Tell me if you want to see more. Who do you want to see next week on Webinar Wednesday, where we get scammed so you don't have to? Let me know in the comments below. And as always, I'll see you tomorrow.
Wow.
Hi, welcome to another episode of Cold Fusion.
And that's why I called him Andrew Tate, the human trafficker. He sent me cease and desist threatening to sue for it. Technically, he's just been arrested. He hasn't been convicted yet. Nobody really cares. Nobody cares about anything. That's the true blackmail is nobody cares about anything. We're finding that out. The subreddit is discovering that today as they're all having intense small dick discourse. It's heated in there today, guys. Oh, fuck me. I should have run more fucking landfill. How fucking stupid am I? Do I think that Tate did it? I don't know. Wait for the trial. You don't actually need to have an opinion on shit that you don't know about. You could just wait. That is okay. Yeah, I don't even know if he's been charged with a fucking crime yet. Bro, what is going on up here? Oh, this is still not enough. Bro, if you're playing space exploration, however much oil you need, it's never enough, ever. It's never enough. I thought about redesigning all of my space shit, or all of my rocket launches and automating them and putting them in space, because launching from orbit is way less gas. But the only problem then is that you're paying upkeep on the space elevator, and I don't know if it's worth using all of your exotic materials to pay upkeep just to save on fuel, right? I don't think it's worth it, because you're running so many materials back and forth. Using coal liquefaction? Yeah, I am a little bit, but I have, I don't really think I'm mining that much coal. Oh no, I am. I've got like a little bit of, or is it liquefaction? Oh, no, it's liquefaction. Yeah, I'm using it, just not that much. But I mean, like, if I'm running like this much shit at like max capacity. Although I don't know why it stops working up here sometimes. What's going on with this? Like these pipes are getting clogged sometimes. I don't know how. 100. Oh, I've got some autistic shit set up. This is fucked. What's going on here? This is pumping when heavy oil is over 10K, light oil is less than 10K. Less than 10K. This. Oh, no, wait. Everything's working fine. Oh, no, never mind. Wait, no. It's not working fine. Oh, no, it is working fine. Oh, yeah. No. Oh, good job. No, I know what I'm doing. Okay, here we go. I ended up moving the majority of my stuff in an opposite orbit to save on the launching cost and shipping plus the fuel back. Then use space elevator to bring power plus anything up. Yeah, I don't know if I want to like be spending that many resources.
Just explain how your views changed in relation to Red Pill content. You seem to no longer believe men and women contributing to it, and that only men do.
What are you talking? Why can't I do anything? Every time I talk about anything, you guys just like take the exact opposite. I feel like I live in 20-second sound bites. I blame men and women completely for all sides of like dating shit. I think, didn't I literally have a conversation like 2 or 3 days ago where I'm like, oh yeah, you know, toxic dating standards and patriarchal shit is contributed by men and women. Everybody does it. I feel like I'm always getting clipped like on 20-second things. It's insane. I don't know how to live in like a 20-second world. Didn't you say this? Yeah, but I also said this, and this. Okay, but didn't you say that? That's not really responsible messaging. What do you mean? Bro, I say the exact opposite like 55% of the time. What the fuck? Came from work. Oh, Jesus. Christ. Hold on. Legendary Gogeta.
Yo. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's up?
No, wait, hold on. Let me mute you on the TV.
Yahweh, dude. Yahweh! Haha, get it like God.
What's up?
What up, dude?
All right. I've been meaning to find a way to talk to you because
on the breaking
your community
news,
was like,
my language has a
on
saying.
Discord, they're like, don't join the Destiny subreddit, or I'm not, no, the Discord chat. Because
You're my dog, Tiny.
Whatever. There's a few things I want to talk to you about. Let's start with damn. All right, give me like 2 minutes.
Okay, let's think about this. My language has a saying, talking is silver, shutting the fuck up is gold. Now drop some knowledge on me. I need it for my thesis. Greetings from EU. Thank you. Okay, sorry. Okay. I had to read that. Don't ask. Okay, go. What do you, wait, haven't we spoken before? I feel like I recognize your name.
No.
Oh,
No.
Okay. Damn.
But, yeah.
What do you think is stronger, Gogeta or Vegito?
Can you repeat that? Wait.
Who's stronger, Gogeta or Vegito? Which one's stronger?
From what I understand, it's
I didn't ask from
Vegito.
where you understand it. I'm asking for an answer. What's the correct answer?
I like Gogeta.
Okay. Pretty cringe, but okay. Okay. What do you what are your questions?
Okay. So, do you ever plan to cover anything of the Amaranth situation with the husband?
Or is that anything like ever to cover? There was we got that one-sided phone call one day, and then everything went back to normal.
Yeah, I know that's the suspicious part because like
yeah,
I've never seen any of her content.
But I got like super
I've never
fucking...
seen any of her content, but I started streaming on Twitch a little bit, and then because she always comes up on the top list for people you should go watch.
Mm-hmm.
So it was very suspicious that like she went back to doing exactly what she was doing, but like I'm guessing the only thing that's different is that she got rid of her husband, or like
nope, they're still together. Literally nothing changed.
You think so? Or like
no,
I mean,
she said it publicly. She says she's still with her husband. They said they're still with their husband.
No way. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I did not know that, and I was trying to figure that part out. But yeah, everything went back to being the exact same thing. So
pretty wild,
I don't know what that was about. Yeah. So I think you were right. I think you said that she was basically clickbaiting so she could get more views. I don't know if it was planned though.
I mean, like, let me be clear. Like, I'm sure the relationship is probably at least a little abusive. because the guy sounded like unhinged as fuck over the phone. But I don't think it was as one-sided as she made it sound. They're both probably a little crazy. That'd be my guess, but I'm like reading a lot into that. But anytime I only get a one-sided phone call trying to convince me of some shit, I'm always going to be like super hesitant to just like take that at face value. But there are a lot of other things that made it exceptional, what she was saying too. And exceptional claims usually require exceptional evidence, and she provided no evidence. So, and then she fired the guy. I think she fired the guy that revealed what happened. The guy, she had like an assistant that recorded outside of a hotel room, like her husband and her screaming at each other or something. She fired that dude. So like, yeah, I don't know. It just seemed like everything is, yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess that went back to normal. So, I did kind of like because I started watching you after Fresh and Fit. So that's kind of where I kind of found some of your content firsthand, and then I love watching you stream because it's good for like something in the background, so I can always like be listening to your conversation or people that come onto your stream. But I watched some of your older videos just to kind of get a sense of you, and there was a I forgot his name, Pokemon and some dude that she was dating.
Fedmeister. She wasn't dating him, but yeah.
Well, yeah, but when we were reading I saw your video, how you were covering it, and I think she was being like very manipulative.
It looked like it initially, but she wasn't. Fed was being super manipulative. I just fucked up.
You think? Well, I mean, you probably know, but
well,
yeah,
if you should watch any of the follow-up videos I do. But basically, the issue
I did. I follow. I try to
Oh.
find any video related to like what she responded, and then she kind of gave a PR kind of answer and everything.
I don't think it was PR at all. I think there were initially text messages that looked really bad from her to Fed, where she was like shit-talking another streamer. And I was like, wow, that's really rude. She's like stringing Fed along like by throwing other women under the bus. But then when she released all the text, you saw that, oh no, Fed had actually shit-talked that streamer to Pokey first. And she was just like mirroring what he was saying. Like that significantly reshaded those conversations when I saw the conversations prior to what Fed had initially shown. So... Her first response video was like pretty shitty, but when she gave me a bunch of stuff and then she did another thing and I looked over it all, like it was Fed was being pretty fucky.
So do you think he was just basically kind of like obsessed over her and he was just trying to manipulate people around them to kind of like get to her?
I think
he's probably
he's probably a little bit of a fuckboy, yeah. And I think that wasn't this after he'd already basically gotten burned out of all of OTK?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he was probably also just trying to like hold on to some shit too, and maybe like trying to burn Pokey would be like a way to kind of do that. That'd be my guess.
Okay. Okay, let's see what else we can talk about.
Also, some of Fed's like fucking video was fucking hilarious that he put out when he was like, "Did you guys know that like sharing nudes that a girl has sent you, even if she sent you those nudes, that's bad? Like, yeah, guys, like click the links below to learn some crazy." I'm like, bro, what the fuck? Yeah, I don't know. I thought it was funny.
Yeah, that was a little cringe. I got a question. So, in terms of Fresh and Fit, right? I think a lot of their content is for people that are not self-aware of a lot of things, and I agree with what you and Abba have talked before about, where it's kind of like you need to grow up out of it. Basically, it's kind of like, hey, they'll kind of open your eyes to some extent if you don't know, if you're not self-aware, but eventually that's just to get a perspective. But then after that, you gotta self-improve yourself to grow out of that mentality, to self-improve. How do I say this? To actually approach women and not be scared of them, because I think you're right that a lot of men are just too afraid to even talk to women, and being aware of things is good, but once you're aware of things, you can't just kind of blame women for all that stuff. You have to kind of like take self-responsibility, and you have to figure your shit out, so then you can go out there and deal with women, deal with people in general too, but just focusing on the relationship part.
Okay. Maybe, yeah. Anything else?
Not right now, but we should talk soon.
Okay. Well, hey, I love you. Be careful. Stay safe, buddy.
Appreciate it.
Bye. Can you go through this comment on Amaranth? Is there any truth to it, or is it all BS? 3 days ago. Out of the loop. Oh, Jesus. All right, hold on. Am I doing the PWF thing today? What is PW? Playing with fire? Oh, no, I don't have anything planned with him right now. Answer. So this is the rumor. Amaranth was keeping her husband a secret. Someone in her circle was threatening to expose it, which would cause a huge drop in her donations. She and her husband decided to run with the divorce storyline with the abuse part added on top to get extra charity donations while clearing the blackmail. Think if he was as abusive in text as he was made out to be, why was none of her streaming equipment locked up? Typical abusive relationships have the men controlling goods with an iron fist. Also, why was he never shown on the stream so much as yelling at her? Any other streamer relationship breakup, you see this. On top of it all, there are no police records of her filing any complaint or restraining order. Even if a victim of domestic abuse has no proof, it is recommended to file something with the police in case it does happen. From all accounts, the husband Nick is a really chill and nice guy and was just eating chips on the couch while coming up with these plot lines like wife beater, crypto junkie, dog abuser, basically just pulling all the Reddit stereotypes possible. With the size of her following, she could easily get the guy publicly humiliated and have his life ruined. He'd be in a situation like Johnny Depp, but with no positives. Yet there was almost nothing that was produced that could get the guy shamed in real life. Still, you can go by Amaranth's word that it is real. The other thing is that people in abusive relationships tend to stay even after altercations. It's quite possible he said he's sorry, he'll change and he's back. Another interesting bit as to why you don't see viewers being more suspicious of prying. When viewers found out the husband was Asian, they were baffled that she would date an Asian guy, and a ton of racist comments were made questioning why. So now that same line of thinking prevents them considering the possibility it's all a ruse. Jesus Christ. I mean, it could be possible, but again, exceptional claims need some kind of evidence. But, yeah, what a wild ride. Destiny 100% is on Adderall, dude. What the fuck? I don't even blame you for saying that, actually. After I used to get really ticked off when Zerka would say that all the time. But when I found out how many fucking streamers use Adderall, it's actually insane. It's actually wild. What the fuck? Imagine doing drugs to stream.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. If you're new here, I'm Courtney Ryan, and today we're playing a little game with a group of girls called Would You Rather. So what I do, I give them guy number 1 and guy number 2, and each guy comes with some baggage or some things going on, and they have to choose which guy that they would rather date. So no more to say, let's get into it and see which guy the girls pick.
Okay, Courtney, you got a big channel, okay? You're making some decent money here. I'm gonna need you to pay for another song in the background. God damn.
Guy number 1 who makes $200K.
Have you tried Adderall, and is the difference as big as they say? I've tried Adderall for real one time, but for me it felt like getting high. I might have done too much, but it was a very good feeling. It was super chill. It was super awesome. It was an amazing time. However, I don't know if I've heard people say that like the euphoric feeling of doing Adderall will wear off over time. So yeah, I don't know. Did you feel restless as fuck? No, I felt amazing. But I don't know if I felt amazing because I was calm or because I was really high. But I did, mine was 35 milligrams of the Adderall XR, and it was the chillest fucking day I've ever had in my life. I was chill at lunch, I was chill at dinner, I was chill around people chatting. It was just super fucking chill. But it was also like, I felt like pretty high. But like I said, I think people said that feeling of like being high or euphoric, that goes away after like a week on Adderall, that you don't like, you don't get that feeling anymore. But I've also heard that for people with like, I've heard that for people with ADHD brains, that like Adderall will have more of a chilling effect because it's bringing your dopamine up to normal levels. So if you don't have ADHD and you do Adderall, I think it just makes you like, I think you just get a ton of energy and you're like bouncing off the walls, like restless and shit. I've heard that. I don't know if that's true or not, but I've read that in a few places, but.
Okay, but he struggles with infidelity and will have 1 to 2 affairs during your life together.
Guy 1 who makes 200K, but he struggles with infidelity and will have 1 to 2 affairs during your life together. Or 2, guy who makes 40K and is loyal. Bro, that's 1 to 2 affairs for 200K? That's a huge difference. The 200K's gotta be the winner there, right? 200K? versus 40 for 1 to 2 affairs?
Or guy number 2 who makes 40K and is loyal.
I'll do guy number 2.
That's cap. We're capping hard here.
Number 1.
Yeah.
Sounds so bad.
The 40K and is loyal, obviously. Well, for me, obviously.
Ooh, that's an easy one. I guess I'll say the guy number 2 because I couldn't deal with infidelity no matter how much money you make.
Loyal. I would choose $40,000 and loyal.
Okay. Yes. Loyalty and
Stop the cap.
Okay.
Definitely the guy who makes 40K and is loyal. Loyalty is super important, and
I could believe if a woman was like the between like 80K and 40K and was like super loyal. I could definitely see 40K. I don't know if these people work or if they don't know the difference in money, but 200K versus 40K. Stop. Hold on. Another stop the cap. 200K is not that insane in the United States. Dog, $15,000 a month in income, $10,000 a month in post-tax income in fucking California even. That would be a high tax bracket. Bro. Destiny, you're not monogamous, bro. It's not about being monogamous. That's a huge difference in money, my fam. My fam, there's a huge difference.
40K is not that bad, so.
Next one here is guy number 1 who is 50 pounds overweight and makes 120K. Or guy number 2 who is fit, nice arms, 6-pack, great endurance, and makes 35K.
Ooh. The problem I'm having is that like I'm reading so much more into this than just what's on the prompt. Because like, let's say that like guy number 1 is like a funny, charismatic dude. He's confident, he's chill, but he's 50 pounds overweight. Then for sure number 1, right? And let's say guy number 2 is like a douchebag. He works out, but he's like a fucking, I don't know what job makes 35K. He's doing like some service job. He's like an asshole, but like it looks nice. Oh, whatever. But like, what if guy number 1 is like a timid, introverted, like fat tech worker, and guy number 2 is like he does like a lower trade or whatever, but he's fit, he's fun, he's like cool. I feel like there's like so much more that you can read into either of these. I guess the way that you're supposed to read it is supposed to be like if all else is equal, right? If all else is equal. If all else is equal, I feel like number 1, again, the money differences are so huge. 120K to 35K, Jesus. Destiny, LOL, didn't your relationships fail because of this, but you make even more money? Wait, what?
Oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Guy number 1.
I'll take the first guy.
Yeah, 35K, that's like McDonald's. So I'll go with number 1.
35K is McDonald's? Wait, how much are they paying at McDonald's these days? If you're making 15 an hour, 40 hours a week, you're not getting scheduled that, times 52 weeks a year. Is anybody making 30K a year off of McDonald's? Are you really doing that? That sounds really high to me. Yo, real talk. Hold on. Also, real quick. Now I don't know if this is true anymore. But this used to be, I remember I watched Shkreli do this, and I could instantly tell that he'd never worked like service before. And I want to be clear, maybe things have changed, okay? But whenever people would say like, oh, like, let's see how much you would make working at Starbucks or Burger King, the easiest way to tell that they never worked those jobs before is because they go, okay, well, your hourly wage is $9 an hour times, we'll say 40 hours a week. And it's like, motherfucker, where are you working that they'll ever schedule you more than fucking 20 hours a week at any of the service jobs? There's a reason why people work 2 or 3 jobs. And a lot of people, like a lot of like white, progressive, like upper class people like cry like, oh, she has 3 jobs, blah, 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 blah. It's not like you have 3 jobs and you're working 120 hours a week. It's that you have 3 jobs and one job will schedule you to work like fucking 6 to 10 on a Thursday and then like fucking like 9 a.m. to noon on Saturday. That's one fucking job, okay? They schedule you 7 hours a fucking week. Some weeks. And then then like the other job will schedule you like Monday through Thursday, and you'll be working like 2 to 8, and it's like, okay, 6-hour shifts, kind of dog shit because a 6-hour shift is bullshit, but okay, whatever. And then maybe you'll work like some mornings, like 8 to noon at some other, right? That's like your fucking part-time bullshit ass work. You're never getting scheduled 40 hours a week anywhere you go. That's like the dream. Or 32, higher than 32, I think most places will start paying full-time. I don't know if that's changed. Maybe they've like changed the way that works now, but I always remember that was like the shitty thing of working service before, is that like nobody would schedule you for like more than 30 hours a week. You would always get fucked that way. But maybe that's changed now. I don't know. Was it like that at the casino for you? Fuck no. My casino job was a real job. Thank God. I got scheduled. I was working 60 plus hours a week at the casino. That's why I ended up quitting school. Something like Aldi guarantees 30 minimum. If you're part-time, you're fucked. The Wild West, yeah. But that was back in the day. That was back in the day when I'm talking part-time work. Nobody would hire. There's no such thing as like a full-time McDonald's employee, unless you're like a supervisor or manager. But like front of house, well, I guess McDonald's, you're all front of house. What would they call them at McDonald's? Just like whatever your cashiers and your cooks, like those people are all part-time. Nobody would get hired as a full-time worker there. But again, maybe that's changed. Maybe that's changed. One week I worked more than 40 hours and they kicked me out of my shift because I was getting overtime. Oh, if you're getting overtime on a service job, your supervisor's gonna get his ass chewed out. That should never be happening, right? Yeah. They will kick you off of that clock so fucking fast if they think you're reaching. But usually you never even get scheduled close to 40 hours, so you don't have to worry about it. That just in my personal experience. Let me qualify that again, because I already know some fucking retard is like, evidence that Dusty hasn't worked in a long time. In my neighborhood, every single McDonald's and Burger King actually schedules you for 38 hours and blah, blah, blah. Okay, this is just my limited experience from fucking 20 years ago, okay? Maybe things have changed, all right?
The fit one.
Okay.
I make enough money to support us both.
Gee, damn! Look at this girl. And you make enough money to support it. That's like the danger hair. A little bit. I think this is like red flag hair. I fuck with it, but I know she's gonna probably try to poison me.
Fit one.
Okay.
Fuck, and she has a lot of makeup on. Girls, you don't need that much. You'll be okay, all right?
I make enough money to support us both.
Okay. I'll say guy number one. We can go to the gym together and work it out.
What if he didn't want to lose any weight? Would you still choose that one?
I guess so, yeah.
Okay.
That's like hard because like I don't really value money or like, well, I guess I value health. So like, I mean, if he's overweight, he can always change him. So I guess I would say the fit guy.
Okay.
Because I care about health, like physical health, because I think it.
Yeah, the problem is that like between fit and fat, even if you say all else equal, it implies a lot more about the people, right? Like a fit guy sounds like he would just be more fun to go out and do things with, and he'd be like a better, happier person. Like it just seems like it'd be better in every way to be around like that. I know it's saying all else equal, but it's hard to feel that in your mind, I think.
It's just like your well-being.
Yeah, I guess that one.
I think being fit is important. So I want a guy who takes care of his health. 50 pounds overweight is really not that bad.
It's so American.
If, like,
it's so American.
I have a more active
Fuck me.
lifestyle, so I wouldn't mind helping him be more active. 50 pounds not that bad, so probably the 50 pounds overweight
50
guy.
pounds. What if he didn't change though? What if he stayed 50 pounds overweight? And he
I don't
couldn't
mind.
change?
I don't mind a little.
Okay, a little bigger guy.
Yeah.
All right. Guy number one who is a 3 and has a boat and a second home that's an oceanfront condo. Or guy number 2 who is an 8 but lives at home with his parents.
Damn, what are the ages here? Guy who is a 3? That sounds hideous.
Probably the first one.
Okay.
Just because he's doing better in his life.
Okay.
I'm not really one for appearances. Like, I care about physical health, but like, other.
A 3 though? A 3?
Other than just like being like healthy. I mean, you don't have to be like super like fit or attractive, just as long as like you're taking care of yourself. But he's obviously taking care of himself in other areas of his life. So.
Oh, that's a good one. Probably the 8 who lives at home with his parents, especially in times like these. If he's saving his money.
Who was some guy in viewer call-ins like a day ago said that he had a tip for people in chat that if you live at home with your parents, he said that all you have to do is tell girls like, oh yeah, I moved back in because of COVID or some shit, and apparently that excuse works with chicks, which is kind of funny, but it's true.
I don't see why. I mean, obviously it would be better if.
Wait, this must be a joke, right? Women only like going out and doing things because they're whores and want other men to lust after their status. Literally, there's something special about going out and materially. Everything you can do, you can go out for. You can get better shit by buying it and bringing it the fuck home. That's got to be a troll, right?
The guy had his own place. A boat would be nice too, though. But I'd go with the guy who's an 8 and lives at home with his parents.
Guy number 1.
All right. She's honest.
Yeah.
At home with parents, that's tough because you don't know what somebody's going through, but I'll stick with the 3 and I'll come back.
That's hard. Depends on circumstance.
Okay, so that would change things for you.
I mean, it would, only if, like, because, like, do they just not have motivation? Or is it more so... See, that's hard. I would do the 3.
The 3, okay.
Yes. Ooh, that's tricky. I'd say the second guy.
Okay.
Because that doesn't have to be forever.
Right. And how old are you?
I'm 28.
28. So is there an age where living at home with the parents would be a deal breaker for you?
I'd say, you know, life happens and, you know, if you need help, you need help. But typically, by the time you're 30, maybe it's time to get on out of there.
All right.
Ooh.
I'll say guy number 2. There's still time to move out. I feel like we're still young, so I understand that.
Okay, and how old are you?
21.
Okay, so would you say there's an age where living at home with his parents would not be, or would be a deal breaker for you?
I feel like around age of like 25, 26, that's like a relative age where I feel like a lot of people...
I don't know for Courtney. I don't know if I like the decision for her to have her own microphone and to not pan it off to the side at all. I'm not sure how I feel about the presentation because I feel this weird thing where when I'm watching this might just be me, but when I'm watching it, it feels like Courtney is like a voice inside their head and then they're like responding to the person talking in their head. I don't know if I agree with that style of presentation. It just feels a little strange watching it sometimes.
People are getting their lives together, so if you're still living with your parents, that might be a bit of an issue.
Okay, so if that was the case, then would you choose guy number 1?
Like, I feel like she's like the voice speaking in their head and they're like responding back to the camera, to the schizo voice in their head.
I would choose guy number 2.
Still?
Oh, who is guy number 1 again?
The 3 that has the boat in the second home in Miami. And then guy number 2 is an 8, but he lives at home with his parents.
I'll say guy number 1.
Okay. If the guy was like 26.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, guy number 1 who is 5'4", 5'4", and makes $250K a year, or guy number 2 who is 6'2" and makes $70K a year.
Damn. 5'4". Man, she's really just fucking going to the extremes. 6'2", that's a good man-size height, and $70K a year is a good wage. I'm saying number 2 on this. I think most people would go for 2.
Well, I'm 5'10", so 5'4" is a little too short for me.
sure.
I mean, if you're 5'4" and you're super confident, that's really sexy. But 5'4" is, like I said, I'm 5'10", so 5'4" is a little too short for me. I'd prefer a taller guy, especially when I wear heels. I like wearing heels.
So you're choosing guy number 2?
Yes, guy number 2.
You know, a lot of girls, they're short and they still have these crazy height expectations. But when you're 5'10", it's like, can you really be mad?
Right. There's really not that many people.
Right.
There's
There's not a lot of girls who are 5'10". Like, if anyone's gonna be picky, I feel like it should be you. Would you date a guy who's shorter than you though?
As long as he's super confident, like I said, I'm gonna wear heels. So if you're confident, and I really like confidence, if you can rock it and you're not insecure about it, then heck yeah.
Perfect. All right.
5'4", 200,000.
250.
Oh, 250.
Or 6'2" and make 70.
We might go for the 6'2" guy.
6'2". How tall are you?
I'm 5'1".
Okay. So even though the 5'4" guy is still taller than you, you would still choose the 6'2" making less money.
Yeah.
Probably number 2. 6'2" guy?
Yeah.
How tall are you?
5'6".
Okay. So would your answer change if the 5...
This is one of the real... Okay. Here's like the level 1 black pill. Okay, are you ready? The level 1 black pill is like the actual black pill content creators online. Okay? And you listen to them and it's like, man, I'm getting black pilled by these online content creators, okay? The level 2 black pill are dealing with pretty women and seeing how differently the world treats them and how oblivious that they are to the world. We're like, oh no, like guys are just nice to me all the time and I don't know why. And it's just, you know, it's just because they like me because of my personality and blah, 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 blah. Like really oblivious girls. That's like the level 2 black pill, okay? Nobody will ever talk about this, okay? But the actual level 3 black pill, this is the shit that will destroy your fucking mind, okay? This is the shit that will destroy your fucking mind, is you can find guys that are like black pilled about themselves that you would kill yourself if you could look even half as good as they do. There are so many guys I've seen that are like tall, handsome, good jawline, relatively lean, like looks really good, like holy shit. And they're like, yeah, like no girl ever talked to me, like I'm blah blah blah. And it's like, bro, are you fucking serious? That is if you ever have the chance to meet some of these guys, these are the ones that will destroy your mind. It's like, bro, you have everything in the world going for you. Are you fucking serious right now that you're gonna pretend like you can't get laid? What the fuck?
5'4" guy was like a little bit taller.
I hear too, and this is like one thing that I've always said too, right? If you're a guy and you're not getting pussy and you think it's because you're short, if you're like 5'7" and above, that's not what's going on. And you're on some stolen valor shit, because guys that are legitimately like 5'5" and below, those are the guys that are actually starting to run into trouble where it's like, fuck. I think my height is becoming like prohibitive in terms of getting girls, because average female height is about 5'4". When you're starting to get into like height where you're like 5'4", 5'5", that's like some tough shit. And when you've got guys that are out here that are like 5'9" and like, oh, I'm just so short, no girl's gonna be like, bro, shut the fuck up. It's because you're a fucking loser, okay? No, you're a 5'8", 5'9" dude. No girl is not fucking you because you're too short. Unless you're running into like the very rare, like I want a super tall guy, or like the 5'11", like volleyball, college basketball player woman or some shit, you know?
If he was your height, would you still choose the 6'2" guy?
I don't know. There's something about like people in my family are tall. I just happen to be the short one, you know. So I typically like taller guys, just like a little bit taller than me.
Okay. So what's the shortest guy that you would date?
I'd say probably like 5'8". It's just something about taller guys that I like.
Okay.
Probably just the taller guy. Again, I don't really care about money, so that's not really like. That's really not a factor in it at all. So I guess taller if I had to pick.
Okay.
Because I'm 5'9", so I'm pretty tall for a girl.
I was gonna ask. I thought you were taller.
Yeah,
Jeez.
I'm 5'9",
Where's she getting all these
so 5'4"
fucking
would be pretty short.
volleyball players at?
Would you date a guy who was shorter than you?
Yeah, I would. I mean, I dated a guy, we were the same height.
Okay.
Like exactly. So I mean, I guess it's not the same.
Did you
thing.
still wear your heels?
I don't wear heels.
No?
No, I hate heels.
Okay, so
like,
it doesn't even matter.
So it doesn't
for
even
you.
matter. But I mean, I would. Yeah, I'm not like superficial like that. But if I had a choice, like,
Yeah.
I guess I would pick the taller one.
Right.
Oh, guy number 2.
How tall are you?
5'1".
Oh my gosh, so you would still choose
Jesus.
the 6'2" guy?
Oh, for sure. My boyfriend's 6'4".
Jesus.
Whoa. Oh my gosh. Okay, so you would rather have the tall guy than the guy who makes more money?
Yeah.
Okay. And what is it about the tall factor that stands out to you?
I just feel like taller guys, I'll feel more protected because I'm so short. I want a guy where if we're out and like a situation happens, he can for sure protect me.
Okay.
This is cap. If you're a woman, you gotta unprogram your brain from saying stupid shit like this, okay? You're never choosing people because you think they're gonna protect you better in a fucking street fight. You're choosing them because they're just more aesthetically appealing to you, okay? There's nothing wrong about saying that, okay? But just like, be honest. None of this like, oh, oh, really? Like, does your boyfriend do fucking MMA? Like, well, come on, the fuck out of here.
Okay. And what is the shortest guy that you would date?
I would say maybe like 5'8".
Maybe 6'2".
Okay, and how tall are you?
I'm 5'2".
Okay.
So I guess I can't be too picky.
Right. But if you had to choose, you would choose the taller guy versus the guy who makes more money?
Maybe, yes.
Okay.
I gotta go for the taller guy.
How tall are you?
5'3".
Oh, okay. So even though he's still taller than you would still choose the really tall guy?
I'm always in heels, so I'm going to be taller than him.
Okay. Would you ever date a
Damn.
guy that was shorter than you?
Damn, 5'2" guy. Oof.
Shorter?
Oof.
No.
What about your height?
I could make it work.
Okay. If you absolutely had to.
Yes.
Okay. Next one is guy number 1 who is a 4 but pays for everything, is a provider and you don't have to work, or guy number 2 who is a 10 but you're the breadwinner.
1. Yeah. Oh, for sure, guy number 1.
Okay. You don't want to be the breadwinner?
I'm gonna make money, but I wouldn't mind not having to be the breadwinner.
Okay.
Number 1.
I do not mind being the breadwinner.
Okay.
If he, you know, a guy who pays for everything, obviously that's really nice. A guy who I'm with, I don't mind paying occasionally. I think that's like I think holding guys to that standard of having to pay for anything, everything is, maybe I shouldn't use the word toxic, but I think there should be some give and take.
Okay.
But like I said, I don't mind being the breadwinner, so I'll say the 10.
Okay.
And I still make all the money.
So attraction to the person in this case would be more important to you than the money?
Yes.
Okay.
The first one.
Okay.
Because, yeah, like I said, I don't really care about looks, but also I'm kind of like old-fashioned, and like I kind of do think that a man has this, like men and women have certain roles, and yeah, I think a man should like kind of be more financially stable. I guess in like a committed relationship.
Yeah.
Like as opposed to the woman being the breadwinner. Also, I have a lot of like passions and hobbies, so I think that'd be really cool if I could just stay home and pursue them.
That is such a weird fucking thing. I have passions and hobbies, and I want to stay home and do fucking arts and crafts while my husband's out working? Fuck you, motherfucker. What the fuck? These are the type. By the way, what this woman just said, this is what the red pillars want. This is who they're programming you for, okay? They don't want masculinized women that are out there working. They want these types of women in the world. This is what they go for, okay? Remember that when you guys are out here capping about how much you hate women like this, okay? I think this is gross, okay? I want a career woman that's working hard, okay? Fuck this weird cuck shit. This is, if you're a red pillar and you want women like this, you're actually a cuck. You are cucking yourself out to your woman's lifestyle and hobbies. You're at home, you're not at home, you're at work, busting your ass off, paying for shit, trying to provide her for a good life, and she's at home cucking you with her fucking arts and crafts and hobbies and all the fun friends and family that she's gonna hang out with, okay? While you're stuck at fucking work, all right? That's the true cuckoldry, okay? That's the true cuckoldry.
So I guess that one. I'm the breadwinner.
Okay.
Jesus.
Maybe the first guy.
The 4.
Who will support me.
Okay.
Yes.
You care more about that provider kind of mindset versus looks.
It's like I'm an independent woman, but later on in life, you know, if there's a family down the line,
yeah,
and I'm gonna be taking care of kids and whatnot, I would like someone to take care of me.
Got it.
Yes.
Got it.
Guy number 1 who is 54 years old making $170,000 a year, or guy number 2 who is 30 making $45,000 a year.
Every single one has to be choosing guy number 2 here. 54? Courtney, I think it would have been more interesting to say 44 or 45 or maybe even 40, but 54? Everybody's got to be going for number 2 here. 54? No shot.
See, I don't really care much about age. I've dated guys that have been like older than me.
Older and 54 are 2 different things.
And stuff.
Okay. What's the oldest guy you dated?
I gotta think.
Stop the cap.
Somewhere in their 40s. I don't think I've gotten up to 50 before, but
How
so
old
I
is
don't
she
really care
again?
about that, but also is it dating or marrying? Just it
Whatever
doesn't
you want
matter.
for yourself. If
For
you wanna get
dating,
married-
I guess it doesn't really matter. I guess I would pick the older one because he makes more, I guess. That sounds superficial, but for marrying, probably the younger one just because we'll have more time together without sounding too hard.
Without being too morbid.
Yeah.
Somebody else is watching. They said the red shirt girl doesn't care about money, age, appearance, or fitness. LOL. What does she actually care about?
Okay.
Probably the 30-year-old. I would prefer a guy closer to my age. I don't think the 54-year-old would. If he's like my dad's age, I think that would be a little strange for me personally. I mean, some girls are into that, but probably the 30-year-old would.
I would give myself about a 10-year gap.
Okay.
And so since I'm 28, like 38 doesn't seem out of range.
Okay.
As long as they have like a young spirit and they're like, you know, able to keep up with my youthfulness.
Yes.
Then I'm fine with it.
Perfect.
Wait, did she say the 54-year-old as long as they can keep up with her youthfulness?
10-year gap.
Okay.
And
How old is she? Hold on, I gotta listen to it again.
Strange
One
for me
second.
personally. I mean, some girls are into that, but probably the 30-year-old would.
I would give myself about a 10-year gap.
Okay.
And so since I'm 28, Like 38 doesn't seem
Oh, yeah,
out
okay.
of range.
Okay.
As long as they have like a young spirit and they're like,
Never mind. That's
you know,
an
able
okay
to
answer.
keep up with my youthfulness.
Yes.
Then I'm fine with it.
Perfect. Okay. So 54 is just too old.
Yes.
Okay.
I would do the younger one.
Younger one.
Yes.
What is the like age cap for you? Like, what is the oldest guy that you would date?
I think early 30s.
Okay. Okay.
Guy number 2, not into older men.
Okay. What is the
Damn.
oldest guy that you would date?
I would date a guy who may be at most 10 years older than me.
Okay.
Woman moment. So I'm 22. My boyfriend's 31. I'm not into older men at all, though. Sorry, fuck. I shouldn't say woman moment. That's bad. I'm sorry. But that's kind of funny.
You're 21, so 31. All right.
Guy number 2. I don't want my dad and boyfriend to be in competition, you know.
What is the oldest person that you would date? And how old are you?
I always forget. How old am I?
I always forget. She's about to say some shit like 23.
28.
Okay.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay. You can get better. All right.
Probably oldest, probably like 40.
Okay, so 54 is a
28,
little
gotcha.
bit of a stretch.
Yeah. 54?
Yeah.
Number 2.
Number
It's
2,
too old for
okay.
me.
30 years old.
Yeah.
What is the cap you think for like age?
No
Like,
cap.
What's the oldest you would date at this point?
I'm 22, so
Okay.
I'd stop at like 36, 35. I wouldn't
Okay,
go
and that's
farther.
still a pretty big jump.
Yeah,
But
it's
54.
still, yeah, 54 is like,
Pushing it?
Yeah.
All right. Guy number 1 who is a 9 but can't satisfy you in the bedroom. Or guy number 2 who is a 5 but you have a great sex life.
Ooh. For the red pillars, the answer is always 1. They want the hot. I couldn't believe this debate. I think I've had this conversation a few times now, where the guys that seem to obsess over sex the most just want to bang a hot chick. They actually don't care how good she is in bed. And all of the red pillars gravitate towards number 1 for the male side. I don't know what the women will say. I would imagine 2, but I'm not sure. We'll see. Wait. Someone in DG chat, Andrew Tate got arrested? Wait, seriously? No shot. Wait, did this actually happen now, guys?
Oh, guy number 2 for sure.
I'd say guy number 2.
Sex life.
Okay. We're going with the 5.
I guess the 5.
The 5?
It's great sex life, I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like for men, there's like, if we rate like how good a sexual experience can be, like I feel like for guys, it's like this is the worst and this is like the best. But for women, like this is the worst and this is the best. Like most guys will get their nut. Like most guys will come. And I think that's all that a lot of guys actually care about. And as long as you fucking bust, like most guys don't give a fuck about anything else. Or it seems like it in the conversations I'm having with all these people. Like most guys don't give a fuck. Whereas with women, like a bad sexual experience can be really bad. I don't necessarily mean rape. I just mean it could be really, really, really horrible. Whereas like it seems like men are always good at like getting theirs at least, you know? My mom married my dad at 35 when he was 55, same income, got divorced after a year though, so rip. Damn.
I'm gonna go with the 9.
Okay.
And not so great sex life. I mean, I feel like those go hand in hand, so that's hard to answer.
Right.
That's such a fucking virgin answer. That's such a crazy thing to say. She's so wrong. Holy shit.
Attracted to someone.
Yeah,
you would think that.
hopefully.
Yeah.
Like 5 as far as looks, or like?
Yes.
Nah, the 9.
The 9?
Danger hair girl.
Number 2.
Stop linking their Instagrams. That's so
Choosing
weird.
the 5?
Yeah.
And then this one's a little bit different, but guy number 1 who would be your husband making $60,000 a year, or guy number 2 who would be a sugar daddy that gives you $15K a month.
Jesus.
Husband. Yeah, I'm not into all that stuff, so just the husband. Be fine.
Can I have a sugar mommy?
Or guy number 2 who would
Please?
be a sugar daddy that gives you $15K a month.
The husband. Yeah, I'm not into all that stuff, so just the husband. Be fine.
Guy number 1, 60,000 isn't too bad.
Okay. Okay. So you'd rather have the committed, loyal husband versus the sugar daddy side piece type of situation. All right.
Ooh. That would be nice. But I think long term, probably guy number 1.
Okay.
Yes.
I can make 15,000 a month, so we're gonna go with that.
Damn, what do you do for work that you're making $15,000 a month? Please share with us.
The husband?
Better, like commitment and
Okay.
family.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That's a really good question. Oh man. Okay, so either husband making less or sugar daddy. Oh man, both good. Both, like everyone wants a husband, but also wanting a sugar daddy. Man.
If you've got to think, the answer is the sugar daddy. If you have to think about it.
You know, I'm gonna go with the husband.
No shot.
Guy number 1.
Stop the cap.
So you choose the husband and the commitment versus a sugar daddy.
Yeah.
The husband.
Husband?
Yes.
This
Yeah, 'cause
girl
the
is
sugar
sick.
daddy,
Okay.
He's expecting something from you. You know, it's not
Yes.
just giving it. All right, guys, that is all I have for this video. If you liked it or found it helpful, be sure to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel to be in the loop for when I release new content. If you like this style video and want me to continue bringing women on my channel, let me know what you think down in the comments. Let me know what questions and topics and different things you would like me to cover. As always, thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you all next time.
I'm a lesbian, and so I'm definitely taking the sugar daddy as long as I don't have to put out. I've known a few girls. I feel like I don't know many that have done the sugar daddy thing, but I feel like most of the girls that I've met that have done shit like that, the guys didn't expect them to put out. They were just looking for like companionship, as weird as that is. They just like wanted somebody to talk to and like hang out with, which is, I don't know if I want to say that's sad, but it's kind of, yeah. I've actually heard that from a few people too. That like a lot of the older guys that are paying for like escorts and stuff, they're not just paying for like crazy wild sex or whatever. They typically just want like some kind of like companionship, like somebody to talk to or chill with. I thought that was like a meme, but now I've heard it repeated enough from other people that I'm thinking it's probably true. I get the sense that the cap of a woman's pleasure from sex is way higher than what a man can feel. No, I don't think that's true. I just think most men don't pursue like good sex because they just don't really care about it. They're just trying to like bust. Why do you guys keep linking this fucking tweet? Like, he's obviously trolling with the thing. He's like, he chose to publish the video. You guys are acting like, oh my god, he really mispronounced. He probably mispronounced it like once and then he thought it was funny, so he kept the joke going. And now you guys are out here acting like you got this like epic own on Aiden Ross. Why? Chill. Jesus. He's fucking trolling. Okay, let's read this since this guy spammed this link like fucking 500 fucking times. Okay, or twice. No, I bet he spammed more earlier. It's just not listed up here. Andrew and Tristan Tate, together with a former policewoman detained for 24 hours in the case of human trafficking, opened the name of the two brothers. Dye sought post-video clarification for searches and the eggs from the hearings. On Thursday, Dye prosecutors went to the home of a former policewoman from Bucharest, who said to be part of the group specializing in human trafficking. And brothers Tristan and Andrew Tate, the two Britons, are suspected of exploiting several young women through a video chat studio set up near the villa in Pipera. In the case, it was noted at the beginning of 2021, 4 suspects, 2 British citizens, 2 Romanian citizens, constituted a criminal group organized in order to commit the crime on the territory of Romania, but also in other countries such as USA and Great Britain of human trafficking. The injured persons were recruited by British citizens by misrepresenting their intention to enter into a marriage, thus cohabitation, relationship, and the existence of real feelings of love, the lover boy method. They were later transported and housed in buildings in Iflov County, where by exercising acts of physical violence, mental coercion through intimidation, constant surveillance, control, and invoking alleged debts, they were sexually exploited by group members by forcing them to perform demonstrations pornographic for the purposes of producing, disseminating material of such nature through social media. Okay, there we go. iShowSpeed was on Audit the Audit. Cops handcuff famous YouTuber over a prank.
Government officials performing their duties in public. However, based on relevant Supreme Court First Amendment precedent, 6 of the 12 U.S. Courts of Appeals have recognized...
Wait. Oh, thank you. Jesus, he did. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ, bro. Celan or Kalan, I forget how to pronounce your name. Famous YouTuber. Hello.
Hey, what's up? $80, bro?
Damn, well, you can afford it apparently.
80? I
What do
mean,
you-
I was paying 40, and you know, it wasn't a big sell to go from 40 to another 80. I mean, another 40. But still, man.
Well-
Yeah, you moved to a new place?
Yeah. Yep.
Is that why you charge the 80?
Yeah. And because I don't have
Alright.
internet, so I'm trying to make my money back, you know?
Fair. That is very fair. I got a question for you. It's a bit juicy.
Oh boy, okay.
Yeah. So, like, probably like a week ago, I was streaming, talking to my Taiwanese audience, and then I was being a React Andy, watching someone else talk about some other stuff, and then this guy just like mentioned that something along the lines that he says, and I quote, he says, "I don't like gays, but I won't be friends with gays, but I support lesbian, it's fine. But gays I find a little bit disgusting or whatever, but I will support their right to marriage."
Okay.
And
Is this Taiwanese
and
here?
listen, yeah, it's like he's from Hong Kong, but he's doing content to a Taiwanese audience.
Okay.
So immediately upon hearing that, you know, with my liberal, brainwashed brain, I was like, that sounds very wrong, right? So I was talking to my audience how you shouldn't discriminate people based on stuff that they cannot change and stuff like that. And my audience, who's also Taiwanese, I think a lot of them, some of them probably, are a bit homophobic, and they didn't get the Western liberalism brainwash, whatever. So they were like, "Oh, it's totally his freedom to hate people based on if it doesn't matter if it's like something he's born with. If he doesn't like people for being gay, he should be able to dislike it. I mean, you cannot control people's thoughts." And I agree with that. I was just being like, yeah, but like we should move towards a society where people don't hate gays and stuff like that. But then I was watching a lot of your videos about like incest and like incest debates, and that is a whole nother rabbit hole. It made me like deconstruct my whole moral system. So I don't know, like, because intuitively, after watching your whole incest debate, I don't know if there's like a difference between like discriminating gay people or discriminating people because they like incest. So like if intuitively, I feel like I should have the freedom to dislike people who do incest, why can't some people dislike homos? So that's like that is where I'm at right now. Like, could you give an argument as to why you shouldn't voice homophobic thoughts?
I think that
publicly.
Yeah. So the first thing you have to do is then you have to be careful to separate out like what we're talking about. So if your first question is like, can you dislike gay people? I think you can dislike anybody you want for almost any reason. Like I think like in your personal life, like for your personal feelings, that's probably not the best, but you know, you're allowed to have your thoughts and feelings. But it's important to recognize that there's a big difference between disliking somebody and like discriminating against somebody. That starts to get into like a different type of territory, you know, where it's probably never okay to discriminate against somebody. Like you're not hiring somebody for a job, you're treating somebody like shit, or like the way that you treat people is a lot different than how you personally feel about somebody. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand that whatever you think, it's like it's your own business. But like, when does it ever cross the line? Like, so if I were to make a public statement that that is along the lines of I don't like homos, but I support their rights to marriage or whatever, is that like morally right? Or should we make a case that you shouldn't say those things even though you think about those things?
I don't know why you'd ever make that public statement. It just seems like you'd just get in a lot of trouble. Like,
I mean, I agree, but like some people will defend their right to express that opinion. They will quote whatever freedom of speech. Even
yeah, I
though
mean,
that's
if
not
you
what
want
freedom
to,
of
well, the
speech
problem
means.
is when you head into that extreme direction, You've got to be ready
Yeah.
for it to swing the other way. So some people might say, I should be allowed to express that opinion that I don't like gay people, and that's it, boom. And it's like, okay, if you want to express that opinion, you can, but you can't then get shocked when other people are like, oh, okay, well, I don't like you anymore. Like, I'm not going to spend any time with you, or I'm going to just, I'm not going to associate with you because you said that. Like, because you're taking that's a pretty extreme, like, freedom of speech. Like, oh, I should have the right to be able to feel however I want to feel about gay people. Okay, fine. But if you're going to express that in public terms, other people are going to express things pretty, like, powerfully against you in public terms. And I think you just have to be ready for that. Yeah.
Right. So like it's to use your own moral system to point out their inconsistencies and be like, oh, if you want to think like this, then other people can think like that about you as well.
Basically,
Whether
yeah.
it is, yeah. If you're like Asians and some people don't like Asians, then they can just hate Asians because they hate Asians, and they can voice that opinion. If that's
Sure.
the society you want to live in.
Yeah,
That
and
would
keep
be
in
an
mind,
argument.
again, 3 very different things. Personally disliking Asian people versus stating publicly that you dislike Asian people versus discriminating against Asian people. All 3 of these are, like, very different things, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I was also down this rabbit hole about Islam for some reason, because I probably like watched one of your video about debating with a Muslim. So like, what if someone were to say, okay, I dislike or I oppose for gay having sex because it is said in the Quran. Therefore, that's my morals, and you cannot impose your morals onto me.
Again, difference in, like, are we talking personal opinion or are we talking legislatively? Because those are 2 very different things. For personal opinions and in your household, you can teach really, I mean, whatever you want. You have a right to your own personal feelings about things. But in terms of, like, how you view things societally, it's going to look a lot different. Yeah, it's going to look a lot different. Yeah. So what? Yeah, clarify, I guess.
So like there's this idea where the Western societies is imposing their own morals onto other countries and cultures, especially in China. That's like the main narrative that you will find, that they will oppose human rights or oppose like the Western idea of human rights or freedom of speech or freedom of not discriminating people, and it's a type of moral relativism. So like, so if someone were to say like you cannot impose your morals onto me, whatever it be, like rule utilitarianism or whatever, and they say like my morals, which is from the Quran, is better than it's not inherently worse than your morals. Like in that case, what argument could you make?
When it comes to religious
for that?
differences of, like, fundamental, like, moral belief, you can't really reconcile those differences. Like,
Right.
there's nothing you can do because it's religious.
Okay, I see. But like could you make an argument then, if in some countries where they embrace Islamic laws and where they execute gay people, could you make an argument to that is morally incorrect?
I mean, from your perspective, it is. But again, when we start getting this is one of the reasons why I don't like religion, is because you can't really argue about it, right? Like if your holy book says a particular thing, and that's like the foundation on which you build like your epistemic and ethical realities, like how can I possibly argue against you, right? Like if somebody in your holy book says you need to kill gay people, well, who the fuck am I to disagree? You know, that's one of the reasons why I don't like. That makes the religious shit like very difficult to contend with.
Right. It's a bit circular that, you know, because it said so in my book, so therefore I am right. It's impossible to argue against. Yeah. So for you, you will just concede that, yeah, it is impossible to argue. Therefore, I'm not going to argue.
Yeah. What I would argue against is I would say that like that type of religious thought is incompatible with a free society because it infringes too much on the rights of others. But if you live under like a caliphate, or if you live in like a religious theocratic society, then I mean, my opinions don't matter. My opinions only matter insofar as like liberal democracies go, or liberal society goes.
What if they were to say, oh, isn't the Western liberalism all predicated on personal freedom and tolerance? Why can't you tolerate my religion?
I mean, I could, but if you start like saying that other people need to get killed for being gay, now you're infringing on other people's rights. That's kind of the issue, right?
What if they were in the Western society like the USA and they were like, oh, I don't like, I want to publicly voice the opinion that I'm homophobic because in the Quran, gay acts is very sinful. I mean,
well, you have the right. You can publicly express it. That's fine. But there's a difference between that and like wanting to kill gay people, right? Which I thought is what you said initially.
Right. Right, but then you see like the leftist woke movement of I'm gonna sound like I'm not a right winger, I swear, I'm like very left, but like I'm totally deconstructing my belief after watching the whole incest debate or whatever.
Okay.
So I just want to know where these I want to have these leftist ideas and being woke, but like I have to figure out the fundamental about them. So like you see in the Western society, like a lot of LGBT people that they will march and they will require you to tolerate their existence basically. I mean, yeah, some people they push for themselves to not be discriminated in the workplace and stuff like that, but they will also push for people to not be homophobic or for people to basically not dislike them just because they are gay. And in that case, if they were to go head to head with someone who believes in the Quran, I mean, like these LGBT groups, people, can they impose their own morals of freedom of not discriminating on those people who believe in Islam? So what could be the moral basis for them to do that?
Again, it's just going to depend on what the limits of what we're talking about. Are we talking about like not getting killed in society? I think gay people have a strong argument. If we're talking about like getting to live without people not liking you, I think you have a much weaker argument. Like LGBT people don't have a right to be like loved. Like you know, so again, there's just a difference. You have to be, if you're going to start breaking these apart, it's very important to break apart like what exactly are we talking about? Because like the right to like exist in a society without like oppression or without without being like murdered is way different than like the right to have people like you, right? Those are two completely and totally different things, you know? That's kind of where I say that like I think progressives push the line too far. So for like trans people, I think they should have a right to whatever medical care, whatever equal treatment in society they want. That's fine. But when they start getting into like, oh, it's transphobic not to want to have sex with their data transfers, like, no, hold on. Like people should have to tolerate you legally. That should be the law. But that doesn't mean people have to like you or support like personally like what you do.
Right. Okay. I see. Okay. If it's not arguing against someone who is religious, for example, it is still useful to advocate for people to not oppress other people just because of your inherent differences, be it sexual orientation or race.
Well, in liberal society, keep in mind, I'm going to keep saying that, in liberal society, when you're in other structures, other societal compositions, especially non-democratic ones and illiberal ones, not liberal ones, those rules can change significantly. Where are you from, if you don't mind me asking? Like, do you live in?
I'm. It's pretty complicated. I'm half Chinese and I'm half Belgian. I live in both Belgium and China, but mainly I grew up and study in China, and now I work in Taiwan.
Gotcha. Okay. So a lot of what I say is like, I'm giving you like a very Western take on things when you talk about like liberal progressive values. But when you start to get into more, I don't know if I would say like authoritarian areas or things where like the culture like is dictated more by the government, like those values and how they play out in society, those are going to change pretty significantly. So just, yeah, you always got to be aware of that like you're like the way that you live and the way that you view people in Belgium, isn't necessarily going to be the same as how people view each other in China, or like what the responsibilities of the governments are or the rights of the individual citizens. Like these are going to change pretty dramatically when styles of government or organizations of society significantly differ.
Right. Yeah, I see like an argument that is being made against like gays, for example, in those authoritative places, where people will say, yeah, if we allow gays to be married, then it will dissolve the family structure.
Yeah.
That sort of argument. Like what would be a counter argument to that?
I don't think that's true. I don't think that people turn gay. I don't think that families are threatened by gay people like existing. I don't believe it. I don't see how that. I don't even know what the hypothetical connection is. Unless you're saying that like, people see like there was a guy I argued with today on a podcast who thought that like people can turn gay if they're exposed to gayness too much. Which I don't believe that's the case. I don't think that happens. But I mean, maybe if people believe that, then that's kind of their worry.
Right.
True.
Yeah, I guess it's just easier because it's very. If I don't figure out these fundamentals and I go on my stream and be like, "Hey guys, you shouldn't be homophobic," and if I cannot give a reason and I just use those like woke lingo, people will be like, and they literally do. They will say you're imposing your Western whatever value onto us. So like I have to like figure out what the fundamentals are, which is, I guess, is the rule utilitarianism way of looking at things.
Well, just
is
you
to
just
flip their own moral system onto them.
Yeah, kind of. You just have to be careful because when you're talking like fundamental is going to mean different things depending on a lot of things. Like fundamentally, the way that two people resolve a disagreement in school is going to be different because their fundamentals are actually like really closely aligned in a school, right? Fundamentally, the way two people in a city resolve things are going to be the same. But like fundamentally, the way two people from different religions resolve things might look a lot different because now their fundamentals, like when you say like, oh, like my wife and I have a fundamental disagreement on something. Well, do you really have a fundamental, like, do you have a different metaphysical understanding of reality? When you say fundamentally different, like, are you guys coming from a totally, or do you just mean like you have like a really high level disagreement that's like abstracted away from that a lot, right? Whereas when we start to argue against people in different countries, very few people have any experience whatsoever with that. But people make the mistake of thinking that they can impose their country's like moral understandings or ethical understandings or rules, that they can impose those on other countries. And those conversations are just way more difficult to have. And people don't realize it. They take it for granted. Personally, I think it's a little cringe when people try to instill like their value system over to another country, except for in really basic ways. Like, for instance, you shouldn't be like mass genociding or raping women or shit like that. It's probably like there are really basic things that we can probably agree on. But past that, you know, you have to let people, you know, live and let live, even if people massively disagree with your view of the world, you know?
Right. So my argument to them will be, I mean, Taiwan is still a pretty progressive place where, you know, they don't follow the authoritative regime and they're not religious. I mean, some people are, but they don't follow a holy book for their moral guidance, I guess, most of the people. So I guess you could still use the progressive way of saying, like, if you don't want to be oppressed yourself as an Asian in another country, for example, then you should oppress gays because sexual orientation is not something you choose.
Maybe, but like there's going to be, depending on the system you're working through, there's going to be a lot of arguments against that. Like, there's no reason to discriminate against like Asian people because they're just other humans. Like, why should that matter? But gay people threaten the natural order of the world and the way we're supposed to use our bodies to create family units that are the foundation for society, right? So people say, well, no, hold on, I can be homophobic, but you can't be racist. There's a difference, right? People can argue against that.
Yeah. So I was just about to ask that, like, what is the argument to say that being your sexual orientation is just like your race?
I don't think you can. I think that it's incommensurate. Like, two different countries I don't think can really reconcile moral disagreement like that. I think the only way the world works is you kind of just have to let people do their shit in other countries. Again, except for like in exceptional circumstances of like genocide or mass rapes or something, or like political prisoner torture or stuff like that, you kind of have to let different countries develop at different rates. Otherwise, you get into a weird situation where it's like you're actually trying to instill your moral values on the world, which again, yeah, is probably not like the right thing to do.
I understand. I still want to go with my previous point because I think my argument, I mean, in my head, it sounds sound because my argument is that you shouldn't oppress people based on things that they cannot change. So you shouldn't oppress people for their race, and sexual orientation is something you cannot change. Therefore, you shouldn't discriminate.
Well, sure, but like when you say you shouldn't oppress somebody for things they can't change, like I don't know if that's true. Like let's say, for instance, what if you've got like pedophiles that want to have sex with children, right? The argument there would be, well, okay, hold on. Even if they can't change them being pedophiles, them being a pedophile or harming children is still something that's actively harmful to society. For a lot of these like theocratic societies or more conservative ones, they probably make similar arguments about homosexuality. That like, it's not a matter of like gay people not hurting anybody else, just the presence of gay people, period, could be like seen as a harm on society because they threaten like the traditional structure of a family, which is the foundational unit that society is built on, right?
I was about to say that being a pedophile is different because being a pedophile, I mean, doing pedophile activity requires you to have sex with someone that cannot consent to you. But being gay, I mean, you could have gay sex with people who are consensual. You know,
but it's not about it being consensual. They would say it causes harm because like that type of sexual activity is degenerate.
But like they have to define why degenerate sex is bad.
Well, the
right?
definition would be that societies are constructed with the family unit being the fundamental unit upon which society is built. They would say that LGBT people threaten the integrity of that foundational family unit. Therefore, the presence of LGBT people in your society threatens the fundamental building blocks of your society. So they're just bad, period.
Well, to that I could just argue, like, how does gays being gay make your heterosexual marriages make it any less? You know, I think people can still follow that argument. It's just that.
But then you get into weird arguments where people are like, well, gay people groom children. If children see more of it, they get confused, and now they're not sure about it. Like, I mean, like, it could turn into stuff like that, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I guess it's true. Some people could make the argument. I think Taiwan is still pretty progressive. It's just on that point, some people are, I mean, rightfully calling me out, saying that you cannot control people's thoughts or how people voice their opinions. I think that is still true. So yeah, my principle was just that if you're not harming anyone, I'm not even sure if not harming anyone.
Yeah,
is a good.
Were you born in where were you born and raised? Where did you spend the majority of your childhood at?
In China.
Okay, because so you can tell me. Okay, I'm going by what I fucking hear online because I've never been in China. Okay, but what you're saying right now is an incredibly liberal idea. That idea is that basically what you have to do is you just can't hurt other people, and everybody should have like a right to flourish in the ways that they see fit. That's a classically liberal idea. Now, my understanding is that in places like China, you would never hear somebody say that. That in China, it's a lot more kind of collectivist. It would be like you have an obligation to your family and to society to be in a certain way. That like, and you, again, you can tell me wrong, but like in China, they wouldn't say like, oh, like it's just as long as you don't hurt another person, like you're fine. It would be like, no, that's not enough. Like you have an obligation to act and conduct yourself in a certain way that's beneficial to your family and your community. Is that, is there a difference there? Or do you know? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, in China, yes. Which is why I don't do public discourse in China, because people have a totally different way of arguing, and they don't really. Sometimes they just don't really argue in good faith. But Taiwan is totally different. Taiwan is a very.
It might not be that they're not arguing in good faith. They just have a completely and totally fundamentally different view of the world and of the responsibility of a citizen.
Yes.
Yeah, they're not liberal in the capital L.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
But also some people don't argue in good faith because everything just comes back to the Communist Party, and whatever they do is right, even though by their own standards, some things that they do could be wrong. But like Taiwan is very different. Taiwan is a very social, a very liberal place. It's very progressive. It's just on some issues that. They don't get why some things are wrong, but like I think according to their own moral system and standards of the most people, they will see that being homophobic is harmful to their own society. So I just want to figure out like how can I argue within their own moral system, which is actually pretty similar to the U.S. or Europe, where liberal being free and liberalism is pretty important there. So yeah, I'm just trying to Actually, what I would argue to them is how I would argue to anyone that's coming from the U.S., because they pretty much have a pretty similar moral system. So in that case, I feel like the way to argue this issue, I mean, you can't. So back to my argument is that don't discriminate people based on what they cannot change if they're not harming anyone. I don't know if that's a good argument, but that sounds pretty good in my head.
Yeah, I think that's a good argument in a liberal society. But if you're dealing with illiberal people, that argument is going to be dog shit. They don't care about other people's freedoms. They care about the responsibilities and the commitments that they have to their communities. And part of that responsibility might be to conduct yourself in a way that's not morally degenerate, because that causes a moral erosion in a community. And LGBT people, for a lot of these people, would probably be considered like morally degenerate.
Yeah. I understand. Yeah, in China, it could be the case. But in Taiwan, I think people can't see that.
Sure. In Taiwan, Hong Kong, these places are going to be different because they're open up to like so much like Western influence that they probably end up becoming a lot more kind of like they embrace, tacitly, like a lot of the liberal free trade values and all this stuff that kind of goes along with that. You get like a lot more cultural importation to these kinds of places. I would imagine, yeah. Yeah,
which surprised me when I voiced that opinion. It was like so not widely accepted that it's generally not okay to be to be homophobic or to discriminate people based on stuff they cannot change. And when I said that, I was talking to Chad, which is like, I was saying that, if you're Asian and you're in America, and then some white guy is like, I hate you just because you're Asian, you wouldn't feel too good either. And people are like, no, that's double standards. Your race is different than sexual orientation is totally different.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but it's not different, is it? It's something you cannot change.
Well, yeah, but again, we're kind of circling, but like they would view it as different. I don't know how you would argue somebody out from that, because they are different. Like you have to have like a fundamental conversation about like, why should we accept people of different sexualities, and that's way different than why should we accept people of different races. Because I think for when it comes to racism, like racism is so much easier to fight than like sexism or LGBT stuff, because I think that racism is largely stupid. Like, and if you take somebody and you socialize them with a lot of different colored people, a lot of people that are with different racial backgrounds, like eventually you kind of see like, okay, like we all do kind of the same shit. We're all like pretty human. Like it is what it is, you know? I think racism is like pretty easy to get rid of via socialization. Sexism is not, because women and men are different. That's not some imaginated bullshit. That's some real shit. Whereas like racism, I think is largely imagined. Like sexism, like you can see real differences. So it's harder to get people to ignore those things. Same thing with like LGBT stuff, right? Like there is a difference between being gay and being straight that's going to make it harder for some people to get over. Whereas like for racism, it's like, oh well, this is obviously dumb. Like I know a lot of friends and they're cool people, blah 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 blah. Yeah, so the LGBT stuff is going to be a bigger hurdle to overcome. Again, especially for people in a not liberal society.
My argument would be that, be it race or sex or sexual orientation, these are all stuff that you cannot change, right? So my foundation is that you shouldn't discriminate people based on stuff they cannot change. So sex and race and sexual orientation, these are stuff that you cannot change. So is there like an argument against that? Like
I don't think
say,
so. I mean,
right.
I think they can have. I think it's going to go back to what we said before. They're going to say like, just because you can or can't change it, one, they'll probably just disagree. They'll say no, being gay is a choice, and people are groomed into it or whatever. People will say shit like that. And then two, they'll say even if you can't change it, it's still like degenerate and it harms society, so we shouldn't tolerate it.
Right. I mean, some people will have the argument with incest or bestiality. You know, they will say like, being incest, having incest, being in love with your family member, or being in love with animals, or liking kids are also stuff you cannot change. Are those stuff that you should not discriminate against? And I would say, I have to say yes. Then I have to say yes. You shouldn't discriminate people based on those stuff. Which is fine. I think if it's like workplace, you shouldn't discriminate people based on these stuff. Sure, you should not hire people or fire people based on these stuff. I can get behind that. But when it comes to not liking people or not voicing your dislike of them, it's harder to argue that you cannot publicly voice that you don't like people who are into incest or bestiality. No.
Again, publicly voicing discontent is different than like discrimination. You can be discontented with anybody you want. Like if you want to voice a discontent, I think that's fine. You just get into a weird world when it comes against like arguing with it. Or I'm sorry, when it comes to like, can I actively discriminate like at the workplace or something against it, right?
I see. Yeah, so there's not really a big argument against you should not publicly voice your discontent about gay people.
No, I mean, like, even in an illiberal society, they probably would, because they think gay people threaten, like, the natural world order. And in a liberal society, we have freedom of speech, so, I mean, you probably always voice your opinion publicly. Just be ready for blowback if you do so.
Yeah, so other people can also shame you. I mean, like, question why you dislike them and ask you questions, I guess. All right. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you a lot. Have a good stream.
Yeah, no problem. Have fun. Be careful, buddy.
Yeah. Bye.
Wait. Yeah.
Yeah. What's up?
Well, I was gonna say you should plug your YouTube channel. I guess. Go for it.
No, it's fine. I mean, yeah, sure. I mean,
yeah, you might as well. Fucking go for it.
Because it's in Mandarin. People are not gonna.
Oh, is your content exclusively foreign language?
Yeah, it's exclusive. Yeah, it's exclusive Mandarin. So, I mean, if you want to look it up, it's Sealand, and people who speak Mandarin, they will.
Okay, well, for my Mandarin, for my Mandarin audience, here you guys go. There you go.
Yeah, for August, I guess.
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
All right.
Bye.
See you later. Bye.
Yeah.
Okay. I am just gonna fucking copy paste this shit. Fuck it, I don't care. I'll just duplicate and obliviate. Boom. Yeah, just like that. Fucking A. The Saint rant? Why? That guy's so cringe. I'm worried that he's like he's gonna like blow up just off of like starting drama with me and Adam. When the guy's like he's an actual scammer. Fuck, where's the YouTube video even?
In Nebraska. Destiny, like an okay human being.
Like this, he's an actual like scam artist. Like why would I? Yeah, no, I've learned my lesson on this. Get Mel a Logitech mouse with silent scroll. What? This is me when you play. Wait, hold on 1 second.
Bitch ass bot. 21, can you do something for me?
You did not read my last dono. I don't like to always type messages. So I love you but hope you're doing well. Has just Pearly reached out to you. Seems inevitable and would love to see it. Heart, you. My mom married my dad at 35 when he was 55. Same income. Got divorced after a year though. So rip. Your morality and society's direction of morality does not have to be aligned. In that same sense, you need to be prepared for combatants of your ideas. Rose, I ain't gonna lie. Ever since I've started owning nothing, I've been happy. Robot face. Robot face. Robot face. For you, bro, I can NEV or do racism outside the context of my skin. Ever. Forever. By it. It's different for me than you, but I respect your opinion, you little monster, you. It belongs to you 10,000x Sunforce.
Thanks, babe. You said Vosh and Anastasia had a debate today. Wait, really? Over what? Oh no.
How you doing?
We'd like to go. Yeah, we're gonna go.
You're gonna go?
Yeah.
This is just an agricultural inspection. I'm wondering where you're traveling from.
It's none of your business.
None of my business?
You're working on tier 3 science, right? Yes, Jack Darko. I believe I have everything set up and good to go. All my tier 2s are running. I think I have all my tier 2 research, basically. I'm probably going to do tier 3 bio first. The only thing that I'm kind of irritated about right now is that producing enough of this vitamelage bullshit for the bioscience is really, really, really hard. Like, making these bioscrubbers is excruciatingly painful. It's so much manufacturing. Getting this vitamelange extract, so I'm just trying to, like, expand the fuck out of my production so I don't constantly get bottlenecked by it. That's what I'm working on right now. I should be done with this today.
Yeah.
10 minutes?
Hey, Stacy, can I get your help out here, please?
I'd like to keep driving.
I actually need to know if you have any agricultural articles on board.
No, you don't.
I do.
No.
It's my job.
We're gonna drive. We're gonna keep driving.
No.
Thank you.
See, you're free to go. Your vehicle.
Oh, okay.
No, your vehicle needs to stay here.
No. I don't think so.
Yeah.
No.
He's refusing inspection.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep driving.
If you keep driving, I will contact the authorities and have them bring you back to the facility.
On the night of August 16th, 2015, 46-year-old Lakeport resident Bradley Feynman, along with his 2 sons, drove through an agricultural inspection station on Interstate 80 in Truckee, California, near the Nevada-California border, in an attempt to film a video about the constitutional legitimacy of the station. After passing through the station twice without incident, the family was stopped and procedurally asked whether they were in possession of agricultural contraband.
Do you have a warrant?
I don't need a warrant.
Yes, you do. Do you know the Fourth Amendment?
There is no search here. This is
Then you're not going to inspect.
Well, you're speaking of an amendment that specifies searching.
It's the
We are not
freedom.
searching, and we
It's
are
a
not
freedom
searching
from
your
being
person.
inspected, searched.
Well, no. You're
Yeah.
speaking of
Do you know the
two
Fourth
separate-
Amendment?
You're speaking of two separate incidents, or
So in other words, I'm free from warrantless searches. Don't you understand the Bill of Rights?
I'm not going to engage in this with you.
In other words, you don't understand the Fourth Amendment.
The purpose of the quarantine system and the inspection stations is to preclude admission into the state of 29 different pests which have been quarantined after it having been ascertained that they are destructive to the crops of the state. Not only has multiple courts determined that agricultural inspection stations are constitutional under the Fourth
Is this like budget audit the audit? Why am I getting a 10-minute Reddit embed video?
Amendment, but they are indisputably vital to both regional ecosystems and state and local economies.
Well, if you'd like to travel into California without the vehicle being inspected, I
That's
will
exactly what I'm
contact the
gonna do.
authorities and have them bring you back, and we will conduct the inspection.
No, you're not. You're not doing any. You're not doing any search whatsoever.
Never said the word search. I'm not.
I don't care
searching
what
your
you call it. If you open up this
Well, then you're
vehicle to
talking
inspect,
about something other than the Fourth Amendment.
no, I'm not. You might want to call it something different, but if you try to get inside this vehicle, that's a search. That's a warrantless
You
search.
do not have to say yes, but the conveyance will not pass this point.
Yes, it will.
without being inspected.
You want to watch?
Oh no, that's just early audit the audit. That's John's voice. He runs the channel you talked to. I'm sorry, I'm just kidding. I love you, John.
Because it will. Are we free to go?
No.
So you're detaining me.
No.
So then I'm free to go.
No. You are free to go. The conveyance will not
Okay.
pass the inspection point.
Am
without
I and my
inspection.
property, are we free to go?
You are free to go anywhere you'd like to in
You
California.
can't seize my
The
property.
conveyance will not pass
That's
the
my
inspection
property.
point.
While an inspection is technically considered a search, there's a lawful distinction between an administrative inspection and a search executed by police officers. In the 1967 case of Camara v. Municipal Court, the court determined that because an agricultural inspection is not a search, which has as its design the securing of information which may be used to effect a further deprivation of life, liberty, or property, and the fact that it is doubtful that any other canvassing technique would achieve acceptable results, the necessity for these searches satisfies the probable cause requirements. Multiple other court decisions have affirmed that inspection stations are not in violation of the Fourth Amendment, and Mr. Feynman is effectively saying that his literal interpretation of the Fourth Amendment is more accurate than the plethora of legal scholars and professionals which have dedicated years to studying and understanding the law.
Well, as I said, I have other duties to attend to, so I'm going to go ahead and attend to those. If you'd like to wait here for the highway patrol, or you can wait in the parking lot. If you
I'm not
proceed
waiting
without
anywhere.
inspection, then we'll go ahead and call and have them.
I think you've already called.
I'm going to go ahead and take care of my other
Okay, then we're gonna go. Thank you.
He has lights on, but I don't. Okay, now he has lights on.
Yeah, now he's got his lights on.
Finally, okay.
Let me see your ID. No, thank you.
Uh-oh.
I haven't violated any laws
Yeah,
here.
actually you have, because
No, I actually
listen, the
haven't.
ag station, you violated the food and agricultural code by not. You either have to go back out of state,
No.
or you have to be. Okay.
I actually live in the
That's
state.
fine. Why don't you just get out? We'll talk about it. We can straighten this out, and you're on the way.
Actually, I don't need to get out of my vehicle. You can hear
Well,
me.
you kind of
can-
do, because I'm telling you to. You
No.
know.
Do you have a warrant?
Okay, I'll be
Do
back.
you have probable cause?
Don't leave, okay?
Oh, I'm not leaving.
Okay.
This is a complete violation of my rights. Every single time we come through an inspection station, it's just. If you stand up for your rights, this is what you get.
Okay, step out of the car and with your ID, or we're gonna have to force entry, and it's not gonna be nice. come out, get a ticket for the agricultural violation, and you're on your way, or you're gonna be going to jail tonight. What's your choice?
So they have a right to search my vehicle without a warrant?
No. Or you can refuse the search and refuse and go back to Nevada.
What happens now? You're going to go to jail. Depending on their age, they're also going to go to Child Protective Services.
He's doing this with his children in the car?
Yeah,
Jesus.
We are.
Wow.
So come on out, let's write a ticket, and you're on your way. I'm trying to make this easy on you.
I'd like to go. That would be easy.
The videotape is going to show how unreasonable you're being, right?
Well, actually, I'm a free citizen. Did you guys take an oath to defend the Constitution?
Oh, so you're a constitutionalist is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
Hell yeah.
What are you?
We've had problems before.
You've what?
What's that? Had problems with this before.
You've had problems with this before?
Yes, I have had problems.
You're a cop. With a constitutionalist?
Absolutely.
Can you just roll down the window a little bit so I can talk to you?
Yeah, who are you?
My name's Eric Strecker. I'm a sergeant with the Highway Patrol.
Okay.
I'm off duty because they're dealing with you. Roll down the window so I can talk to you because I can't communicate through a window.
That's as far as I'd like to roll it down.
Not even down.
These people, dude.
Okay, so listen.
Tanner, thanks for tier 4 subbing.
And tell you how this is going to go down. Okay. They need to get some information from you so they can
have
write.
no right
hold
to.
on, just listen. This is my turn. I'm going to tell you how it's going to go. Okay.
Sure.
They're going to write you a ticket, and that's all this is. Can you put so I can just? I need to have eye communication. What's all I'm doing? Just don't keep it in my face.
Yeah.
So, all he wants to do is write you a ticket. If you can't do that, I'm just being very honest. We're going to have to break the window and get in and take you out, and then you have to go to jail. This is your choice right now. This is not something I want to do. You're not cooperating. We've given you every opportunity we can.
I haven't broken any law.
Do you want me to break your window right now or not?
Do you have a warrant?
We don't need a warrant right now. Let's break the window so we can get in and get them out.
Okay.
This is
This
is your choice right now.
No, it isn't my choice. Don't break my vehicle.
The door's going down.
Don't
Watch
break my
yourself.
window.
I don't want you to get hurt.
Uh-oh.
Don't break my window.
What level modules are you
You will
using?
be-
I use module level 4. Fuck anything past that. Isn't 5 like fucking, is it 50 bioscrubbers? Fuck that shit.
Sued for breaking my window.
I'm breaking your window, and you're gonna get drug out, and you're going to jail.
You have no warrant.
I'm giving you one more chance, and this is it. And I'm breaking your window. That's all there is to it.
Well, you're gonna violate my rights
Okay, then I'm violating your rights. If that's
Damn.
what you think I'm doing, I'm not gonna get.
Level 9s are necessary for endgame? Fuck you, Proteus.
Don't break the window.
No, this is my property.
We do not
Please
consent to
don't
any
break
searches or seizures.
Look.
Show us a warrant, we'll open up. I promise.
Hey, look, wait, come here.
Wait, one second. Just wait a second.
You show me a warrant, I'll let you search the entire vehicle.
I don't want to search your vehicle. I want you to put your little driver's license out the window, and then that way you can do it. If I'm doing this, you're gonna go to jail.
The officers break the window and arrest both Mr. Feynman and his 20-year-old son, Vincent. The minor in the vehicle faced no charges. Mr. Feynman went to court in Truckee and was convicted of obstructing or resisting an officer by using threats or force, failing to obey the lawful order of an officer, and refusing to comply with an inspection. Mr. Feynman was sentenced to 12 days in the Nevada County Jail and 30 hours of community service, and his son was sentenced to 4 days in jail and 20 hours of community service.
Damn.
Overall, Mr. Feynman gets an F for being grossly misinformed on the intricacies of the Fourth Amendment and constitutional law as a whole, subjecting his family to a potentially dangerous
Proteus, what did your bio-resource collection look like by the end of the game? I'm super curious.
encounter with police officers to illustrate a petty and ignorant interpretation of individual rights, and for giving the constitutional activism community a
I give the cops a C- because they should know, like, they should be able to cite, what do you mean? I'm curious, like, how much were you mining at the end? So, like, I'm about to double this. This looks like a lot, but now I feel like even this isn't going to be enough for, like, collecting this green shit. Yeah, you're vinimillage mining. Jesus. I feel like my setup is so extreme, but, like, even this is, like, barely cutting it for me. The inspector's going to equal the cops, right? Or whoever. Like, if you're a cop or you're an inspector, you should be able to say, like, oh, well, this is, like, the legal authority that I have. This is the reason why I'm able to do this, blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
bad reputation by engaging in poorly planned and executed acts of rebellion. As an activist, it is your duty to fully comprehend the broad spectrum of nuances surrounding your cause, and Mr. Feynman's lack of clarity concerning agricultural inspection stations and their association with the Fourth Amendment is a testament to his shallow interpretation of the Constitution. Mr. Feynman's interaction is a prime example of the reckless conduct which will ultimately have a devastating impact impact on the legitimacy of the constitutional activism movement, and I urge fellow activists to exercise a degree of caution and expertise before carelessly invoking your individual rights. The responding officers of the California Highway Patrol get an A for their unceasing patience, professionalism, and civility. The CHP officers exhausted all alternatives before forcefully entering the vehicle and attempted to reason with Mr. Feynman as much as possible. Upon entering the vehicle, the officers maintained concern for the safety of Mr. Feynman and his family and never brandished a weapon or threatened violence. I commend these officers for acting reasonably and within the bounds of their authority, and for their willingness to compromise with Mr. Feynman despite the absurdity of his conduct.
Wait, what's happening? Why did this stop? Oh, because I disconnected the water. Duh, fuck me.
Listen, right? So here's what I'm gonna say, right? So regarding that,
I think it's his other page.
Yeah, just academics, right, bro? So with the acting is this.
But yeah, go ahead.
Right. So my job here, bro, is to do content, right? Is to do interviews, right?
True.
Right here, right? So now look. So my job is to do an interview and content here. So I feel like where Act Madness stemmed from initially that I thought was academics thought that we interviewed him because he beefed with him. And
no, I don't think that he thought that that's why you interviewed him, but
yeah.
I don't think he liked the context of you, like, supposedly being someone, being a chat nigga.
Yeah, of course.
Being down with him, almost looking up to him in a sense.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of your mannerisms, like your style of content is all kind of derivative of academics. He showed you love.
Yeah, of course.
Put you on his stream multiple times.
Yeah.
And then for you to have a nigga who, like, respectfully, I had never heard of bro at all. I still don't know who he is.
WH Omega lol.
And I know the whole interview wasn't about academics, right?
Of course, yeah.
But he did speak, like, you brought academics up.
Well, here, right? So look, right? So now, from what I saw, and he's mad about one, like, and he asked, like, why even do it, right? And he told niggas, I think booing them, that I did it because, like, he was beefing with Act, which that wasn't true, right? Now, two, and he came up, right? Now look, two things. One is, so people, you know, like, are not really, like, familiar with these different pockets of YouTube, right?
Yeah.
Now, when we interviewed him, that was a week after he just went super viral for doing the, like, what's an NFT shit with Destiny.
Okay.
Did he really go viral?
And he went
off
super
that?
viral. Now, again, mind you, and, like, he beefed with Act months ago.
So it wasn't, like, correlated to that at all.
Yeah, right? If I wanted to interview him because he was beefing with Act, I would have, like, contacted him, like,
months ago,
right? Okay. But you know, he went mad viral talking about Destiny, so we brought him on, you know, to kind of just, like, you know, do, like, a general interview, right? Now, look, right?
But you knew bringing him up would
here, right? So, and that's why, like, I kind of say, right, is people, like, spoke on it, but never, like, watched the full shit, right? Because, and he brought up Act once, I redirected the conversation. He brought up Act again, I redirected the conversation. He brought up Act a third time, I redirected it. And then at that point,
but we're talking about the first time.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, right. So again, and he brought up Act like 3 times initially. After the third time of me shutting bro down, and I'm just like, damn, bro, like,
but did you really shut him down?
Yeah, right.
I didn't see any of it.
Yeah, right. I said, damn, bro, like, I'm being real pussy right now. Meaning, bro, like, my job is to give an unbiased, neutral interview, right? And if my guest obviously wants to speak about something, and I'm saying, yo, don't speak on this shit because, like...
Wait, okay. Can somebody link, actually, what is the original interview that kicked all this off that Ack is so fucking mad about? I want to see if he's got a right to be mad. Was that guy talking mad shit? I want to see it now. Does anybody have a link to the original thing that set all this shit off with Ack and this Saint Center dude?
Why? Because, right, I'm cool with somebody. To me, that's fucked up, especially because, bro, like, I was fucking with his content before he started beefing with Ack, like, right? Like, so now, like...
In your last podcast, you feel like they got bogged down on the education stuff instead of focusing on big picture philosophy stuff? Yeah, I think it was just that lady was brought on, and she really wanted to talk about, that's like her thing, is talking about the homeschool stuff, or the home learning stuff. So we just kind of got, there were like too many things to talk about in too little of a time.
Americans.
I think I'm coming back. They said they want me coming back at some point on my own. We just had like too much to talk about, I think, in that little bit of time. Okay, big Ack.
Like,
Saint
they're like uber masculine frame. I've always tell people this. Okay. Yo, like, it kind of seems as if Andrew Tate got that from, well, Marquette. You feel me?
What?
Now, right, when I tell people this, right?
Sorry, I just came in halfway.
I'm your favorite YouTuber's favorite YouTuber. They don't want to keep it real out here, but I
Bro, you're unless I'm missing something and this guy's got like another channel, you are nowhere near as famous as you think you are. What the fuck?
Go say that. Go ahead.
No.
Go ahead, Flacco.
No, like, before you, I never heard people like talk about like the West is going down. Yo, brother. Yo, listen, Peru, Brazil, listen, come on, right? And like the West going down, the entrepreneurship, the masculine frame. Now, how do you feel about that? Obviously, like, it's all love, it's all respect to Andrew Tate.
Yeah, shout out to him.
But credit needs to be given where credit is due. So how do you feel about that comparison between you and Andrew Tate?
I have respect for Andrew Tate on a couple different fronts, and you're right. And that's why I always talk about hierarchy. And the part of hierarchy is respecting people who've come before you.
Bro. Wait, do you think they would bring this guy back? I wonder if Adam would put me on a live show with this guy. I don't know if it's appropriate to ask, though. I would love to be on a live show with this dude. I will cook this motherfucker alive, please. Oh my god.
Whether it's heritage or people who rank higher than you, but also recognizing when you're of the same kind. Like we need to team up and collaborate when we're of the same type, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I don't have to knock anyone down if we're on the same vibe. So I don't think anyone today can say that I've ever spoken negatively about Andrew Tate. I've only spoken favorably in as much as like he's a successful kickboxer, which I respect highly. He's appears to have been wildly successful in business, and he has the, as I tell people, if you got money, it shows. If you got hoes, it shows.
It's
right?
Man, with 20 supercars,
it shows. Now I know there are certain situations where people have to keep like things a little bit low key, but it shows. And he's been very successful in that. And so we have a very similar message. And in as much as that's the case, some people will look at Tate and resonate with that, and some people will look at me and resonate with that. And I'm fine with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm totally fine with that. Now, you're right. There are a lot of people who have hijacked identities. They've been stealing the ism, and giving out the counterfeit version. You dig what I'm saying? But it's all beautiful. It's all love. It's not an issue. And if people track back through time, I think they'll be able to see, the Saint in the Center went on Fresh and Fit, and then another person went on after. Or they'll see the Saint in the Center was saying this and doing this and dressing this way and flying around the world and taking you with them. And then another person started doing this. But let's talk about the genius of Andrew Tate. What can we learn from him? What we can learn is his distribution model is exceptional. And that's been his true, his diamond. However, we also have to learn from people's failings, whether it's Kevin Samuels or an Andrew Tate. And that's one thing that's beautiful to see people come in front of you is I get to sit back and look at Kevin Samuels like, okay, bro, like I would see people in your live stream or in your chat and they say, protect this man at all costs. But nobody did it.
Yeah, absolutely.
They said it.
Yeah.
But nobody did it.
No, that's a fact.
So
Protect this man.
Basic training coming up in February. You dig? We getting people together. No, we're training.
Yeah.
Protect that. Wait, what do you mean they didn't protect him?
Look at Andrew Tate. He created a great distribution model.
From ODing? Or what is he? I don't know what he's referring to there.
But then he got deplatformed everywhere.
Yeah.
He didn't realize that at some point you have to make the message more palatable.
Yeah.
For the mainstream.
Absolutely.
And then when you say things that are a bit more strong, you say that for your members or whatever else.
Patreon.
Right. And he didn't make that transition at the appropriate time. Like, for example, right now I'm just a speck on the radar.
Yeah.
At some level.
Yeah.
If I were to get to that level, I would have already cleaned that message up. You'd have seen everything get erased from the internet. You know, I'd have been on there in the, you heard me, like dressed like a priest. Like,
man, come on, yeah.
You never hear me curse.
Yeah.
And the people who know what's up know what's up.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't make that transition. I think a part of it is that people don't have the requisite experience or knowledge. At some level, he was doing something new, so shout out to him.
Yeah.
But even if you look in historical examples, you look at the Nazi Party with Hitler. One thing people don't know is when they were called the brown shirts, they used to go around like literally just beating the snot out of their political opponents.
Yeah.
And also people feared that he would do a violent takeover because everything they had done up to that point was violent and they were very anti-Semitic and they were unpleasant people. Then all of a sudden, you know, he comes out and they didn't clean everything up. He's disbanded this group of like political thugs that he has. They even hosted the Olympics.
Yeah.
See, people forget about that.
Crazy.
Nazi Germany hosted the Olympics. All the countries showed up.
Yeah. Times Man of the Year.
And talk to me.
Come on.
They participated. They showed respect. And Neville Chamberlain, leader in the UK, oh, he's a great guy.
Yeah, of course.
He knew how to clean up appropriately. Now, obviously, we all know that he was a deeply sick, wicked, evil person. We're in a similar situation wherein we have to clean up the message so that the mainstream doesn't deplatform us to where we can't get the truth out.
Yeah.
And I think that that's one of the pieces in the puzzle that Andrew Tate stumbled on.
Yes.
Because truth be told, you know, his acolytes will follow him for a bit, but in this age, humankind is fickle. So they'll follow him on Rumble. Rumble's a terrible platform. I mean, I tried it so many times. It's just a terrible platform. I say that as a guy in technology.
No algorithm there.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
Even the UI is not good.
Yeah.
But anyways, they'll follow him for a time, but eventually they're going to stick with where the
YouTube,
most of the content creators and consumers are, which is currently YouTube.
Yeah.
So he's going to eventually fade out.
Yeah.
And so we're trying to take those lessons, and you know, it's all love. So, and I appreciate you acknowledging me on that, and I also want to acknowledge people that I get game from, and I'd be happy to name any of those.
Wait, where is the Big Ack references? He's talking about you now. I don't care. He doesn't have anything worthwhile to say.
Why is it? What is a piece of advice that I've given you think I can't give because of my life experience?
You said, what's a piece of advice that you shouldn't be giving, right?
Yeah.
Based on your experience, and experience is like kind of like what you do, right? I want to make sure we.
Oh, you're just gonna play a YouTube clip? Damn, you really can't engage at all.
No, it's for you. It's of you. So it's of you. So just check this out. I just like.
Oh, somebody linked this was way ahead.
Saying to people.
Yeah, of course.
In general.
Here, a question, right? So now, outside of like the thing with Fresh.
Yeah.
Like, what's the foundational, I guess, difference between you and Act? Because, yo, I feel like, man, listen, man, like y'all are both rich, very influential. I feel like y'all coming together and having, you know, some type of like, you know, conversation.
No, I'm cool. If
know,
I saw Ack, I'll probably laugh at him and shake his hand and give him a hug.
Yeah.
I'll look at him, laugh at him, shake his hand, give him a hug, and then tell him to quit wearing sweatpants.
Yeah.
Because I feel like if you wearing sweatpants, you need to be a super thick bitch. You heard me? Like, I don't need grown ass niggas wearing sweatpants. You heard me?
Yeah.
Pay attention to what I'm telling you.
I know, come on, man.
I see you, bro.
What it is? No, it's a sweat short. So
you know, it's a little bit better.
Come on now.
But no, some real talk. You know, there's no beef there. I just don't respect the phoniness. I don't respect the phoniness of like, you know, you act like you want smoke and then you're like, oh, well, actually. It's like, bro, people see you lying, you're being a bad example.
Yeah.
Now, here's the difference. You said, what's the difference? When Ack passes away, and I'm not trying to harken this, but when he passes away, his tombstone might say podcaster.
Yeah.
Commentator.
Yeah.
I talked about other people and what they did.
Hip hop guru.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When my tombstone goes, it's going to say a whole best-selling author, lecturer.
Ooh, that's heavy.
Poet.
That's heavy.
Inventor. Yes, I've invented technology.
That's heavy, yeah.
Right? It'll say a lot more than that. and he'll disappear into the dustbins of history.
Mm-hmm.
When I go, my message is going to live on, and people who are living it out. I have a whole philosophy. You go to my website, click About, you're going to find a whole guide on how to live well.
Yeah.
There's no philosophy or thinking behind what he's doing. He's trying to make money by entertaining you.
Yeah.
Here's a meaningful example. I have a video called, and this is going to get no views. It has gotten no views, and I made it knowing it was going to get no views.
Yeah.
The lessons from Mr. Rogers. You know Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood?
Yes.
Y'all know Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood?
Mm-hmm.
Don't nobody want to watch a damn video called The Lessons from Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood.
Yeah.
But here's one of the key things he used to teach you.
Yeah.
He talked.
Who joined?
Well, well, well.
Oh, it's AFK Dan.
You know, I have a license, or I had a license plate that said AFK.
Nice.
You've seen it, right?
Maybe, I don't remember.
It's in my office. It says AFK. That was the custom text. But I can't get that in Florida anymore because everyone here is a douchebag and they all take all the cool license plates.
Why did you have to give it up?
Well, I moved. And unlike you, when I move, I actually changed the registration of where I live. I can't still have where I was 15 years ago with my license plate.
You could. You just, you don't know trying hard enough.
Yeah, I suppose not. Yeah, you know, what's what? What's the update?
Nothing much, just Factorio Rising.
Getting into trouble, as usual?
No, just chilling. Playing video games.
Okay. Yeah? So, what else? Got a lot of memes going on here at the Saltman household.
Yeah, what's
so, hold on real quick. There's a manifold thing I have to do. Myth speak. There you go. Everyone who was going to bet on that, now you can't. Fuck you. Anyways, I'm putting a gate on the front. So, you know, a gate and a door. I'm getting that done. A bunch of landscaping work. Just really been a busy kitty lately, honestly, you know?
Wow. Getting that home all nice and ready for resale, you know?
Yeah. I'm going through a midlife crisis, if you could say it's midlife. I'm actually I'm having a midlife crisis. I am. Yeah, I don't know. Why is your microphone keying on constantly? What the fuck is happening?
I'm leaning in too close. What are you having a midlife
no,
crisis?
It's no, your mic sensitivity. I hear like the laundry machine or something.
Oh, yeah. Well, what are you gonna do?
You have something metal in the laundry. That's how
It's
I can
Melina's
tell.
shit. She always throws like whatever shit she finds on the floor just randomly into the washing machine, and then she does it while I'm streaming.
Okay. So, I don't know. I don't think it can be talked through.
What can be? I don't even know what your problem is.
I don't. You see, that's the problem. I don't either. You know, that's the danger of the midlife crisis. Is you just wake up, and you know, you're in it. There is no real talking it through because you don't know the crux of the issue is. But I think I'm coming to some understandings about myself. We're digging deep into the psyche. Yeah.
What is the feeling?
Trying to figure out what the fuck I want to do with my life, honestly. I know that's super cunty to say, because most people are like, wow, real fucking problem to have. I recognize that issue, that I've been very lucky and been able to, you know, make enough money that I get to have these fucking big problems. But I don't, so my issues aren't like, how do I put this? I know I brought this up on stream before, but the question is like, if you woke up tomorrow and you had like $1 billion, what would you do? And then you ask most people, and the answer is all predictable fucking superficial bullshit. Like, oh, I'd buy a really nice house and get like, you know, I think most people, their answer is like a fucking, they're going to become like a mini Andrew Tate with their thing. They're like, oh, I'm going to get like 3 houses, one in, you know, one in Europe, one, you know, and then I'm going to have Lamborghinis. And it's like, okay, you know, then what? Right? And I think yeah, I don't. I guess that's the and what is like the next thing. I guess that I'm kind of thinking about. You know.
Gotcha. Wow. Deep thoughts with Dan.
What do you mean?
Just in terms of what you're doing with your life, you know?
Yeah, no, just deep thoughts. That's it. Yeah, just deep thoughts, you know?
Yeah, crazy. What so what are you settling on? What's bouncing around in that head of yours?
Oh, you know, just you know, just as I said, you know, that's it.
Wait, you didn't did I miss it? You didn't say anything, did you?
No, well that's the problem. You know, that's the problem. I don't know.
Interesting. You don't think that, like, would founding another business help, or?
I don't know. No, I believe me, I've thought of a lot of these things before. I'm just kind of thinking about what I want to do, basically, you know?
Okay.
Sorry, I wish I had, like, you know, more to add to it. I've just been doing a lot of thinking and whatnot, you know?
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
You haven't thought about anything yet, though, in terms of, like, what you want to do, or, like, any potential directions?
Something that I asked someone about this, and they said one of the best things you can do is kind of think back to times when you kind of enjoyed life the most, and what things you will, you know, like if you think back, what were the best times in your life, and then try to create more experiences that are more like that. So I've been thinking a little bit like that, and honestly, what I've been doing more recently is just spending a lot more time with my kids and my family, and I think that's pretty good. So, yeah, that's, you know, that's where we're at so far.
Okay. Well, hey, if that's doing it for you, then just keep doing that, yeah?
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I need a factory in Factorio. That'll solve the problem.
Yeah, maybe that'll do it for you, you know?
Yeah, so that's it. Just thought I'd pop in and see what's what. I'll let you get back to your video. It seems like we'll do that. Anyways, as I said, I'll be around this weekend if you want to do something. Let me know. All right?
Yeah, be careful, babe.
Yep, later.
Love you. Bye.
To the children as a man, and he says, you're growing up just the right way. You are going to grow into a man. You are going to grow into a girl. You're growing up just the right way.
Yes.
Which is to let you know that everything that you are is beautiful, and you're going to bloom into exactly what you're supposed to be. That gives children self-esteem and meaning.
Yes.
Which is antithetical to what they're getting now, which is they don't know what they're supposed to grow up into.
Yeah.
And adults who are supposed to give them certainty and confidence and guidance, we're giving them our own confusion.
Absolutely.
So we make a video, Lessons from Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. That's called content, by the way.
Of course.
What he does is commentary. You know, like this is commentary.
Yeah.
So that's a radical difference. Like I'm doing this. This is a labor of love.
Yeah.
I've only lost money doing YouTube for a fact.
Yeah.
I've only lost money. I've only lost deals, and I've lost a lot of beautiful women.
Yeah.
Doing YouTube.
Be hard.
Yeah, man.
Now, let's transition to Destiny, which that was the most unsuspected thing.
Yeah.
Now,
oh, that's me.
Where did the issue with Destiny come from? Cause I was kind of like surprised. Like I'm like scrolling through like my feed,
right?
And I see that you're live and shit. Yeah. I click on it and I see Destiny. I'm like, well, I was like, what's going on here, man? Like, how did that happen?
this is a very fascinating experience that we all need to understand. There's so many layers to this one.
Man, break it all down. We got time.
And this is a beautiful thing. So number one, similar. I don't know if you had heard of them before, but I never heard of them. Yeah. And that's not saying much because I've not heard of a lot of things. I
interviewed him. Yeah.
Yeah, I've not heard of a lot of things. That's no disrespect to him. But I was getting DMs like, hey, this gamer is watching one of your clips at length and he's criticizing you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's curious. I was just kind of caught off guard. He's a gamer. He makes content about video games. Like, why am I on his stream?
Yeah.
So I click on it, and he has this Canadian woman who is a bit mentally unwell. She's
Laugh?
I don't want to say her name because her whole goal in life is to get attention.
Gotcha.
That's a
Canadian woman? Lav? Lav isn't Canadian, right? Was it somebody else?
whole goal in life. So we will give her none.
Hey,
we will give her none.
I'm fine with that too. Yeah,
you
man.
did?
Yeah.
So
Annalisa, maybe?
She's a lonely mother. I like to call them lonely mothers.
Annalisa is who he's talking about. Okay.
She's a lonely mother.
Facts, but lonely mother.
Yeah, she's a lonely mother. So she went on my stream a while back and got flamed.
Wow.
I'm talking about like an epic internet flame where I had to take it down after because I didn't want to get flagged.
Wow.
But so many people enjoyed the flaming that they downloaded the joint and shared it 1 million times.
God
right?
damn.
Everybody else had it on their channel. So it was a famous flaming of this woman, right? It's where she came into existence. It's her origin story.
Oh, wow.
I got flamed by the saint in the sinner, right? Yeah. So she was actually on his channel, and her only reference point for who am I is, I got flamed by the saint in the sinner.
Yeah.
Here's the video. So they're watching a lengthy clip of me flaming this woman with logic, you know, not insulting her, with logic. And they're talking about black issues, black male-female relationships, black male underperformance, inadequacy, sensitive issues. And all the while, you know, every now and then he'll chime in and insult black people or insult me specifically. Yeah. He'll chime, but most of the time he's just playing video games while she's pouring her heart out about something she's serious about. And other little black, you know, tap dancers and shufflers and, you know, they'll come in on the stream and they'll continue engaging her, talking about black issues.
Yeah.
Then I say something that he didn't like because I call him Mr. Stinky Cock.
Yeah.
You know, it says something he didn't like. He was like, I'm going to go DEFCON 4 on black people. I'm going to start calling out black people's homophobia. And
God damn.
I'm like, wait, hold on. Wait. I am not black people.
Yeah.
I am one man. One of the definitions of racism is the discrimination of a group of people, typically when you associate low characteristics to that group. So it's like he wasn't even listening to me. He just looked at me and said, oh, it's black people.
Yeah.
He's a racist, just flat out. He's a racist.
True.
Because it doesn't make any sense logically to carry from an individual black person said something. You identified with a misnomer, homophobia. You should have said, I'm going to go DEFCON 4 on the saint. Or I want to debate him on this homophobic thing I'm observing.
Yeah.
So that was the first thing. I was like, oh, the boy's a racist. He's a closeted racist, of which there are many, especially the left. The left is exceptionally racist, but it's all low-key.
Democrats, yeah.
The right is also very racist, but they ain't trying to hide it 9 out of 9. So anyway, so he says, you know, this stuff that was racist, and I was like, oh, okay, for sure. Like, all right, you know, we gonna put him in the crosshairs then. We gonna deal with it. And a lot of folks were saying, oh, he's a great debater. He's the best debater. This guy is the debating king.
Yes, right? He has, like, annihilated a bunch of other creators, right? Yeah. Now,
you're right.
Now, y'all two are a great match.
Oh, God.
It would seem if you're an internet personality, but if you ask yourself, okay, beyond the internet, what has he done? Like beyond like talking on the microphone, what has he done in life? Like what has his experiences been that put him to the test?
Well, a kid, right?
What's that? Oh, he has a child?
Yeah, right?
How is he an accomplishment?
Look, I got a homie of mine I'm going to go kick it with after this. You heard me? He's like, these my white kids, these my black kids, these my Latino kids. He got about 5 baby mamas.
God,
you heard me?
yeah.
So if a kid is the test, he qualified.
Yeah.
Now, so you got this guy who is unlettered, went to a 3rd-tier university, dropped out on a music degree, which is one of the easier degrees to get.
Yeah.
He claimed he dropped out because he was working at a restaurant. It was too much.
Yeah.
And he spent his whole life playing video games and then yelling at people on the internet.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you know, you got a young black kid who teaches himself technology, invents a technology, flies around the world, does business with the Chinese Communist Party, is, you know, negotiating with the Korean government as well as the Puerto Rican government, gets deals, gets grants from their government.
Yeah. Jesus.
The negotiation skills.
He's such a scam artist.
Savvy and the ability to debate with high-level minds.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see a video where the governor of Virginia is trying to get me to open an office there so they get that tax money, right?
Oh, wow.
But the point is, like, no, you don't have the experience to operate at this level. And further, what's a debate? A debate is where you establish a point, an intellectual point.
Yes, absolutely.
You have to defend it, or you have to advance your points.
Yes.
That's what a debate is.
Yes, absolutely.
Cool. Now, so I say, okay, you know, he wants to smoke. Fantastic. Before I could even do my response video to the initial one, he does another live stream going through my video for like in excess of an hour.
Now, like, what did he say though? Like during like those reactions that had you thinking, yo, you is disrespecting the big homie.
This guy's a misogynist. This guy's homophobic. This guy's sexist. Just basically all of the liberal talking points.
Yeah, they'll do it.
And he, as an individual,
he is, by the way, all of those things.
But it's important to provide people with a toolkit for A, understanding his perspective, and B, combating it, and C, you know, you got people on the right or on the center. These are reasonable, people on the right, the center, the left, who might be reasonable, and they're going to go with whatever makes sense, the truth. Then you have ideologues on both sides. They're rightists or they're leftists. They're not going to budge. Most of his fan base is leftist because he's bisexual, right?
Yeah.
So they're staunch leftists.
Yes, definitely bisexual, I think. Yeah.
And then there's people in the middle who are neutral, and they're just trying to figure things out.
Truth, yeah.
General young people. So I was like, okay, this will be useful. He'll be a foil for me explaining things.
Yeah.
He does a second video before I can even do my first one. Then I start with my first one, and it's not a debate. It's a video going through his points and his claims, and the title of the video was exposing his racism and the misnomer of homophobia.
Yeah.
Now, mind you, if you've been watching my content for a long time, I don't have anything about racism. I almost never talk about racism.
Yeah, no.
And when I do events and when I talk about who I'm working for all of humankind.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
There's no racism in what I do.
Yes.
I don't like things that discriminate or separate peoples.
Absolutely.
I've been around the world. I've observed firsthand. We are pretty much all the same.
Yes, absolutely.
You find a guy in Iraq, you find a guy in Antarctica. They both want to get laid. You know, they got the same person, the same priorities.
All one for the pussy.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, so I start my live session, and then eventually he hits the link to join on. He came in when I was going through his background, because the first thing we have to dispense with, and one thing I always teach, is hierarchy. Hierarchy is important. Confucius talks about hierarchy. He talks about the basic relationships, you know, ruler and subject, husband and wife, older sibling and younger sibling. These things bring order and they define culture. Hierarchy is important. You need to know who you should respect.
Yeah.
So I said, no, first off, I can tell that people are being fanatical and just even suggest that he can debate, because you're talking about a guy who spent his life playing video games, has no college degrees, and no credibility outside of the internet.
Yeah.
Why would you compare that to? So I just wanted to go through that first. So he hops on the stream while I'm doing that.
Yeah.
He's like, what are you talking about my education for? Yeah, I was like, I'm talking about your credentials. If you were to go to a formal debate, they actually do introduce you based on your credentials.
That's true.
Anyways, long story short, here's the issue. So we go through...
hold on. Okay, fuck it. I messaged Adam. Fuck me, dude. I would do it.
The debate topic. So first we talk a little bit about... well, first we actually talk about his background. Here's where it got
spicy.
Here's where he got really mad, and you'll see. If I actually did a reaction video, I think I might have taken that one down as well. And a lot of his fanatics, they'll say, "Oh, you took this down because you don't want the truth." I'm like, no, I took it down because you guys are flagging my video. I took this down because y'all are trying to cancel me. People who hate the truth must cancel you.
Mass report, yeah.
Because if you were saying things that were like completely crazy, a normal person would watch it like, this guy's a nut, cut it off. But there is a special ingredient called truth, which you don't want to get out.
Wait,
so you
what's
are
going on
trying
over
to
here?
cancel and censor.
Absolutely.
Anyway, so we get to one point, and he says to me, he says the following.
What does he say?
What is, because I told him he was unqualified to give advice.
Yes, I heard that.
He says, what is one thing that my experience precludes me from giving advice on? What is one thing my experience precludes me, stops me from giving advice on? I said, oh, well, it's curious you should ask.
The crypto.
So I clicked play.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, you're going to play a YouTube video? I was like, calm down, my boy. This is you.
Yes.
This is called a primary source.
Yes.
When people do research, they want to use primary sources. Not only will we speak of something you've done, we will show it.
Absolutely.
So they know we're not lying. And it specifically goes on to say, he says, oh man, crypto and NFTs, that's a scam. Anyone, his words, anyone.
Is Flacco
selling
gonna
NFTs
question him on this? What an NFT
Then he goes on further to say something ironic. He says, we should create something wherein like we punish people because they'll say something is bad or dumb and then they'll do it. It's hypocrisy. His words.
Yeah.
Then I say, okay, there's that first clip of you. Here's another clip of you. Then I click the clip. And he's like, oh, yeah, you know, there's this thing where you can sell NFTs and the creator gets 10% of all of the sales. He gets 10% of the proceeds. So, yeah, you guys should buy it. Like, you know, I have some classic Twitch streams that you're going to want. So, so what's he doing? He's selling NFTs. Why? To make money. There are a couple personality types that I don't trust and I don't want to take advice from. One is the people who need money. You heard me? Like everything. That's why.
We're all broke, though.
Yeah, you can't trust it. You can't trust it.
Yeah.
And that's why I believe politicians should come in for service. When you've been successful in life, and you say, my mission now is not to go make money, it's to give back.
Yeah, it's power.
And that's why I tell people at my conferences, I say, you know what? When I was a young man, my number one goal, more important than love, more important than anything, was to make $1 million. I want to make millions. My goal now is to make millionaires.
Damn, man, that's real. That's deep, man.
My goal now is to make millionaires.
Man, that's
I'm
deep.
on this other level now. I'm trying to see you win. And that's how my OGs was. His older brother put me in the game. He was my basketball coach. All he wanted to do is see me win.
Oh, man, shut up.
My partner Ryan. And then I had this one super thick, woo, shaped like a ocho, my boy. Went to a private school. I ain't gonna name it. I don't want nobody to know who she is. Bad.
Man.
Bad. I was 16.
Black or Hispanic or what?
She was mixed.
Oh,
you heard
man.
me? So she was actually half German, half black.
Stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fire.
Yeah.
Pure flame. Anyways, I'm trying to max her out. You heard me?
Oh shit, is my shit lagging? Are we approaching the end of the night?
His older brother's like, bro, I got you, man. I'm going to drive you over there. And I'm like, yeah, but she at her mom's house and whoop-de-whoop. He was like, bro, I'm going to drive you over there, you know, text her, man, sneak in the side, beat that down. I'm going to be out here. I'm going to just wait. However long you take, I'm going to be right here.
Man, that's a real homie right there.
I was raised like that. You want to see your people win.
Absolutely.
You don't get jealous of them. If they winning more than you, we coming up together. Huh?
Nah, it's a fact.
I'm here with my mans I grew up with.
Yeah, man, shout out to Ryan, man.
I ain't bring no strangers in here.
I know,
I'm with my mans. I was a kid with this man. Anyways, where were we?
Destiny and his character flaw.
His money grab.
Yeah.
First video. NFTs are a scam.
Yeah.
Anyone selling them is a scammer.
Yeah.
We should hold people accountable for being hypocrites. Second video, hey, buy my NFTs. I have NFTs. I'm selling NFTs. NFT for you. NFT for you.
Yeah.
So it's like, brethren,
yeah.
Use a cold liar and a hypocrite. Explain to me how you rectify saying it's a scam and then trying to sell it. Explain that. Then what does he do?
Yeah.
It's called a red herring.
Okay.
He starts distracting. Well, why don't you tell me what an NFT is? What?
I seen that,
That
though.
has nothing to do with anything.
And then the fans came and started trolling, asking what an NFT is.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Now, here's the funny thing. It's very clever and it's strategic. It's so strategic, people have been doing it for thousands of years. We have a name for it.
Yeah.
It's a logical fallacy called a red herring.
Yeah.
Which is to distract from the actual topic because you can't win on the current topic.
Yeah.
Right? In a debate, you have a point or a topic. He couldn't win because we had to.
I like how me just like asking everybody, like, okay, hold on. Before we talk about this technical topic, can I make sure that you know what this is? I like how that's a red herring. That's like a distraction. Like, oh, you want to talk about NFTs? Okay, well here, what is an NFT? Let's start there. And it's like, oh, you're trying to distract me. Like, okay, chief.
Address the truth, and the truth was hideous. So he does instead. He just, what's an NFT? But here's the irony.
Yeah.
Here's the irony.
Tell me.
I had just finished a conference where what did I do? I taught people what an NFT is.
Yeah.
How people get scammed on NFTs. Oh, and how you can create NFTs.
Yeah.
What's
With the command
business
line.
model behind
Say
NFTs.
that.
Yeah.
And I did this with one of my engineers who's worked in my businesses. I actually, like, you can go to marquettism.com, you heard me, and buy an episode where you can learn to create NFTs from scratch.
Yeah.
So he's asking a guy who's an inventor of technology and reasonably sophisticated, more than him and more than his viewers.
Yeah.
What's an NFT? One, it's a ludicrous question. It's ludicrous to ask me. It's a slap in the face, right?
Yeah, of course.
It's a slap in the face. That's like me asking DJ Academics, who's Drake? He's a hip hop commentator. You would know. If anybody knows, it's him.
Yeah.
So he tries to distract. So I'm not going to play petty and answer the question. So what does he do the whole time? As soon as I said, no, that's a red herring. You're trying to distract. You tell us, because you asked me, what precludes me from giving advice to other people based on my experience? Well, your experience is you said NFTs are a scam. Then your second experience and your advice is go buy my NFT. That precludes you because you're clearly a money hustler.
Yeah.
You're a dirtbag.
Oh,
what does he start doing? This man turned into Beethoven. He started playing piano. He didn't win Stevie Wonder. He playing piano. I'm like, what's going on with little buddy over here?
Yeah.
Bruh, tripping. He was mad and stressed. He started playing piano and some more stuff, man.
Yeah.
And then everything broke down from there. But here's the funny thing. The fanatics on his side, they come back, they're like, he won the debate. What debate?
Yeah.
The first point we went to, I answered his question. I said, hey, defend your actions.
Yeah.
And he started playing piano. He thought he was John Legend. We're just ordinary people. It's like, bro, didn't turn into Alicia Keys in this motherfucker. How, like, what debate point did he win? He didn't win one.
Yeah.
And so what we
That's
realized
true.
there is
True.
that, you know, he's been in the internet game a long time. I've been in the real world. I'm new to the internet game.
Yeah.
So I noticed what he does is he'll put subscriber only mode when he goes live.
Yeah.
So no one can disagree with the nonsense.
What?
When I went live, anybody could join in.
Yeah.
And that's how his people
I don't
were
do
able
that,
to
but
join
okay.
in.
Cute
And
live.
what do I do as a infiltrate precisely? And what do I do as a reasonable man? I let them come on and speak their piece.
Yeah.
But they're gaming nerds and fanatics, and they really just want to defend, you know, this fella because they probably engage in the same sick behaviors.
Yeah.
But he basically got obliterated on that. Then I went on to the second point, which is homophobia.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, well, let's go on to another topic since you're embarrassed. Homophobia. A phobia is a medical diagnosis, which means fear of.
Yeah.
This is something that is defined in a book that has been established.
He means
by
YouTube
scientists.
chat, I think. Oh, because you.
There
Oh,
is no
well, yeah, because you
such
get like a lot of
diagnosis
random trolls that
called
come in and say shit.
homophobia. Because it actually doesn't exist. What you're actually trying to do.
I thought
as
he
a
meant like paid
leftist is
subscribers.
you
I'm thinking
guys
like
often
Twitch.
Bring in medicine to give legitimacy to your claims and accusations.
Yeah.
So you're trying to use this term to make people seem crazy or mentally unwell because they disagree with you. It is not a phobia. I've never met anybody who was around people who engage in homosexuality and they were scared, like, nah, like, bro, I used to live in San Francisco in Pack Heights, you heard me?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, even on Halloween, we go out, you know, there's gay people all over, half of them half dressed anyways, right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm not like, oh my
This
God.
works.
Like,
We're
you know,
good.
no, there's no phobia.
Yeah.
It's called, I don't agree with your behavior.
Absolutely.
But you've created this term as a part of your discourse and propaganda effort, and we shall expose it. So when you call me homophobia, what you really meant to say is, I'm a homosexual, and you're speaking against my behaviors,
Jesus.
and I'm mad.
True.
That's really what it was.
Oh, man.
But he didn't want to talk about the linguistic aspect of it and the fact that they're creating words on a consistent basis. You almost don't understand what they're talking about anyway.
Yeah.
Like, I'm AFAB, you're cisgender, this is trans,
Yeah.
that, I'm transracial, trans
I'm too slow. Yeah.
transformer. Yeah, we don't know.
Which is why, right? Like, it was really like hard. A debate between you and him would be hard for somebody like me to really truly like follow along with, right? Because again, like bro, like the NFTs, the how to create it from the bro. I don't know.
Which is irrelevant though. That's
you feel me? Yeah, bro. Like, I don't know nothing about.
In case if you haven't picked this up, so on his stream, his counter against homophobia was, I'm not homophobic, because phobic is when you're scared of people, and I'm not scared of gay people, therefore I'm not homophobic. That was his unironically. This sounds like a meme that I'm telling you right now. This is not a meme. This is how he did it. It's like the weird like language trick. Like, how can I be homophobic? I'm not scared of gay people. Like, it's just like obviously that's not how people use the phobic word these days, but yeah, it's kind of funny.
You know how I helped him out?
Yeah.
Because his one of his butt buddies had got on after that, and his butt buddy had said, Marquette, like, why didn't you just answer what an NFT is? I said, number one, at the level at which I understand NFTs, if I
disrespect to even
it's disrespect to ask, and I won't lower myself. I'm already digging in the swamp, even talking to you people, but I won't lower myself. But if I did foolishly lower myself and explain, everybody'd be lost.
Exactly.
Because it's technical.
It's not that technical.
This is not a technical audience.
No, absolutely.
That's number
It's
one.
literally a
But more
fucking
importantly,
video gaming YouTube audience. Like, come on, outside of like hardcore tech audiences, this is about as technical as you're gonna get, my dude.
Let's remove the concept of NFT.
Yeah.
Consider this. Let's say it was a cell phone.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
You do a stream and you say, anyone who sells cell phones is a scammer. Then on your next stream, you say, hey, I'm selling cell phones. Anybody want to buy a cell phone?
Yeah.
And I ask you, hey, how you say cell phones are a scam to sell, and now you're selling them?
Like that right there has definitely been one of the biggest black mark on like his career so far, because people do bring that up a lot, right? Now, like, his reason is, but listen, man, like they offered a big bag. I needed the bag.
Did he really say that?
Yeah, right, right.
No, I didn't. I think I got paid. It was either $2,000 or $5,000 for that deal. That wasn't a huge bag. I wasn't desperate for the money. What the fuck? That's not true. I never said that. What?
And like, right, and you know, and like he stated, listen, they offered a big bag, and if I already warned people about NFT scams, and then the next day I tell you guys to buy it, who fault, right? Like, and who fault is it really, right? So, I guess that explanation somewhat makes sense a little bit, right? Saying, listen, man, if I got the big bag for it, I'm a broke streamer, right? And I already
Is he though?
Well,
oh, I wonder if I memed about it on stream. Maybe I was like, I need the money so bad or something. Maybe I said that?
At that time, he was, right? Wow. Right, because I think, like, at that time, Twitch was getting ready to, like, cancel him or, like, take him off the platform, right? So, like, he was, you know, like...
He was scrounging for money.
Yeah.
Scrounging for money.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
It's the weird thing about, like, it's weird to... The problem is that for me to say anything, I have to, like, get into the mud with these two guys. Like, when broke people start, like, calling other people broke who aren't, it's, like, the weirdest dick-waving contest in the fucking world to get in. Like, I don't know why either of these two guys are trying to imply anything about how much money I have. When, like, that's just really weird. I'm trying not to go off on Flacco, but, like, isn't being on Adam's show the biggest thing he's ever done? What does he get paid for that? This dude over here probably still lives with his mom's. Did he have his last house foreclosed on? Did we see that in the financial records? Like $150,000 house, I think, foreclosed on. Like, why are either of you guys talking about my money? Like, I wouldn't go there first because I think that's like a dick. That's a dick thing to do. But like when people bring it up, it's just like, what am I even supposed to say? Like, bro, the fuck is wrong with you guys?
Right now, yo, let's actually redirect it. Right, so Andrew Tate. Yeah. Now, I've been on live streams.
Okay.
Now, I'm not sure if you've seen it, right?
Yeah.
But I've been called crazy, arguing with niggas.
What would be the unironic response to his attack on your NFT sponsorship? The problem is that, I've done this a million times, you have to have an understanding of the underlying technology, right, in order to have the conversation about it. Initially, when me and Dan spoke, we had a conversation that, largely speaking, people that talk about buying and selling NFTs to get rich is a scam. It is. And there's a ton of people that do it. Buy this, get rich, sell this, get rich, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. People say that. And I think in the course of that conversation, I think I said, like, yeah, anybody trying to sell you, like, NFTs is trying to fucking scam you, because it's like a giant Ponzi scheme, which is largely true. But it's not like NFTs, period, are a scam. I might have said that being hyperbolic, but if you know what an NFT is, you know that's not true. It can't be. An NFT is just like a hash on a blockchain. How can an NFT be a scam? It's like saying crypto is a scam. Like, kind of. You can say, like, yeah, crypto's a fucking scam. But then if somebody comes at you later, like, oh, like, you buy and sell Bitcoin, you told people to buy this Bitcoin, didn't you say all crypto's a scam? Well, Kind of. There's like a different context of the conversation. Like technically cryptocurrency is not a scam. It's like, it's just crypto, right? Now, most people scam with it, same thing with NFTs. But like when I did that NFT sponsor, I'm not here telling you like, oh guys, like you can buy and sell my NFTs to get rich, blah, 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 blah. It was like a 2-hour activation where it's like, if you want to buy an NFT and I'll sign it, you can do it, but you're not gonna get fucking rich doing it, right? There are valid uses for NFTs, whether it's autographing clips or having digital copies of fucking watches or whatever the fuck, like you can do it if you want, or like your Bored Ape shit or whatever. But if somebody's telling you can buy and sell NFTs to get rich, 99% of the time that's a fucking scam, right?
Back and forth.
But the problem is a lot of people don't even know what NFTs are. So to even begin to have that conversation of like, is there a legitimate use for an NFT? Like a lot of people aren't even gonna know because I don't really even have like a functional understanding of what an NFT is.
When I say this, that the blueprint of Andrew Tate talking about how the West is mad, how the women overseas, how to make money, the business talk, the wearing the suits, right?
Okay, we're good on this. Damn, I wonder if Adam would ever let me go on a show. Okay,
I'm in a real fucked up spot, like where, yo.
Wait. Oh, okay, so we heard what he said about academics. Okay.
Oh, like, if I'm fucking with somebody, before Axe beef with them, I now have to pick a side each and every time and can't fuck with niggas that I've been fucking with before y'all started beefing.
You can just say that NFT is a technology and that the use of it is the scam. It doesn't matter if you know what it is for that explanation. I mean, kind of. Like, here's something that I would say. I would say this. Gold and silver is a scam. I would absolutely say that. And the reason why I would say it is because every time you hear those gold and silver commercials on the radio, it's conservatives trying to scam you. Buy gold bullion as a hedge against inflation. It doesn't work as a hedge all the time against inflation. They'll always pick like, oh, gold actually increased 10x over the USD from Q3 of 2004 to Q1 of 2007. Like they'll use like the weirdest time horizons. They'll promise you the money's gonna increase. That's bullshit. So I would say, like, largely speaking, if you're talking about like gold and silver sales, it's almost always a scam, okay? However, but like if in the future I'm like, oh yeah, like I buy gold, or like, oh, I think that like you can invest in gold if you want, it works. And it's like, oh, hold on, you said gold and silver was a scam. Okay, gold and silver are just elements on the periodic table, right? It's not like the things themselves aren't necessarily a scam. It's like the businesses associated with them generally are scams, right? But the things themselves aren't necessarily scams. They could be sold in ways that aren't scammy. But in my opinion, the vast majority of gold and silver salesmen on radio or now on YouTube that are trying to get you to buy gold and silver, usually doing it like a scammy kind of way, basically. Also, buy DGG gold bullion. We'll ship the bars to you.
And yo, Act has, bro, mad niggas would aggravate Act or like come for Act, right? It's a different nigga in every week. So like, if after every motherfucker like choose a beef with Act, I have to like now say, you know what, I can't fuck with every nigga that Act don't fuck with. I don't think that's right. You feel me? Right, but bro, like I've always like taken the stance of, bro, if two niggas that I fuck with are going back and forth and beefing, bro, I'm not picking a side just because I think that one nigga is more beneficial to my career, right?
So Flacco might actually mean this. I think you have to be really careful when somebody else comes on and they start shit-talking somebody else. I think there are two ways that you can react. I don't think you can be neutral. So usually what I do is if somebody were to come on, if somebody comes on my stream and they start like saying like, oh, like I don't like this guy because they say that, usually what I do on stream is I'll steel man the other person's position, right? I did it with Sejin, I've done it with Lav, I think I've done it with Mr. Girl, where someone comes like, oh, I hate that motherfucker. They just think that it's like, well, hold on. They probably mean like this or that. I'll try to give like the best, and then I can truly say like, I'm kind of neutral, even though it feels like I'm defending the other person, because at least I'm repping their side while they're there. If somebody comes onto my stream and they start shitting on somebody, I'm like, oh, okay, sure, okay, yeah, sure. Then the appearance is gonna be that I'm shitting on them too. That's just a reality of doing online content that you have to be familiar with. And Flacco might be a little new to it. I'm not shitting him, but like maybe he didn't know that. But like if somebody comes onto my stream like, oh yeah, I hate Flacco, you know, he's a fucking piece of shit, fuck that guy. And I'm just like, okay, sure, okay, yeah, okay. Sure. Yeah, Flacco's a fucking loser. Okay, yeah. Like if I say that, Flacco's gonna get the appearance like, why the fuck are you bringing this guy on to roast me? You're not saying shit, right? That's always gonna be the impression if you're not trying to push back at all, right? Or at least represent the other person's side. And then especially with Flacco kind of joining in, or like, didn't Destiny say he was poor? Or didn't Act, you know, he's only a commentator or whatever. Flacco, in a way, he's kind of like joining in with the Saint Sinner guy, kind of like roasting. And it's like, well, of course, if you join in even a little bit, all of the criticisms that Saint Sinner guy has with the other people, it's gonna feel like you have them too.
I just think that,
I felt that actually, yeah.
Right?
Okay.
It's not a thorough shit to do.
But I feel like you understand academics you understand his character enough.
Yeah.
To where like you would know that he probably wouldn't be okay with you interviewing one of his ops.
Yeah, right.
And then still being cool with him in his face.
Right. But
if anybody would know that, you would be the person that would know that.
Saint Henry saying live that you did that to him with Adam. Whoa. Hold on. I did that to him, yes, but that's because I fucking hate him. I'm not trying to be neutral there. If somebody comes onto my shit and they want to shit talk the Saint Center guy, I will shit talk him. But I'm not gonna say afterwards like, oh, well, hold on, why were you upset? I know why you're upset, because I don't fucking like you. You should be upset. I'm glad that you're upset. That's the goal. That's different. I'm not trying to be neutral in regards to him, right?
Here, right. But the thing is this though, is after that interview, I told his team, like saying, yo, listen, I just interviewed him, and he said this. I'm just letting you know before this shit come out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I did my job, right? Again, though, and he called Act broke. I said, nah, man, Act not broke, and he said that Act is irrelevant. I said, nah, man, you know
that nigga's just lying.
right. Here, right. So I said, nah, man, and Act has a pretty big podcast, so I defended him multiple times, bro. If he's mad at me for not catching one of the insults in a 10-minute full rant, dog, bro, like, listen, like that standard, bro, don't put it on me, right? Meaning, like, bro, like, I ain't finna catch every single sub and diss a nigga sitting your way in a 10-minute rant about you, dog. You feel me? Right? So I just take him, bro, like, and I would never, ever, right? Like, go on my platform or here and say foul words about Act that I don't mean, right? Because again, bro, like, I still have respect for him, right?
Okay. He don't got no respect for you.
Yeah, right? Yeah, right. But to all the dick riders, right? You know, because, bro, I've seen a bunch of YouTube videos, right? Okay. A bunch of them. To all the dick riding ass fuck niggas, right? And who's saying, oh my God, bro, you feel me? Oh man, like you sold out, oh my God. Bro, fuck you niggas, right? Because one, bro, because one, can't none of you fuck niggas, right? Again, won't none of you like fuck niggas make me go against my morals, right? Because again, bro, I would never ever in my life, bro, never do this Hollywood fake pick a side shit, bro. It's not in my fucking character, bro. I don't give a fuck, you know, how many subs a nigga got, bro.
But look, I don't think it's about the sub part or or who's more famous or nothing like that. Yeah. I just think that, like, bro, like, if we being honest, like, bro, you kind of copied his whole thing word for word, bar for bar.
Ooh.
Right?
Or like you hold him to a high standard. Like,
yeah, of course.
You hold him to the same, like, you hold him to the same degree that you hold fucking Drake's dick. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like
not on Drake levels though, but yeah. You know.
No, but I'm saying like you like bro, like your language, your style of videos, nigga. I was looking up some shit that I'm not gonna bring up.
Sure, okay.
I'm not gonna bring it up, but it was some allegations about a rapper that I had never even heard about, and you did a video about it like a year ago.
Yeah.
And I just typed in the rapper's name, allegations, and your video was the first one that came up.
Yeah.
It was one of the only videos about this subject, actually.
Of course.
And as soon as it came on, it's like, it's your boy, Boy Paco. We back did it, and it's like, bro, it's literally like academics.
Now listen, so
like, listen.
If he would have said though, listen, right? If he would have said, yo, like, I'm just upset about that.
It's your boy, Paco.
Right? Bro, here, bro, because I feel like, yo, like, Ak was not upset about that. I just felt like, and he used that as a way
get at you?
Right.
But why? Why would he be wanting to get at you?
Bro, listen, bro, but again, right, like, I've always said nothing but, bro, I've always defended Ak, stuck up for Ak, said positive about Ak, right?
But he also showed you love, though.
Right.
So why would he just be dissing you if he didn't feel no type of way?
Exactly my point, right? Right? Because I don't understand, again, like, for that particular interview, and he knows that this dude went viral a week before beefing with Destiny.
I don't know, though, because look, you got to think about it like this. Like, Ak is thinking about it like, why the fuck, and like, this is just me assuming.
Yeah.
He just assuming, like, why the fuck you gonna be homies with me and then interview some nigga that, to him, nobody knows. Because I still don't know who you talking about.
Nah, bro. Like
I've seen like short clips of him, but like if you told me his name right now, I would not know who we talking about. So clearly he ain't that viral.
Oh,
nah, bro. Listen, like he went again though. Like he went mad viral, and then too, bro. Like we've interviewed people who have less, who have way less like
shit going on.
Yeah, right. Than he does, right? So like, why is he different? You know, right?
I'll give you that, but I'm just saying, like, I don't know, like, your loyalty gotta lie somewhere.
Why?
Because, like,
look, right here, right. Look, right. So look, like,
why not?
Here, no, right. Look, though, right. So look, so
you talking about morals and,
yeah.
Like, all this, and like all this other shit.
Yeah, right. So that would make sense is if like one person was my homie who I hung out with, like again, like this is my fucking nigga, right?
Bro, you copied this man's entire existence. Dude. I would think you would have enough respect for him.
He's getting
to not let nobody
press
like come on your platform. And talk down about him.
Bro, wait though, right? But again,
and I'm not even saying I agree with this, but I'm saying like I
to make
understand
sense though, right? Because we had interviews here, right? Where like there's again like there's people that like we had relationships with, like look whack, right? Whack.
Okay.
Bro, how many like dudes that we don't know, right, have came on this like couch here and talk bad about whack? Like we don't trip on that, right? But again though, Ack is somebody who I look up to, and I've never said a bad word about Ack, but that don't mean that Ack's beefs will dictate who I can speak to, especially if I've already been fucking with bro before y'all beef, right? So like, I'm not finna like throw away a like freaking relationship.
Okay, look, so did you explain this to Ack?
What?
Like have you and Ack talked?
Nope.
I don't have a way to like contact Ack, right?
Is this your first time speaking on it?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe he might see this, understand your point of view,
bro,
and then he might change his feelings,
bro.
So look, so he went off on you the first time,
yeah,
and then why did he go off on you again? Because you did something else?
Yes, right. So look, right? No.
What the fuck else did you do?
Look,
bro?
right. So listen, right. So look, so like, and this is when now I realize it's not about him speaking bad on you. It's about like you don't want me to fuck with him at all, right? So me and bro did a live stream, right? Now listen,
this is after you interviewed him here.
Yeah, right. Look though, so look, I told him prior, yo, listen, bro, I fuck with Ack, you feel me? I don't want to really like, you feel me, right? Insult Ack or disparage him, right?
Okay.
And he respected me, right? And he never spoke bad about Ack, insulted him and disrespected him. It was just a general conversation, right? And Ack still got mad. So after you still got mad about me just fucking with bro, at that point, man, I can't help you, bro, right? Because again, bro.
So he's just like, oh, like, nah, you clicked up with the ops, fuck you.
Basically. And right. And bro, like, and he would not have applied those same things to somebody who he felt had more subs or a following, right? But because he thinks that I have like a low sub count or like low following, right? That is, right? But bro.
But why would he even speak on it? If he thought so lowly of you, he wouldn't even like bring attention to it and speak. Speak on you, which would be giving you more light. If anything,
it's bully shit, right? Because again, right, look at this.
Bully
right?
shit.
Here, look at this, right? So look.
How does that feel being someone that you like, you know?
Look, right. So look
up to.
If let's assume, right, if let's say like Van Lathan or like Charlamagne the God, right?
Okay.
If they interview Saint the Sinner and brought academics up, do you think that academics
would have something like have that same energy?
No,
probably not.
Right. So right. No, right. So like, bro,
Jesus.
Just have the same respect with me, right? Especially because, bro, I've never dissed you.
Someone in the chat said, dude said Ack was an abuser. That's why he was mad. Is that true?
So, right, during, like the first, right? So, look. So, like, dude actually, like, said, again, like, he had a 10-minute rant, right?
Okay.
And Ack said somewhere in that 10-minute rant, dude called him an abuser. I didn't catch it and stop him. Bruh, if I caught 2 disses and stopped them, right, and said, nah, your act is this, act is that, bruh, I ain't finna be stopping dude after every fucking thing he says about you and try to debate it, bro. Like, come on, man. Like that. Like,
yeah, but that's the issue. That's why Ak is mad. I'm not even necessarily defending Ak, or I guess I am. But like, if you bring a dude on and he starts to air a ton of fucking grievances about a guy, of course, people like somebody like Ak is gonna be. Anybody would probably be upset about it. I already explained this, right?
Like, bro, like, to me, that's fucking unfair, right? Right. But again, bro, if Van Lathan and Charlamagne the God, if they would have interviewed Satan the Sinner, and he would have said some shit about Ak would not have that same response. Because again, I've seen Ak be brought up in different interviews. Ak has never had the same like response, right? But because it's me and he feels like he can, attack me, bro, you know.
But you kind of put yourself in that position by idolizing him so much.
Yeah, bro.
And then like.
Okay, I'm good. This George Santos guy, apparently this guy lies about a lot of shit. What the fuck? I thought it was just a couple dumb things like where he graduated from, but apparently I saw a tweet today he lied about his mom dying during 9/11. Like, Jesus Christ. Is he like a compulsive liar or? The Anna Vosh combo was good. Vosh YouTube. Is that on his channel or? What do they even argue over? Mel, are you hungry? You're not gonna be hungry for the rest of the night, huh? You hungry? Yeah.
Okay.
What do you want?
Food. What do they even?
So I only just learned this. Yeah, and it looks fantastic.
Thanks.
Probably Azov being Nazis.
What?
Oh, okay, don't care.
What do you want?
I'll probably go get something to eat.
You wanna go down and go?
I guess. Or do we have more of that chicken stuff left over?
No, I can make some though.
If you want to.
Want me to cook?
Well, but it feels bad if you only do it for me.
Why not?
Feels like slavery.
What is that? Isn't that what a wife is?
Wife Mel's.
If you drink kava, if you try.
I'm not eating that nasty opiate shit, Mel. I'm not gonna get hooked on drugs. You're not gonna get me that way.
Just once. You're gonna enjoy your game a lot more if you drink it. It's like you get like super addicted.
Why would I even try? Why would I even try it?
It's fun. Why would you try meth? Why would you try MDMA?
Because meth is actually fun. This shit looks fucking hippie, gross.
No, it's not. It's fun.
Tomorrow I'll try it. Okay.
Really?
Maybe.
Okay, I can cook you something. But you be nice to me. Wait, if I cook for you, can we watch a movie?
Never mind. I'll just go downstairs.
No.
I can just grab something.
Why can't you watch a movie with me?
I'm on the grind.
I
Okay.
wanna watch movies.
Yeah, I think Cavity is based on the Kratom shit.
Kava and Kratom are different things.
Are they?
Yeah, but there's a mix. So they have like little things that you mix it.
Oh, I don't know.
Kratom is the one that Adam from Psych Substance got super addicted to. Milker.
Not working December is fine. Let's watch your trailer.
I'll cook you something, okay?
I can just go down and get something. Why would you cook a whole meal for just one of us?
I can make the leftovers tomorrow.
What?
I can make the leftovers for tomorrow.
Okay, if you want to. If you Mel to. I'll get Mel. I still don't feel like I'm getting enough of this green shit. Vitalic reagent. How much of this shit does that make? One of them only has a 40% chance to even make that. Oh, it's actually so cringe. And I need to make neural gel. Oh, this is easy. Huh. Yeah, fuck it, let's do it. This is working about, I guess, as well as I could ask, huh? These lines are going through at full speed now. These all kind of turn on in a second. Yeah, fuck it. Okay. Tucker Carlson.
Now, Permanent Washington has...
We literally watched this full thing yesterday, didn't we?
Created...
Oh. Cadu, what do you want?
Oh, my money back.
You've been in here like 4 times, okay? You're getting your money's worth.
No, I'm just kidding. How you doing?
Doing great. How you doing?
All right. So I saw recently you had a rant on self-ID.
Uh-oh. Okay.
How do you
Wait, hold on. Sorry, hold on. What?
Sure.
Butter?
Andrew Tate got arrested?
I can just go down and get something. It's fine.
No way.
Yep.
Andrew Tate? Soy?
Okay, hurry up. Finish your question. Go.
You had like the rant about self-ID. I was asking how you square that away with your non-binary status.
I don't think. Wait, first of all, I'm not non-binary.
Is that a meme?
No, I thought maybe I fit the definition a long time ago, but that's because it's just people were on some cringe shit. So I don't call myself non-binary. Whether or not non-binary people exist have nothing to do with self-ID. Self-ID is just this idea that like you are something because you say you are something, and there's no underlying fact of the matter. And I think that's cringe. I don't believe in that.
Sure. Okay. And for dunking on people on debates, do you not have that approach anymore, or?
I try to be nice and respectful to people, generally speaking. No, yeah.
So what you're saying is you're gonna give Satan sinner clout only if you get the dunk on him?
Well, yeah, it'll probably because he's already like come at me with like really bad faith, so it'll probably be pretty brutal. Yeah.
Okay. I see one of 2 ways. Either you don't do the job you think you're gonna do, and you have another breeded villain that you created, or you just gotta put this guy away, done for good.
Jesus. All right, I'll think about it.
All right. Thank you. Peace.
Okay, I love you, buddy. Be careful. Bye.
Love you too.
Awuga, you're in.
Oh, okay. Hi. So, how are you? Are you feeling all right now? Are you feeling good?
No, because I feel like you're about to ask me some real dumb shit if that's what you just opened with, so.
Well, I'm just trying to gauge how you're feeling right now.
Just tell me what your question is. And my mood is now tanking.
Okay. So I wanted to talk about what happened last week with the sexual assault thing that you got embroiled in.
Embroiled? Okay.
Let's wrong with that word? Okay, whatever. You kind of went really hard on that person, right hot off the heels of her getting literally raped.
Well, allegedly, but yeah.
Okay. Allegedly raped. When she probably already feels really bad. And probably feels stupid for making the mistake of going to that guy's house that led to her getting raped. Like, that's pretty tone deaf. And your subredditors, who you also keep banning, echo this point a lot. Like, don't you think, like, is there anything...
Do I think it's mean? Yeah, it was pretty mean, sure.
Do you think that looking back, there's anything you could have maybe done better? Would you
done better or been nicer? I could have been nicer, I guess, sure.
No, better overall.
Nah, fuck him.
Okay, so what was your goal with that what was your goal going out and saying those things then?
Well, she said something about how the only possible way I could have avoided this was to treat all men as rapists. I don't think that's true. I think that all the red flags were there and she even identified them. I think she was being a fucking idiot.
Okay, you called her a fucking idiot on the tweet, but then you also called her, sent a barrage of insults to her on stream as well afterwards. And this was all before she responded to, started addressing what you were saying about her. So
I used a barrage of insults before she ever even tweeted at me? What did I say?
Let me look at the subreddit post actually. So you said, let's see. You said, it's incredibly obvious that Rich just wants to fuck. That's the only thing he's interested in. It's painfully obvious by reading this if you aren't R-worded. On her end, it's pretty obvious that she's not interested in hooking up. She's just beyond. Maybe she's like 14. I don't know. Maybe because women are socially R-worded just like men are. All of you people are fucking R-worded. She shouldn't be saying yes here. She's so desperate and so clingy for saying this. This guy only wants to fuck you. Why are you so desperate?
That's not a barrage of insults. Wait, what? That's an accurate reading. The only insult is calling her. Wait. The only insult is. The only insult is.
Her socially R-worded over and over and over and
over.
The
only insult there was maybe calling her retarded, but socially retarded fits. Socially retarded fits, and her being clingy and desperate is also probably true, given the reading of what was going on. Yeah. That if there's a guy being creepy as fuck like that, and you keep chasing him around like desperate to mend your relationship, like that sounds like something that's been friend zoned, 100%. Yes, or not friend zoned. I'm sorry, fuck zoned.
Okay. So you're saying it's technically accurate in your opinion, therefore it's not an insult, or that doesn't come across as insult to literally anyone else hearing this?
Well, hold on. When you said barrage of insults, I'm thinking like, God, what a fucking socially retarded. I'm sorry. Okay, I should have said socially inept or autistic or incapable.
No,
or
maybe you could have just, I don't know, not used mean words like that at all when like giving criticism in order to. If your message, I'm assuming your message, what your goal was to try to fight against the infantilization of women who get raped, right? That's your goal?
I mean, maybe in a very broad sense, but in this, I was just more kind of like pointing out that like this person was like being really stupid. And there's like, all the signs and everything were really clear here throughout the entire time.
So your only goal was to insult her then?
No, I mean like, no, I was pointing out everything that was true and I think it was important, but I just talk in kind of a mean way sometimes. I think that's just kind of on brand for me.
Okay, I mean, so when you say earlier when like Sejin was talking to you that like you want to fight back against like women who get infantilized, like if I not.
I mean, I think like broadly speaking, yeah, I think it seems like we have a really big problem talking about like when women do something that's really stupid. Like we apparently like can never say that because it's always victim blaming. And I think that's a little bit silly, but.
Okay, and I would agree with that, but broadly speaking, broadly speaking, you'd want to address that, right?
Yeah, maybe, and I do sometimes. It just depends on the particular stream we're seeing. But I'm sure there are some where I come off like more mean than others. I don't think what you described was necessarily a barrage of insults, but I can understand that it comes across as mean.
Okay, buddy. So I actually don't believe that you actually care whatsoever about like actually like making a positive change or like making women smarter about how they navigate like sexual encounters. I don't think you actually care about that. If nothing else, because like when you call her the R word over and over and over, call her desperate and clingy, and then when you also said, you made this one joke also, you were joke misspeaking her saying, I'm a 30-year-old retard, sorry, woman, I'm a 30-year-old woman, Like, are any of these jokes really necessary if you claim
Nothing
to
is
care?
necessary. If you cherry pick my speech, or I'm sorry, not cherry. If you go through my speech and you're like, is it necessary to do this? Is it necessary to? Well, no, nothing is necessary. But I'm not writing a fucking textbook, right? Everything I do is highly stylized, of course. Well,
like,
no. Okay, but I'm just saying when you say like,
you can't in one breath say that, oh yeah, I really want to help. I really want to like make women feel less infantilized so that they can navigate sexual encounters in smarter ways. But in the other breath, you're like incessantly just mock and insult them over and over, hot off the heels.
Okay, so when I say, usually when I'm giving like, when I'm giving
it's, like,
criticisms
so
to guys, when I'm giving criticisms to guys, I usually say like, oh, like a lot of this behavior is like really creepy, really rapey. Like, why do people do that? Would you say the same thing for guys then? Like, oh, Destiny, like you're not giving real advice to any of the men in your audience because you call them creepy and rapey. They're not going to hear anything like that. They're just going to think you're calling them all rapists. Because I do the same thing when I talk about men as well. Like, oh, you guys are socially retarded. You guys can't read fucking signals. Like, you guys like push and push and push and push, and it ends up being like some rape shit constantly. Like I say that all the time about men. Do you have the same criticism?
Because rape is a million times worse than not reacting perfectly to a potential rape encounter. Like, obviously that has no bearing on what I'm saying though. I give advice to guys, but I'm mean too for that. I'm mean to almost everybody. When you make slightly harsher criticism for a much more significantly evil behavior, like, I think it makes sense why people are more charitable about that.
No, I just think there's like a weird like baby footing around that we have around like the topic of rape, and the only thing you're allowed to say is, yes, queen, nothing you did could ever be wrong ever, and you never contribute anything at all to any of your bad stuff because that's victim blaming. I don't think there's any like cerebral intellectual thought that goes into like, oh, well, it's because the action was disproportionate, blah, 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 blah. I don't think that's true.
So you think people are just gonna get mad anyway, so you might as well just...
It's not it's not like I'm thinking like, okay, like rape victim, time to deploy the tactical fucking rudeness. I'm just like, that's just kind of my demeanor. I'm like kind of like bantery or insulting or rude to kind of everybody. That's just like the kind of person I am. I do it when I give advice to men. I do it when
everything you just said there, it sounds just like a shield to deflect accountability for how you frame things. If anything,
wait, hold on, wait.
It's areas that are already controversial topics.
Wait, hold on. Why do you're using
stance on it?
Why do you don't use buzzwords? Okay, when you say
what buzzwords did I use?
Shielding accountability. What?
Yeah, because you're framing things in the most inflammatory way possible.
Yeah, I do that, but how am I?
People attack you about it.
I'm not surprised. I'll fight over people that want to fight over it. That's fine. But I'm not fighting with people that are offended. I'm fighting with people who are worried that other people might be offended. That's what's happening in my audience. I'm not getting a bunch of people on here like, oh my God, like, I can't believe that you said that. That's so horrible and wrong. I'm getting people who are like, well, when you say this, other people are going to feel like it's horrible and wrong. So when you say like avoiding accountability, if somebody is like, Destiny, you're fucking mean, you're rude sometimes to people that have been victims of like rape and shit, that's horrible. I'm like, yeah, I am. I'm not gonna avoid accountability. I'll say, yeah, of course I do. I own it.
Well, okay, sorry, sorry, can you repeat that, but in like 1 or 2 sentences?
Yeah, you said, Destiny, you avoid accountability. I don't think I avoid accountability. I'll stand by the things that I say. I accept that I'm mean, and some people are gonna get turned off by being mean, but I don't think I avoid accountability by being mean to people.
Well, you kind of do when you... Earlier, you kind of did when you said people are going to get mad anyway. This is like a controversial topic. Like, that's kind of is essentially you kind of deflecting by saying, like, there's nothing I can say better anyway, right?
Those two aren't
necessarily shielding.
Those two aren't necessarily the same things. Like, I can probably phrase things better so that people will be... Okay, I'm explaining. I can probably shield things, or I can probably phrase things better so people won't get as upset. I'm sure that's possible. But, like, I think people are going to get upset no matter what, so I just don't care that much about it.
Okay, I think that if anything, it's areas that are already controversial topics, especially when we have a controversial stance on it, that we need to be more careful when delivering that message. If you already know it's going to be an uphill battle rhetorically and optically, it's stupid to add more to that for no reason.
It's not for no reason.
Already know this for...
You're acting like my default messaging is like, Destiny neutrally states things like a biology high school textbook, and he chooses to go out of his way to add like these horrible, evil things. And it's just not. I'm generally normally like a pretty like abrasive person. So when you're telling me like, oh, you're making it so much harder by adding all these things, you want to make it harder on me by having to constantly track these things. You're making an ask of me to modify my behavior from what the default is. Not saying that it's never legitimate to make an ask, but I'm saying it's not like I just like add these things. I'm like, okay, well, I was gonna say this thing that's reasonable, but I want to turn up the meanness. So let's just like do all this shit. And you're like, why don't you just avoid that? And it's like, well, this is just how I normally speak to people.
Okay, I mean, it's fine if this is how you normally speak to people, but like... So you think that... Sorry, might be misreading what you just said, but you think that like most of your criticism, what you just said, based on what you just said, is that like most of the hate you get is from people telling you that you're going to get hate from other people from your optics. Is that right?
That's essentially what's goes on in my community, yeah. Because very few people
Okay,
are
well-
actually like, I'm so offended by what he said. It's usually like other people are going to be offended. It's unironically like a bunch of tone policing. Like it happens a ton in my community. Almost all of my like quote unquote optics drama are people tone policing me, saying that like, oh my god, like Destiny, other people are going to get so upset about this. And it's like, okay.
Wasn't there a sizable amount of people on LSF who were like criticizing you outside of your community? Because I wasn't talking about your community specifically. I was talking about like
Yeah, but it's
there were people outside
LSF, right? I've got like 2 huge communities
Okay,
right
well,
there that are
don't
like.
just move the goalpost right there. Okay, I mean.
Wait, hold on, whoa. In my community, that's what we're talking about. If you want to talk about people outside of my community, a lot of these people that
outside
are
your communities who I'm talking about.
Okay,
I'm talking about like.
I'm not gonna
if you want
measure-
because right, you're trying to rehabilitate your fan base and like. Say,
I'm
like,
not
teach
gonna.
your fans, like, we can infantilize
Until
women,
another
but
big.
that's not the pe-
Until another big drama or event comes up, I'm going to be on the LSF shit list permanently, okay? Because right now, Ms. Kip's fan base super hates me, and Hassan's fan base super hates me, and the Juicer fan bases are like 50-50 on me. So any topic that comes up, people are going to super hate me, regardless of whatever. For a lot of the people, and I think you need to go through my post history, because I posted on a couple LSF threads, for a lot of people that were attacking me on LSF, they didn't even know what the actual fucking story was. One of the people that I responded to was like, I don't know why Destiny attacked this lady. Like, she had no idea that this person was going to like be a horrible person. And it's like, bro, did you even read her fucking tweet longer? She knew plenty. She like commented on it multiple times. Most of the people talking in that thread didn't even read the original tweet longer. So no, I'm not going to take their feedback as like, wow, fuck, these guys are right. Like they're just jumping on like it's like the current hate jerk wave or whatever is against me, which is fine. I just have to wait until like the next jerk wave comes around.
Okay, so you'll say anything on LSF is bad faith and criticism. You don't have to listen to it. Well, all right, fine. If you want to disregard LSF criticism, what about on Twitter? I'm sure there was tons of people who were criticizing you on Twitter about that.
There might have been. I don't know. It's harder for me to, since I just made my new Twitter account. I'm sure there were people that were mad. I mean, I see people showed up in my quote tweets or whatever.
Yeah, okay, so like, isn't that another instance of like people outside of your community being upset with?
Yeah, hold on, I'm sorry. Backing up a little. People outside my community might get upset. I thought we were talking about criticisms inside my community and the conversation I'm having on stream, because you brought up Sejin before, in my community. Like, typically, most of the arguments...
I brought up Sejin as an example.
Sure, no, I understand. No, people outside my community are probably mad at the way that I phrase things. That's probably for sure true. Outside of my community, yeah.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was trying to focus on.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I'm okay with people outside of my community being mad when I say certain things. That's fine.
Okay, so you're fine with making people hate you more. Is that about right?
Yeah, some people are probably going to hate me as a result of the way that I say things. Sure.
Wait, not some people. You're actively and constantly looping with this behavior that's leading to more and more people outside of your community hating you, right?
I'm more popular now than I ever have been, despite people like you constantly telling me that I'm destroying my reputations outside of every other fucking community. Like, I think that as cringe as it is...
You're popular with people that are already fans with you, people who aren't
That's
already
not
fans
true.
with you.
My fan base is expanded. My fan base is like 2x'd over the last like 2 years. This has like been insane growth. Like, I think that I don't get any credit, and I understand why, and that's fine. I'm not asking for it. But I don't think you people understand, like, that I'm more, like, appealing to every other single left-leaning person in this space, because I don't pussyfoot around these topics as much. Like, I don't think you understand how much credit I get from other communities, even if they are combative. But the fact that they'll even listen to me because I'm not tiptoeing around every fucking subject, like, because I'm worried that I'm going to offend somebody. I think I do get a lot of credit there, and I think I've built a lot of, like, roads as a result of that. And I think it does go to help me, like, communicate with those other audiences. There are going to be some people that don't like me, for sure. That's fine. But, like, yeah, it's a matter of like picking out like, what do I want people to not like me, what do I want people to like me. Like, okay, fine. Like, some of my rhetoric might be like a little bit aggressive or a little bit inflammatory. That's just kind of like who I am. There might be some that I like tone back, or I could tone back, or like maybe I could be a little bit less mean to her, sure. But like at the end of the day, like any optical consideration I make here is going to be pretty minor. I'm not like going to dramatically change the way that I talk to or about like certain people, because I think there's like some huge fucking moral failing. Like, and everybody I've talked to, maybe even you included, like, I wasn't wrong about anything I said, right?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so yeah, so on the facts, I'm correct on every single thing I'm saying. It's just it's just a matter of like orienting myself in a way that's the least offensive towards people.
Okay, so earlier you said that like people like me more now because I don't tiptoe around things.
I said I have a bigger fan base right now, but sure.
Yeah, you have a bigger fan base right now because I don't like tiptoe like I'm walking on eggshells, like super careful about everything. Do you think like people like me, or like that Sejin guy, do you think that's what we're asking you to, like, you have to literally tiptoe, walk on eggshells, and like be super like paranoid about what you need to say? Do you think that's what we're asking you?
Not on everything. It's probably just a little bit, sure.
Yeah, so you think that, like, if we want you to just couch your optics a little bit, do you think why? Because this is something you always seem to do. Like, whenever Sejin asked you a similar question, or like even random viewers in the past have asked you this, they would ask you like, "Hey, do you think you can couch your optics a tiny bit?" And you immediately get upset and start ranting, equating it to be like, "Oh, so you're saying I need to tiptoe like I'm walking on eggshells, or I need to be like Hassan and copy paste all my opinions from Twitter, and I need to be spineless." It's like, no one's saying that. Like, you don't need to tiptoe, but just be maybe like 10% less unhinged.
I'm already like 85% less unhinged than I was like 3 years ago. So to have people coming in like in tears, like begging me to like tone it down even more, is like I'll figure it out. Like I think I'm doing okay.
You can't just you say that all the time. Oh, you can't just say, "Oh, you don't know who I was before. My behavior has dramatically improved over the years. Therefore, my behavior today is okay." As if that absolves you of the bad behavior. And then beyond that, this past month and a half, I would argue
just listen to what you're saying. Like,
a lot in terms of toxicity and healthy behaviors.
Absolves you of the bad behavior when every single thing I said was factually true. Like,
no, I'm saying that like. No, I'm saying that you pointing out that you are like marginally better than you were 5 years ago.
Marginally? How new of a fan are you? What?
Okay, so instead of burning down 3 villages with a flamethrower every week, now instead of burning down 8 villages with a flamethrower every week, you're burning down 3 villages. Like, you're still getting into fights. Even in this past month and a half, I would argue you've gone down you've regressed pretty significantly. But like, yeah, I guess you've marginally improved a bit, I guess.
I don't know why you wouldn't just like watch like Vosh or Hassan. I feel like there are so many like more like child-friendly like content creators.
Oh my god!
Like there are so many better people to watch. I don't know why you would fucking watch my shit. I feel like I would hate my stream. Like if you're watching my shit, like man, every single thing Destiny said was 100% true, and nobody's really pointing this out. But God, he was just so gosh darn mean about it. That just like really upsets me. How the fuck do you stomach the rest of my content? Or is it just really funny when I'm shitting on people that you don't like? When I'm calling like anti-vaxxers like bioterrorists, and I'm shitting on fucking MAGA retards for trying to destroy the fucking country? Are you like clapping along like, man, Destiny's epic when he's shitting on those Trump losers? Like,
okay, so let me ask you something. Why do you think I don't watch Vosh in this? Since you're psychoanalyzing me now, why do you think I don't watch Vosh and Hassan?
If I had to guess, generally for the reason why people watch me is because you probably feel like they're a little bit too much like ideologically driven, and they don't come across as intellectually honest on some of their topics, so they're not as entertaining to watch. It's too much of like a ideological circle jerk. That'd be my guess.
There you go. So why did you just imply that like the only reason I would watch Vosh and Hassan is because they're nice?
I do feel like one of my like large selling points is that like I'm pretty harsh towards people, or at least it used to be in the past. So like if you're coming to Destiny like looking for like I want like a very like optically soft landing on like every topic we talk about, like the like mow down protesters guy and the fucking you know, treat women like retarded children guy, it wouldn't be your first option unless like the world out there in politics online is like really that desolate.
I just don't agree with that. I don't think that you need to say something to the extreme of like we need to mow down these dipshit rioters, right? I think you can still be edgy and still have that as your selling point, but also not like
just be edgy against conservatives.
No, I'm saying that, okay, you keep doing this. Like you've done this in the past with other people who talk to you. You keep like saying you keep implying that it's not like optics isn't like a spectrum. You think it's like binary. Either you're like Hassan, you're like this spineless, like you're like super.
I'm just saying I don't in the grand scheme of like
aggressive, unpalatable jerk. Like, why do you think there's only these two positions you can have?
No, I mean like there are. I just don't think in the grand scheme of things, I just don't think I was that mean to that woman. Like there was
a lot of people seem to disagree with you.
Yeah, because they're fucking because they're rape brainwashed. Because anytime rape and women come up, people turn into fucking morons. Bro, if I wanted to go really hard on that woman, what I should have said is you shouldn't have typed up fucking anything if you weren't willing to put into detail the actual rape itself, because what you provided was wholly inadequate. That would have been the black like nuclear route to go, because she essentially got the guy's career canceled off of like an ambiguous story where she didn't even detail his wrongdoings necessarily. That would have been the nuclear, but I didn't even go that far. I just like was like, yeah, bro, you ignored a lot of fucking red flags. Like you're a fucking idiot to like ignore this much shit and then to tweet out like, I guess I have to treat all men as rapists. Like there are like 15 other ways that I could have gone in way fucking harder on that person, and I didn't. I just said you were fucking stupid, and she was fucking stupid.
So instead of burning down 8 villages with a flamethrower, you only burned down 3 villages with a flamethrower. Like I
burned down a weed farm with a flamethrower, and the villagers got high off the fumes.
Like what do you want a medal for like?
I'm not asking for a medal. You're the one trying to fucking lock me in Twitter prison for it. I'm not asking for a fucking medal. You're the one here.
Twitter prison? What does that even mean?
You're the one chastising me for my behavior here. I'm not asking for like a reward.
I think someone needs to call you out and hold your feet to the fire when it comes to this, because like it's definitely one of those things where you'll kind of like, on one hand you'll say, oh yeah, I mean, I just want to like criticize this woman and like kind of teach women in general in society, or like spread a message that like, you know, they need to be more smart and less socially R-worded about sexual encounters. But then on the other hand, it seems like you're mostly just reveling in the excuse to bully women, right? I think that's...
But do you ever... Hold on. Yeah, I do revel in the excuse to bully women sometimes. I also bully...
That's all you care about. You don't care about...
I also... Hold on.
It's just a front.
But that's not... So do you think do you think I feel the same way about everything else? About conservatives, about men, about every other... Because any group of people that I like give like healthy criticisms to, I also probably shit on as well. I shit on a ton of Republicans. Damn, especially the past month and a half after the fucking Lav and Mr. Girl shit burned through all my goodwill. I've been shitting on Republicans hardcore in my chat. Have you made posts about how like it's not really fair that you call every anti-vaccine Republican like an actual remedial retard, or me going like ultra hard on men for being fucking rapey or creepy for the red pill shit? Because for a lot of that, I was shitting on a ton of men where there wasn't very much constructive criticism. It was just me calling them rapey fucking like autistic losers. Like, yeah, I do it sometimes, but I mean like it depends on like the type of conversation you catch with me, and I'm broadcasting a ton of conversations. On some of these, I'm being incredibly productive, incredibly constructive, and like very nice. And then other things, I'm just like upset. I'm like, man, like women are fucking retarded. Why would you walk into a fucking rape room like this? Or for men, like why the fuck are you just spending your whole life trying to see how many women you can rape by being as creepy as possible? Like it depends on like what conversation you catch.
I'll defer back to what I said earlier. I'll defer back to what I said earlier and say that there are some things that are more socially understandable and reasonable to shit on. Like a woman getting raped, I think it's reasonable to shit on the guy who raped her a little bit harder than it is for...
What else am I supposed... I said he was a creepy rapist. What else can I possibly say about him? He looks like... I think I said he looks like a creep. He's obviously trying to push back...
Actually, no. Let me... All you said, the final tweet where you insulted the both of them, you said...
Wait, hold on. In the Twitter thread, yeah, I wasn't focused on him because...
Hold on. Let me read it out loud. Let me find it. Fuck.
I said Rich may or may not be a rapist, but you're definitely a fucking idiot.
Yeah, so when you phrase it that way...
Wait, but that's just one tweet. I'm not talking about Rich... Okay,
also,
go ahead.
To another point I was going to make. I'll get back to that in a second, but I got to another point I was going to make, which is that, like, it's interesting how when you phrase it, that final tweet, it seems like you're almost making the rape seem secondary, or the rape seem secondary, right?
How? I'm not making the rape seem secondary. I just, technically, she didn't include enough info to say 100% that he was a rapist. I mean, he probably is. He could or he couldn't be. But she's definitely a fucking idiot, because there was enough information to conclude that she's a moron. That's true.
So there was enough information in the story to conclude that you need to insult her repeatedly, but there wasn't enough
I don't need to insult anyone. I don't need to stream. I don't need to do anything. Why would I evaluate my online entertainment presence based on what I need to do?
Okay. I mean... Yeah. I mean... Okay. I feel like I raised my voice too much, so sorry about that.
What do you can raise your voice as much as you want. Unless you feel like you don't need to be mean.
Hey, buddy. I don't know. You understand why I'm doing this, right? You understand what I'm trying to do here, right?
What you're trying to do? What do you mean?
My intention, I'm trying to, like, get you to improve your optics so that you can increase your reach, and also so that you don't get as much hate. And also, like, do you understand, like, what I'm trying to ask you, what a lot of fans on your subreddit, and also just people in general ask of you, is to just do better, right?
Babe, wake up. It's time for your daily optics talk.
Shut up.
Be nice on Twitter.
Shut up, anyway. Like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like I'm banging my head against a wall. I just wish you would... I don't know. I feel like I'm taking up too much time now. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. Take up all the time you want. Listen, I'm a mean person, and sometimes I'm mean to people that people aren't traditionally mean to, okay? But you know what the saying is, look at society at who you can't criticize, and those are the ones that truly run it, okay? So it's raped women and trans people are the ones running society right now, so I gotta hold them to account.
I guess we are on the precipice of genocide.
True.
Right? Okay, anyway, bye.
Jesus.
How long until the optics talk stops, dude?
Probably after the next drama.
Dude, can you just delete your Twitter again? Please?
No, I love it.
Fucking God, dude. It actually feels like kind of a shitty platform, now that I think more about it. I talked about this with Dan, but it just seems super, like, what's the term? Like low value to the average person.
Yeah, I don't know why the average person ever does anything on Twitter.
But anyways, I just wanted to alert the Horde so all the orbiters would come in.
The Legion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Later.
I need to go get something to eat, guys. Fucking, I napped until like 5. Fuck me. Okay. Are you still doing the no phone while trying to sleep thing? I'm not doing anything. My whole life is... Well, no, I'm back at the gym. That's why I'm dying today. Ugh. But, I'm trying to get my sleep schedule back together. This gym closes at 11, so I'm going to have I don't know how I have to change my schedule. And I have to shower twice a day for my hair. So I have to, like, work new things in my schedule. I used to stream from 12 to 10, and then I would gym afterwards, but I can't stream till 10 and then go to a gym that closes at 11. So if I gym in the morning, I have to sleep early. I don't know if I can physically wake up at 8 a.m. every day. I don't know if I can do that. If my body is built for that. How's the new gym? It's awesome. It's got the pec deck machine, my favorite one. Yeah, I'm trying to think of, yeah, I don't know. I have to rework my shit. Also, here's the biggest thing. I don't know if I can work out on an empty stomach, but the idea of like drinking a Gatorade or something sugary at like 9 a.m. just seems so shit. Like I like that when I gym at night, I like that my first meal is at 12 p.m. I like that I start eating at noon. Eat a toast. I don't know. Yeah, fuck me, dude. Dry scoop some pre-workout. I feel like shooting up caffeine on an empty stomach is gonna leave me, I'll be like shaky as fuck. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I might. I think I might come back and stream more tonight because I haven't. Because I'm gonna be up till like fucking 4 a.m. This fucking dude is working overtime. Oh, this is my #1 hater on Reddit. This guy posted like I think over 100 times in a day, like shitting on me, on like LSF. Destiny explains he could have gone way harder on women. Destiny asks, how stupid are you about women who accuse Rich of sexual assault? He also calls her an idiot in the tweets. Repost with Mod's permission. Destiny calls Rich's rape victim stupid and dumb. He also calls her an idiot in tweets. Hassan Piker says he would go on Lex Friedman podcast. This guy hates me so much. Hassan calls out Destiny for being hypocritical and biased. Destiny doesn't understand XQC and Train's personal vendetta against Hassan and Pokey. And this guy like talks about me so much too. It's like insane. Okay, I'll probably be back in an hour or sooner. We'll see. Be careful, duders. We'll raid Lily. This hotspot is working now really well. I think it's unlimited data too. I think. Everybody thank my friend. Oh, I wonder if it could be, oh my god, she's playing Nier Automata? I wonder if it could be Casey Tron All, that's true. Okay, I'll be back in a bit.